Chapter 131. Upon hearing this, Old Masterwind picked up a piece of roast suckling pork and dipped it in the sugar. The taste! He was instantly hooked. The crispy pork skin and the sweet sugar blended together, creating an amazing flavor explosion in his mouth. The oily aroma blended with the sweetness, becoming more and more fragrant with every chew. This bite was simply the ultimate indulgence. Old Masterwind saw Old Masterwind's expression and said, "What? I wasn't kidding, was I? Not bad." Old Masterwind stroked his beard, his first smile of the day appearing on his face. However, Old Masterwind's reason for coming here today wasn't the roast suckling pork, but the candied pork elbow he'd been craving since he tasted it at the mansion. The pork elbow skin was the father and son's favorite, so after eating a few pieces of suckling pork, they simultaneously reached for the juicy pork elbow with their chopsticks. Masterwind said, "Dad, the doctor told you to eat less greasy food. Let me eat it." Old Masterwind was displeased by this, and bluntly retorted, "I remember the doctor told you to eat less too." However, Masterwind showed no shame at being exposed. Instead, he became even more confident. "I'm young and need nourishment." Old Masterwind refused to budge. "I'm older and need nourishment even more." Masterwind was speechless. "Okay, how about half each?" "Okay." Then the two of them split the pork elbow skin in half and began to eat. The pork elbow skin melted in their mouths, soft and glutinous, still warm. Each of them felt completely satisfied after taking one bite. The father and son devoured the meal to their heart's content. They even had some leftovers packed up to take home. Besides the two of them, everyone else who visited the restaurant today was equally satisfied with their meals. The prices were reasonable, the taste was good, and there were exciting and novel stories to be heard. Within a day, the name of Sue's restaurant had spread throughout the small Chinga County. The number of people who came in the evening was double the number who came at noon. Among them were Lin Jing and others who hadn't been able to come at noon. They had witnessed the Su family's rise from street vendors to food stalls, and now to a restaurant. Besides a special feeling of gratitude, they also felt a sense of pride in watching the Su family's fortunes improve. This time, they had even prepared a gift and congratulated Chen and Su Li. With a wave of her hand, Chen ushered them into the backyard, where they were treated like VIPs. After they sat down, they were not idle either, chatting and ordering a large number of dishes. When the food arrived, they didn't utter a word and simply dove into their food, looking as if they hadn't eaten in days. Chen was frightened by their demeanor. Upon inquiring, she learned that several of them were going to the provincial capital to take the provincial examinations that August, so the teachers at the county school were being incredibly strict with them. If their essays, policy essays, or poems weren't good, they would be kept in the classroom until they succeeded. Lin Jing had become thinner due to hunger these days, and although he looked much more handsome, the dark circles under his eyes made his face look even more haggard. However, all these thoughts vanished when he saw the food on the table. As expected, only good food can soothe the heart. Delicious, delicious. Brother Lu, have this. You too. While everyone was eating enthusiastically, Su Li and Chen Shi were exhausted, their heels aching. Su Li and Chef Chu, in particular, were so exhausted their arms were practically smoking. It was simply too busy. No sooner had a waiter called out the dishes than another came in. Before one dish was finished, another had to start. It was truly a test of their brainpower, eyesight, and strength. Fortunately, after years of training, Su Li now has enough food and clothing to keep up with the nutritious demands of the past few years. She's no longer as easily fatigued as before, and she's managed to persevere through it all. Her appearance impressed Old Man Chu standing by. After all, men and women are born with limited strength, and that can't be changed. Yet, Su Li's sheer perseverance was truly admirable. Furthermore, Su Li's culinary skills were what truly impressed him. He always assumed she was only capable of home cooking, but during these days' discussions about the restaurant's menu, Old Man Chu discovered how truly skilled Su Li was. She knew the recipe for every dish, a true hidden talent. Even more commendable was her refinement of existing dishes, imbuing them with new life, a quality Old Man Chu could never match. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, truly overtaking the old. It was a shame that after all his years of cooking, he couldn't even compare to a little girl. Su Lilu's skill completely won over Wen Lu and the others, who had previously looked down on Su Lilu. They had always assumed Su Lilu's cooking skills weren't as good as theirs, so they often criticized her while she cooked. They even felt that it was a waste of their talents to prepare the dishes, and they felt a little resentful. However, looking back now, all those past experiences seemed like a bit of a show of force. They winked at each other, nudging each other, their eyes filled with admiration for Su Lilu's skillful cooking. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and cut up the meat." Old Man Chu, seeing the group sitting there doing nothing, couldn't help but shout. Wen Lu quickly turned and left. Seeing Wen Lu succeed, the others followed suit, leaving Old Man Chu and Su Li alone. Old Man Chu admired Su Li's actions and urged her to rest before continuing, saying she'd tire herself out. However, Su Li simply wiped the sweat from her forehead and face with a towel, her hands continuing to work. Su Li wasn't alone, almost everyone was exhausted today, from the waiters and cashiers to the cooks, serving dishes and washing dishes. Su Li even called in help from the food vendors, which only helped slightly, but she was still incredibly busy. But the upside was also clear. Today's revenue, including tips from customers, was almost 5 times what the restaurant had previously earned. When Su Li calculated the figures, she was almost stunned by them. They made so much today. Su Li couldn't help but wonder, if they could earn this much every day, wouldn't it be over 1,000 taels a month? Of course, this was just Su Li's speculation. After all, the restaurant had just opened, and there were so many people, so it was still unknown what the future would hold. Furthermore, this calculation wasn't accurate, as it hadn't even factored in the capital. Once that was factored in, that was the real profit. As Su Li pondered this, she prepared a reward for everyone's hard work today, 300 won each. On the other hand, no one had expected a reward on just the first day of the restaurant's opening, before the end of the month when they were supposed to be getting their wages. Everyone was a little stunned when they received the 300 won. Linda, in particular, couldn't contain his excitement and joy. Chapter 132. It wasn't even payday yet, and the boss had already paid almost half a month's wages. How kind. He never earned this much in a single day toiling away at the docks carrying sacks, but he earned it on his first day here. Although the boss said it was only for the first day, not a bonus for starting work, Linda was satisfied, thinking of his family, who had been without rice for 2 days, and hadn't eaten meat in years. Linda, with the 300 coins in his pocket, went to the rice shop, bought a bushel of rice, and bought half a pound of fat pork before returning home. When Linda returned home with these things, the house was deserted. His 2 younger brothers, even more pale and thin than he, were hiding in the house. They saw him return through the window, carrying so many things in their hands. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief and joy, but afraid of disappointing their hopes, so they only dared to ask cautiously, "Brother, what are you carrying?" Linda wanted to give them a surprise, so he remained calm and said, "Come and see for yourself." It was already dark, and only moonlight bathed the shabby courtyard. Unafraid of being seen, the 2 of them simply emerged half naked. Fortunately, the July weather was hot, so they weren't afraid of catching a cold. They approached Linda and simultaneously glanced at the cloth bag in front of him. Linda opened the bag and took out the meat. "It's meat. Second brother, did you see that? It's meat." Lin Er nodded in delight, confirming he had seen it. The 2 of them didn't ask where the meat came from, but simply gazed at their brother in admiration. But that wasn't the end of the matter. Lin San then discovered the contents of the cloth bag and exclaimed in delight, "Second brother, there's rice too." "Lots of rice." Lin Er looked over and saw, as expected, the half-filled bag of rice, coated in a layer of moonlight. It was indeed rice. They had rice to eat. No more bran and sweet potatoes. "You haven't eaten yet, right? Go light the fire." At Linda's command, the 2 of them let out a happy "oh" and bounded off to the kitchen. Soon, the rice and meat were ready. The 2 children sat at the tattered wooden table, gulping as they gazed at the fragrant white rice and the fragrant fat before them. Lin Er asked a second time, "Brother, are you really not going to eat?" Being sensible, he assumed his brother was just pretending he wasn't hungry, saving the good food for them. Hearing this, Lin Sen held up his bowl, his eyes wide with confusion. "Brother, aren't you going to eat?" Linda placed the bowl of meat in front of the 2 men and patted their heads. "Eat quickly. Your brother already ate at the restaurant." After that, Linda described what he had eaten in detail. They both looked longing. Linda smiled and said, "When I have money, I take you to try it." "Okay." The 2 cheered. Linda said, "All right, eat quickly. From now on, if I come home late, you can eat yourselves. No need to leave any food for me." At this point, the 2 men finally picked up their bowls and began to eat. Although there was only a small half bowl of meat and a small half bowl of white rice on the table, with sweet potatoes and only a little meat in the rice, they were both very happy. They hadn't had such a meal since their father was killed by a falling rock while doing corvée labor. So they ate everything, leaving not a single grain of rice in their bowls. After the meal, the two of them sensibly put away their dishes and washed them themselves. Lin Days carefully placed handfuls of rice into the rice jar. A dough of rice wasn't much, and even after pouring it all out, there was only a thin layer, not even half full. But Linda felt incredibly happy and content. Not since his parents died had he looked forward to the future this much. But now, he desperately hoped for tomorrow to arrive soon, so he could earn more money and provide a good life for his younger brothers and sisters. Like Linda, Ching, the woman who washed dishes in the restaurant's kitchen, was also in the same boat. When she returned home with the 300 when the restaurant had given her, her husband, who had always looked down on her, was wide-eyed. He had initially resented her long hours and wanted her to stay home to take care of their son, but for the first time, he remained silent. After a long pause, he asked, "Is your restaurant still hiring?" Ching was instantly overjoyed upon hearing this, as if she had eaten the sweetest honey in the world. She even told everyone at the restaurant about it, and everyone burst into laughter. Besides the two of them, Li Chunhua also felt a bit surreal after receiving the money. This was the first time she could keep her own earnings on her own, without having to go back to give them to her mother, Lu. The feeling was so wonderful, so good that she never wanted to go back to her old life. In short, thanks to Su Li's red envelope for the start of work, everyone at the restaurant was energized for the rest of the day. Hardly anyone slacked off, everyone toiled tooth and nail, fearing they wouldn't perform well enough and be fired and replaced. Of course, Su Li saw their efforts, and at the end of the month, she gave everyone an extra commission, which had been due 2 months later. Everyone was so overjoyed that they didn't know what to say, and could only express gratitude. The waiters made money, and naturally the restaurant did too. Su Li and Chen calculated the profits at the end of the month, and saw a net profit of several hundred taels, which excited everyone. However, while Suji restaurant was booming, Xiangman Lu's business declined significantly. Regular customers had all gone to Suji restaurant for dinner. How could business be good? Shopkeeper Wu was so worried that his mouth was covered in blisters, but there was nothing he could do. Jin Buhuan, however, was only focused on listening to music, unfazed. He even reassured Wu that Suji restaurant was nothing to be feared. This left shopkeeper Wu with no idea how to emulate Suji restaurant storytelling, and he could only fret. It wasn't until 2 months later, when Jin Mantang saw that the income in his account book had dropped by nearly a third, that he realized something was amiss. Coincidentally, that day, everyone at the restaurant was still discussing the food at Suji restaurant and the stories they heard. Person A: I wonder if Lin Feng succeeded in becoming their apprentice. Person B: yeah, it's really tempting to hear this story halfway through without a sequel. Person C: luckily, Suji restaurant is opening tomorrow. Person A: by the way, guys, have you noticed that the food at Xiangman Lu is getting worse and worse? Person C: I thought I was the only one feeling that way, but I didn't expect you to feel the same way. Person B: indeed, Suji restaurant still has the best food. Person A: I think so too. They thought they were talking quietly, but they didn't realize their words had reached the ears of Jin Buhuan and manager Wu, who were standing at the cashier's counter. Their faces turned pale as they listened to the entire conversation. But he could only endure it. There was no other way. When it comes to business, customers are paramount. That's the Jin family motto. Just because Jin Mantang couldn't lose his temper with customers didn't mean he wouldn't lose his temper with shopkeeper Wu. In the private room, Jin Mantang said, "Tell me everything that's happened at Su's restaurant over the past 2 months." Shopkeeper Wu stood by, sweating profusely, but with a hint of satisfaction in his heart, thinking, who told you to watch the show all day? Now you're getting anxious? But he still had to work here, and if the restaurant's business wasn't doing well, he wouldn't benefit. So he quickly told him everything that had happened over the past few months. After hearing this, Jin Mantang finally understood what had happened. However, he didn't blame himself, only the person before him. "You useless piece of shit. Why didn't you tell me all this sooner?" Shopkeeper Wu, He wanted to say what he had said, but the words wouldn't come out of his mouth. He had no choice, because he still had to keep working at the restaurant. Jin Mantang, having finally vented his anger, slowly sipped his tea while asking shopkeeper Wu, "What do you think we should do next?" Shopkeeper Wu had been waiting for this question the entire time, and upon hearing it, he leaned over and whispered something in Jin Mantang's ear. Jin Mantang was puzzled. "Will it work?" "Okay, go ahead and arrange it." A few days later, at Su's restaurant, Su Li had been seeing the vacant seats and felt a little confused, but she quickly recovered. After all, the prices for food and drinks had returned to their original levels, and it wouldn't be practical to keep them the same as before. A moment later, he heard Lin Daki rushing over. "Shopkeeper, let's learn from our Xiangman Lu." He then shared the information he had gathered. Su Li then realized that Xiangman Lu had recently followed their example, offering significantly cheaper food prices and hiring a storyteller, reportedly from the capital, to present a new storybook, which they touted as even more exciting than Suji restaurants. This maneuvering had indeed attracted many of Xiangman Lu's former diners back, leading to a significant decrease in the number of people visiting Suji restaurant. Linda was a little anxious. "Boss, what should we do now?" Su Li, however, was not at all worried and soothed him. "It's okay, don't worry about it. As long as it wasn't some underhanded scheme, she could accept it. After all, business couldn't be without competition, and she was always willing to participate in healthy competition." However, Su Li was the only one in the restaurant who maintained a positive attitude. Everyone else was relieved by this incident. Although they sometimes wished the restaurant had fewer customers when they were tired, when they did, they longed for more every day. Even Lin Jing and the others who were dining there noticed this change. After learning the whole story, they went to Xiangman Lu to investigate. When they returned, they all looked pale and had diarrhea. One person wasn't the only one, but several were. It must have been something stale they eaten that day. After some thought, they recalled that the fish they eaten at Xiangman Lu had seemed stale, yet they eaten it anyway, despite the expense. Especially those who weren't as well off, except for Lin Jing, who ate a lot. After returning, they suffered from vomiting and diarrhea, which was truly frightening. Fortunately, their families noticed something was wrong and rushed them to the clinic. The doctor diagnosed it as contaminated food. Speaking of this, Lin Jing couldn't help but feel fortunate he hadn't eaten too much, otherwise it would have been him. The main reason was that he felt it the moment he'd taken a bite that day, so he stopped eating after a few bites. Plus, for some reason, Xiangman Lu had copied Suji restaurant and invited storytellers, but the tables were packed. It was hot, and with so many people, even the most delicious dishes would have been difficult for him to eat. This was the main reason he escaped the disaster. Chapter 133. Lin Jing wasn't alone. After a few days, the guests who had gone to Xiangman Lu returned. Suji restaurant was still the most comfortable, offering free tea and refreshing drinks. As the guests sipped sour plum soup and listened to the storyteller's tales of cultivating immortality, they felt as if they had fallen into a dreamland, their lives becoming more colorful. Conversely, as the number of diners dwindled, Xiangman Lu finally removed some of the tables and chairs. Then, like Suji restaurant, they offered drinks and snacks, which helped retain a number of guests. For a while, as if they had tasted success, Xiangman Lu kept a close eye on Suji restaurant. They copied everything Suji restaurant did, except for the food, of course. That day, shopkeeper Wu, as usual, was tasting the dishes. He took a chopstick and asked the kitchen to cook the roast suckling pig modeled after Suji's. He spat the first time he took a bite. "What the hell? It's been so long, why can't you even get the Suji restaurant flavor?" He looked at Lu San, his eyes filled with anger at the recent lack of business. The owner had already said, both openly and covertly, that if the restaurant didn't recover, they would have to replace the owner. Wu Tai was under immense pressure, and naturally, he looked askance at Lu San, whose cooking was mediocre. He even began to regret believing Lu San's lies and driving Old Man Chu away. If Old Man Chu had stayed, the restaurant's longtime patrons wouldn't have flocked to Suji. "You've been learning from your master for so many years, and what have you learned? If you can't do it again, get out of here." "Useless." Wu Tai didn't utter the last word, but it was clearly written in his eyes. Lu San had been holding back his words the entire time, but upon hearing these words, he could hold back no longer. "Manager Wu, what do you mean by that? You're killing me after I'd done my job? Don't forget that you falsified the accounts." Wu Tai's face turned pale, and he quickly spoke up to stop him. "Shut up. Do you think I'm the one kicking you out? I'm telling you, it's the boss. If the restaurant doesn't do well anymore, we all be out." After these words were spoken, Lu San finally shut up, and he began to feel uneasy, fearing that if business continued to falter, the boss would really kick him out. But he was also helpless. He tried hard, but he just couldn't create dishes that tasted the same. Amidst his fear, he couldn't help but resent Old Man Chu. Sure enough, he'd been wary of him from the start, otherwise, he wouldn't have taught him so many dishes. Su Li was clueless about what the two of them were doing. As the restaurant's business slowly gained momentum, she spent every free moment researching new dishes with Old Man Chu, or listening to her grandmother, Mrs. Wu, and her mother, Mrs. Chun, discuss which young men might be attractive to marry for her fourth sister, Su Tao. Speaking of which, Su Tao had just turned 17 2 days ago, which had alarmed Mrs. Chen and Mrs. Wu. Young women of that age often have multiple children, let alone marriages. For example, Mrs. Mo's second daughter had recently been diagnosed with pregnancy, yet their daughter, Su Tao, was still nowhere to be found. This left Mrs. Chen and Mrs. Wu unable to eat or sleep. Besides Su Tao, Su Li's marriage was also a major concern for them. However, since Su Tao hadn't married yet, they could only delay it. But whether it was because they were too picky or something else, they always felt that there were too few good men in the world. The families the matchmaker mentioned either had evil mothers-in-law or cowardly men who were extramarital affairs. Such men were not only disliked by the daughters, but even by Mrs. Wu and her friends. Additionally, because of the restaurant, it was now common knowledge that the Su family had made a fortune. With the uncertainty surrounding the fate of Su's father and two brothers, there were more people with ulterior motives. Those who had previously disdained the Su family and rejected them were now approaching them again. But who could trust such families? In short, the matter dragged on and on without further development. Su Tao, on the other hand, was also careless and unhurried. She had the money now, so she bought whatever jewelry and beautiful clothes she wanted. She loved buying not only for herself, but also for her eldest sister, Su Li, and Lian Gu. She went shopping whenever she had the free time. She hadn't saved any money at all over the years, it was all gone. Because of this, when she heard from her married sisters, such as Daya, that after marriage, one has to give a dowry to the husband's family, and is not allowed to spend money lavishly or buy whatever they like, her enthusiasm for marriage instantly waned. And this wasn't an isolated case, almost everyone around her was like this, frightening Su Tao to the point of having nightmares for days. Fifth sister, why do I feel like there are no benefits to getting married at all? Su Tao pondered this for days, and finally came to this conclusion. Su Li was counting the bills when she heard Su Tao's words. She looked up and looked at her in surprise. Wow, her fourth sister had actually discovered this fact that had been hidden for centuries. This was truly a cause for celebration. In a sense, there really isn't much benefit, especially in this feudal society, where the expectations for women were even more stringent. Honestly, as Su Li aged, she'd been worried that her mother and grandmother would pressure her into marriage. When her mother recently suggested finding a son-in-law for her fourth sister, she'd been thinking about finding one herself. She just needed to find someone obedient and, hopefully, attractive. But for some reason, the thought of being with someone she didn't like, and even sleeping in the same bed, made her feel sick. She felt like her life was over. So what was the point of working so hard to earn so much money? This completely contradicted Su Li's original intention, so after careful consideration, she decided she had to find someone she loved. Otherwise, she might as well stay single and remain a self-same woman. As for what to do with the money she earned in her old age, Su Li had already decided, give it to Lian Gu or, in the future, to her eldest and second brother's sons. Then I won't get married, Su Tao said without hesitation. If getting married meant living that kind of life, she wouldn't want to. She wasn't stupid, she might as well work hard to earn money, and buy herself good food. Thinking of this, Su Tao's eyes rolled, and she volunteered to work. Fifth sister, I do the accounting. You take a break. Su Li knew what she was up to when she heard this, but she was happy to see it. Relying on herself was always better than relying on others. Okay, then you do it. Su Li gave Su Tao her place. Needless to say, after these 2 years, fourth sister Su Tao, while not good at other things, was quite skilled at accounting. In modern times, she'd be a good candidate for an accountant, and she's doing quite well now. Besides the restaurant, she's also in charge of the incoming and outgoing accounts for the food shop. Su Li only needs to do a thorough final check. Then can you give me a little more pay at the end of the month? Su Tao, her true colors undeniable, began to make demands as soon as she sat down. Su Li, okay, I give you an extra 5 taels then. Su Tao's eyes lit up with excitement. You said it. Then, as if energized by a shot of chicken blood, she set to work. Su Li smiled, but said nothing. The sun was still scorching, and Su Li wasn't idle either. After handing the bill to her fourth sister, she went under an umbrella to the food store to find her eldest sister, Su Hong. She planned to have her take on a few apprentices, so she could have some relief later. The food store was now solely run by her eldest sister, Su Hong. Although she had help, Su Li didn't want her to be so exhausted, she wanted to be able to do what she loved. Okay, I understand. Su Hong, listening to Su Li's words, lowered her brows and replied absent-mindedly. Su Li's expression worried her. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Nothing, nothing. Su Hong forced a smile. This made Su Li feel even more uneasy. Although her eldest sister was usually quiet, she became serious whenever she mentioned the food store. But today, she was clearly distraught, as if she had encountered some insurmountable problem. This made it difficult for Su Li not to think too much. Just then, a ragged little boy, about 6 or 7 years old, suddenly walked into the food store. He was dirty and smelly, like a beggar. Su Li looked over, and saw that it was none other than her eldest sister and Li Dalong's youngest son, her nephew. Dabeo? Su Li asked. Why is he here? Shouldn't he be at the Li family? And why is he in such a state? Over here. Su Hong also saw the person coming and hurried over. Dabeo, why are you here? Didn't I give you some money a few days ago? Why are you dressed like this? The little boy glanced warily at Su Li beside him, then lowered his head and said pitifully, Dad took it away. Mom, will you come back with me? Dad beats me every day, it hurts so much. Su Hong had no time to listen. She reached out to pull off her son Li Dabeo's clothes. Seeing the horrific scars on his body, she burst into tears. The scars felt like they were piercing her heart. It's all Mom's fault. I didn't protect you well enough. If she had taken her son with her, he wouldn't be like this. It's all her fault. Su Hong felt incredibly guilty. She then asked her son if he had eaten, and went to get him some food. Eat slowly, don't choke. Su Hong said with heartache as she watched her son wolf down his food, even grabbing it with his hands. Then he added, by the way, you haven't met your aunt yet, right? This is your aunt. Li Dabeo looked up and called out aunt, then quickly lowered his head to continue eating. Su Li, however, could clearly see hatred in his little eyes. Su Li didn't have time to think about anything else before her eldest sister, Su Hong, recounted the events of the recent period. It turned out that a month ago, while shopping, her eldest sister, Su Hong, had encountered the youngest son, Li Dabeo, sitting outside the gambling house. He was dressed even more shabbily than he was today. Seeing her, he ran away barefoot, as if he had seen an enemy. After returning home, she was deeply worried and sent someone to investigate. The inquiries revealed that, ever since she and Li Dalong had divorced, Li Dalong had, for some reason, gotten into a fight with his 2 brothers and split up the family property. Since then, he had been living a life of drunkenness and debauchery, frequenting the gambling house. Whenever he won, he gambled, and when he lost, he drank, and when he was drunk, he beat his son. Even after the village chief had tried to persuade him several times, he still refused to change. After hearing the visitor's words, Su Hong couldn't sleep that night. While she hadn't taken her son with her because he didn't want to go with her, she'd been more concerned that, as the Li family's cherished grandson, he wouldn't suffer hardship. Who could have imagined he would be so tactful? Su Hong didn't know what had happened, but whenever she thought of her son's frail, pitiful appearance, her heart ached. He was a piece of her flesh and blood. After all, how could she not feel pity? She immediately resolved to retrieve him the next day. Unexpectedly, her son, Li Dabeo, appeared outside the shop the next day. This time, unlike before, he didn't act like a fool. Instead, he looked pitiful, and told Su Hong he was hungry. Chapter 134. Since then, Li Dabeo has been coming to the shop regularly, constantly asking Su Hong to go back and reconcile with Li Dalong. At this point, Su Hong paused. Su Li took the opportunity to ask, so, big sister, what do you think? Su Hong wiped her tears with a handkerchief. I definitely won't go back. Su Hong spoke decisively. She wasn't stupid. She remembered every detail of how the Li family treated her and her daughter. How could she possibly go back with that man? As for her son, Li Dabeo, Su Hong couldn't bear to leave him. While she knew he had been corrupted by the Li family, and had become corrupted, she also believed he wasn't inherently bad. She couldn't just leave him like that. Su Hong still remembers her son's childhood. Back then, he was incredibly sensible and obedient. Whenever he had something delicious, he would secretly save it for her and Lian Gu. He would even stand in front of Li Dalong when he tried to hit her. But when did he start to change? It was after his mother-in-law took him to the main house to be raised. Su Hong believed that if she raised her son well for a few years, he would return to his old self. Su Li, listening to her elder sister's words, felt that she had a clear mind and wasn't so impulsive as to actually take her daughter back to that den of wolves. If that were the case, Su Li would be powerless to control her. She had witnessed her aunt's desperate attempts for so-called love. No matter how much the man beat or scolded her, she remained willing to give in, trying to influence the man, always believing that he would change. Su Li didn't want her eldest sister to become like that. It would be too horrible. Now that her eldest sister didn't want to, things were much easier. However, she felt conflicted as she looked at Li Debeo, who was wolfing down his food. Logically, she was Debeo's aunt, and seeing him in such a pitiful state was naturally heartbreaking. But Su Li understood the look in his eyes just now. He hated them. Who knew how many bad things the Li family had said about them in front of him? If her eldest sister really wanted to keep him, she would be raising a tiger that would become a threat in the future. But Su Li couldn't say anything. This was her eldest sister's own son. Besides, he was just a child. Su Li wasn't afraid of him causing any trouble. But what about second brother Wang? Not long after Su Hong and Su Li's last chat, their relationship had blossomed. Now, even though they were just a stone's throw away, everyone was watching. He knows. And he supports me doing this. A few days ago, Su Hong had been thinking about bringing Debeo back home, so she gone to Wang Ergu to discuss the matter. Her original intention was to avoid delaying him and allow him to find a better wife. But he pretended not to understand her underlying meaning, saying, "I treat them well in the future." Su Hong ran away, mortified. Upon returning, she was deeply moved, and her mind began to recount all the kindness Wang Ergu had shown her over the years. From that moment on, she completely accepted him. It's just that Su Hong had been so busy these days that she hadn't had time to tell her family, and it's possible Su Li didn't know. That's good. Su Li truly wanted Wang Ergu to be her brother-in-law, not only because of his character, but also because he was truly kind to her eldest sister and loved her. Now that she knew their relationship seemed to have grown closer, she was happy for them. Su Hong nodded, then turned to look at her youngest son, Li Debeo, and secretly decided to talk to Li Daolong. "Li family, you said she wanted to see me?" Li Daolong suppressed his joy and asked the boy in front of him, secretly delighted, thinking that Su Hong must have softened her heart and wanted to reconcile with him. Li Debeo nodded. "Li Daolong, did she say anything else?" "Nothing more." Li Debeo lowered his brows, and didn't tell Li Daolong what Su Hong had said that day. He was confused. Grandma and Daddy had clearly told him that the woman had never visited him and didn't love him, but today he heard two different answers from her. She even wanted to take him back home. He didn't know who to believe anymore. Li Daolong nodded, oblivious to Li Debeo's expression, lost in his own world. He heard the Su family owned shops and restaurants in the county town, making them incredibly wealthy. Once he and that woman reconciled, wouldn't that mean he have an endless supply of money? He could spend it however he pleased. That night, Li Daolong rarely drank again. For once, he was so happy he didn't take his anger out on Li Debeo. The next day, at Su's restaurant, "I want Debeo to stay with me." "Any conditions?" "You name them." "I don't agree." Li Daolong had just sat down, before even sipping his tea, when he heard this. He was stunned for a moment, then flatly refused. He had assumed Su Hong wanted him to reunite with him, but who knew she wanted him to give her their son? Looking at the transformed, radiant Su Hong before him, a flicker of lust flashed in his eyes as he muttered, "I was wrong back then, I was wrong. Come back with me, I treat you well in the future." Then the man added, "Can you bear to see Lian Gu and Debeo without a home? By the way, where's Lian Gu? Didn't you tell her I was here?" His words were hypocritical and ridiculous, but they had made Su Hong forgive him time and time again, so he assumed she would still believe him this time. So he acted even more servile and pathetic, even shedding a few tears as he recounted the pain and misery of life without her. But this time, he was doomed to fail. Su Hong, looking at the man before her, whose appearance had been distorted by years of alcoholism, felt strangely calm. She decisively refused, and sure enough, the next moment, the man put away his pitiful expression and cursed Su Hong as a whore. "Do you think anyone but me would marry you? You idiot." He cursed as he stood up, about to make a move on Su Hong. Fortunately, the waiter who had been stationed outside pushed open the door. Also in attendance was Wang Ergu, who grabbed Li Daolong's hand and shoved him, sending him sprawling. "Who are you?" he asked, looking at Wang Ergu. However, Wang Ergu ignored him, and asked if Su Hong was alright. "I'm fine." "Why are you here?" Su Hong said, her tone softening as she looked at the man before her. "Hasn't he been in the mountains for the past 2 days? This sister sent someone to tell me." Wang Ergu rubbed his head, feeling a little embarrassed when he remembered Su Li and Su Tao calling him brother-in-law downstairs. Li Daolong, watching the two arguing, couldn't understand what was going on. "You, Su Hong, you're shameless. You're actually having an affair behind my back. You're unfaithful to your husband." His words drew curious glances from the diners passing by, and soon several gathered. They watched Su Hong and Wang Ergu whispering to each other with malicious smiles on their faces, thinking they were witnessing some kind of drama. Su Hong blushed instantly at this, but her years of experience had made her less vulnerable than before, and she retorted, "Nonsense. We divorced a long time ago." Divorced? The diners outside looked at Li Daolong again, as if wondering why he would say such a thing if they were already divorced. Li Daolong spoke confidently, "So what if we're divorced? Even if we're divorced, you're still a member of the Li family. Even if you die, you be a ghost of the Li family." As soon as he said this, the people outside immediately looked disgusted. One righteous diner immediately said to Li Daolong, "Brother, since they're already divorced, what does my wife's pursuit of new happiness have to do with you?" Even after hearing that they had been divorced for 3 or 4 years, this person looked even more disapproving. Su Li, watching the situation become increasingly erratic, quickly asked the waiter to close the door, preparing to have her eldest sister talk to Li Daolong again. After all, if Li Daolong disagreed, she couldn't just snatch her nephew Li Dabao away. However, Su Li had still overestimated Li Daolong. He was a tough nut to crack. Seeing that Su Hong couldn't possibly be with him again, he got up from the ground and demanded 500 taels. "Give me 500 taels, and I give him to you." 500 taels. Su Li frowned. What a ridiculously high price to ask. Dream on. Mrs. Chen, who had just come up from downstairs, finally couldn't help but speak. "I can't give you Dabao without 500 taels. You better decide quickly. Tomorrow it won't be just 500 taels, it'd be 1,000. Li Daolong had a helpless expression on his face as he began to survey the restaurant greedily. This restaurant is truly wonderful. He'd never been to one like it before. It would have been wonderful if it were his. Or you could give me this restaurant. Bah, you still want a restaurant? Why don't you want heaven? Chen started to rant, making Li Daolong's face grow increasingly grim. But he didn't dare to attack. It was because this was the Su family's territory, and he wasn't stupid. Anyway, these are my demands. Whether you accept them or not is your business, not mine. With that, he roughly grabbed Li Dabao and tried to take him away. But Li Dabao refused to leave. Although he hated Su Hong for neglecting him all these years, he didn't want to go back to a life of hunger and cold. Most importantly, he didn't want to be beaten. His father, Li Daolong, had previously told him to play the victim in front of his mother, Su Hong, and he wouldn't beat him if she agreed to go back, so he agreed. Now that he found a way to live a good life without having to live with Li Daolong, he naturally agreed, even looking forward to it. He looked at Su Hong. Su Hong, naturally, caught her son's gaze, and felt a pang of pain in her heart. "You heard him." Li Daolong heard this. "He's my son. I can do whatever I want." Before he could finish the words, "What?" Wang Ergu threw him out again. He looked at Wang Ergu's eyes, swallowed, and forced the curse words back. You guys, wait for me." With that, he actually ran off like that. What a coward, no one could lie. Li Daolong ran, but just as he left the restaurant, he stopped. No, why would he run? He was his son. Thinking of this, Li Daolong wanted to turn around and file a complaint at the county government office, but as fast as he was, the Su family's pursuers were even faster. Su Li had anticipated this and had arranged for someone to beat him up, sack him, put him on a cart, and toss him back to Lijia village. By the time the villagers of Lijia village saw him, several hours had passed. But instead of rescuing Li Daolong, the intruders kicked him a few more times. There was nothing they could do. The Li family had been so annoying over the years. But they were from the same village after all, so after being kicked, he was carried back to the Li family, where Li Erlang and the others rescued him. As for the Su family, Chen was still a little worried about Su Li's actions, fearing retaliation from the Li family. After all, they were in business, and they feared villains, and the Li family was the meanest of villains. But surprisingly, Su Li wasn't worried at all. Instead, she comforted her mother and the others. "It's okay, Mom. I have a plan. To deal with villains, one must use mean methods. There's an old saying, a mean person fears power, not virtue. A vicious dog must be beaten hard before it bites and speaks well." Since they refused to accept her toast, don't blame her for using some tactics. As for Li Dabao, Su Li looked at her nephew, held in Su Hong's arms not far away, and she had a plan in mind. Since Li Daolong wouldn't give him to her eldest sister, then let him do it himself. She was a very reasonable person. Chapter 135. Upon waking, Li Daolong was fully aware that he had been assaulted by someone hired by the Su family. He planned to confront the Su family once he recovered, but upon arriving in the county town, he was followed by someone. A closer look revealed them to be the same thugs who had assaulted him that day. Terrified, Li Daolong hurried back. After repeating this several times, he dared not report the matter to the authorities. Furthermore, he had also learned that county yamen runners frequently dined at the Su family's restaurant, and that the Su family had connections with the county magistrate. This knowledge further intensified Li Daolong's reluctance to act. That day, he no longer considered filing a complaint at the county yamen. Instead, he went directly to Su's restaurant and approached Su Hong, saying he wanted to have a proper conversation. This time, he offered a modest price of 100 taels in exchange for Li Debao. However, 100 taels was clearly out of his reach. Finally, after haggling for 30 taels, Li Daolong agreed to register Li Debao with the Su family. After everything was done, Su Hong was clearly delighted. Seeing her so happy, Su Li said nothing more. After all, Li Debao was still her eldest sister's son. Furthermore, he had showered and changed into clean clothes, and his features resembled hers. Based on this alone, as long as he behaved well, the restaurant wouldn't need him to eat. However, after observing Li Debao for the past few days, apart from eating more, he hadn't done much. Little did he know that Li Debao had been like a rat in a rice jar these days, completely unable to focus on anything else. He spent all day either eating or on his way to eat. You have to know that in recent years, if his grandparents hadn't given him something to eat, he would have been nearly starved to death by his father, let alone meat. Sometimes he couldn't even eat slop, and he was beaten even when his grandparents tried to stop him. As a result, Li Debao's chubby figure gradually became thinner and thinner. Although he was almost 9 years old, his height was not much different from when he was 5. So it was no big deal if he ate more. Su Li thought it was normal. Days passed like this. Li Debao. No, it should be Su Sun. Besides his eccentricities, Su Li, after hearing from her elder sister that he ate more at the food store, seemed like a normal child, so she let down her guard. As autumn turned to winter, business at the restaurant and food store remained stable. Good news even came from the north. Song Ling and his servants had actually found Su Li's father and brother, and had someone bring back a letter and a large package. Chin and Mrs. Wu were overjoyed and immediately opened the letter. It stated that Su Li's father and 3 brothers were doing well in the north, and told them not to worry. It also explained that Su Li was now a sergeant, and that the 2nd and 3rd brothers were sergeants. If all went well, they would be back around the beginning of the new year. This was truly good news, and it immediately lifted the heavy weight from the hearts of old man Su and Mrs. Wu. For years, the two hadn't slept well. Even when they did dream, they saw their son and grandson die on the battlefield, which only made them even more worried. But finally, they could let go of that worry. For the first time, their faces relaxed. A hint of smile appeared on their faces. That's good, that's good. Old man Su smiled, and Mrs. Wu nodded. Yes, that's great. Mrs. Chen's eyes welled up as she read the letter over and over again. In addition to this letter, Song Ling also sent a separate one to Su Li. The contents were largely identical, detailing in greater detail how he had found Su Li's father and brother. Furthermore, there was the extra sentence at the end. The new year is approaching. May my lady be safe and secure, and may all her wishes come true. Su Li, reading those words, seemed to hear the man's gentle, jade-like voice. She then looked at the items sent. They were mostly hard-to-find cooking spices and seeds that Su Li had mentioned before. They were estimated to cost several hundred taels of silver. Su Li couldn't bear to accept these things without merit, but they were also things she really wanted. She was torn as to what to do. Finally, her eldest sister suggested that she also send some hard-to-find items from the north. Su Li suddenly realized what was going on. After some thought, she prepared a large amount of food and bought a few more items only available here, which she then gave to the large man who had delivered the gifts earlier. The large man looked at the pile of things Su Li had brought, and the several bundles carried by Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Chen, and his mouth twitched. Su Li asked, embarrassed, "Isn't that too much?" The large man said nothing, but eventually took the things away, along with some food Su Li had prepared for him. Even then, at the Wen mansion, Mrs. Lin, who had also prepared a large amount of things, looked quite annoyed when she learned that the large man who had delivered the gifts had left. I would have sent them over sooner if I had known. But there was nothing she could do about her annoyance. Since everyone was gone, she could only let it go. By the way, you said Uncle Ming also sent quite a few gifts for the young lady of the Su family? Mrs. Lin suddenly remembered that she seemed to have heard this when she received the gifts from Uncle Ming that day. Yes, my lady. I heard it was some spices, the old woman replied. Upon hearing this, something flashed through Lin's mind, but she quickly lost track of it, so she said, "Oh, But then she thought, that's not right. Could Uncle Ming be the type to give gifts to young ladies? Why doesn't she look like him? You have to know that Uncle Ming had never treated other women this way before. It was fine when they were young, but even when he was older and discussing marriage, he was still like that. Every time he saw a young lady, he always had a sour face, as if they owed him 8,000 taels of silver. Not only that, he would throw away the gifts given to him by young ladies, making many young ladies cry. He was lucky to even speak to them properly, let alone give them gifts. Although his temperament had calmed down somewhat, Lin still felt something was amiss. Instantly, Lin sensed something unusual, and after a moment, she inquired of the maid, "Did Uncle Ming give Miss Su anything else?" "And a letter?" the maid replied. "A letter?" Lin felt even more strongly that something unusual was going on between the two. She could no longer sit still, and immediately asked, "How did Miss Su react?" "I didn't see any reaction." "Oh!" It seemed Uncle Ming was being overly enthusiastic. Lin smiled, and the maid next to her noticed and asked, "Miss, what's wrong?" Lin shook her head, and said nothing more. "Please invite Miss Su to any banquets or other events in the future." "Yes." Back to the story, after Su Li handed the package to the messenger, he and his companions rode north, leaving the county town. Just before New Year's Eve, they delivered the package to Song Ling, who was interrogating the prisoner in his tent. "Sir." The man knelt on the ground, his expression grim. He had just witnessed the man before him casually cut off the bound man's tongue, and a sense of fear was inevitable. "Thank you for your hard work. Did you deliver all the things?" Song Ling wiped the blood from his hands and whispered softly, as if he hadn't been the one to do what had just happened. The large man swallowed and nodded. "They've been delivered." "Yes." Song Ling fell silent after that. The large man suddenly remembered something, and recounted the events of the Wen and Su families in detail. Song Ling's expression finally registered after hearing that Su Li had written him a letter. "You did well." The large man was delighted to hear this. He knew the man before him was the prince's most trusted aide, and the eldest son's mentor. Even if there was no reward, hearing his words was worth it. He immediately kowtowed in thanks, and tactfully withdrew. Inside the tent, Shujio, upon hearing that Su Li had delivered food, became restless and wanted to see what delicious treats Su Li had brought. Song Ling didn't stop him, allowing him to pack his things. He returned to his tent to shower, change clothes, and then examine the things Su Li had brought. The first thing he opened was a letter from Su Li. As he had expected, it contained words of thanks and some New Year's greetings, nothing else. However, Song Ling read it several times, and his expression relaxed considerably. This change caught the attention of Prince Ji, who couldn't help but wonder, "I heard that Madame Su wrote you a letter." Song Ling agreed, and Prince Ji couldn't help but wondering who this Madame Su was that could have turned his strategist, usually the most ruthless, into this state. It was a shame he couldn't meet her for now, otherwise he'd definitely have to see who she was. By the way, are Madame Su's father and brother also in the camp? Prince Ji suddenly remembered this. Although he couldn't meet Madame Su, meeting her father and brother would probably be enough. Isn't it said that a girl resembles her father? Song Ling, upon hearing this, knew exactly what the other party was up to, but he still replied, yes. Prince Ji's eyes flashed, and soon after Song Ling left, he found an excuse to summon the Su family father and son to the tent. Besides him, several other generals who had heard about this came to join in the fun. It was bitterly cold on the frontier, and such interesting things didn't always happen. However, when everyone saw the Su father and son, they were completely stunned. These skinny, charcoal-skinned men were the young lady's father and brother. Prince Ji was also somewhat disappointed. If Miss Su's father and brother looked like this, then what about Miss Su? He didn't dare to dwell on it, as the thought of it made his eyes hurt, so he quickly sent the Su father and son away. Ahem, they still look quite energetic. Yes, that's right. The others chimed in, some of them jealous of Song Ling's lord's favor, but unable to find a solution, unable to resist a malicious smile. It wasn't long before rumors spread throughout the military camp that Song Ling was attracted to the dark-skinned young lady, prompting many generals in the north, with dark-skinned relatives, to offer their daughters/sisters to Song Ling. Only the Su family father and son were immersed in the joy of receiving gifts from their mother and sister, and being summoned by Prince Ji, unaware of what was happening outside. It's the mushroom sauce made by my fifth sister. Su Qingshan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, pulling the small clay pot from his bag. God knows what life he'd been through these past few years. Every time he ate, he regretted eating the mushroom sauce too quickly on the way home, leaving him with nothing to eat later. Now, he could finally enjoy it again. What is this? Su Qinghe pulled something wrapped in oil paper from his bag and opened it. He saw pieces of something reddish-brown, exuding an alluring meaty aroma. He couldn't help but pick up a piece and take a bite. It's meat. It smells so good. It's actually meat. He had forgotten when he eaten meat. Not since everyone in their garrison was drafted into the barracks a few years ago, and they were targeted by villains, had they not had meat since. It smelled so good. Su Qinghe ate while calling his father to join him. Chapter 136. This sister is still the best. Oh, she knows they're short of meat, so she filled her bag with mostly dried meat. Father Su, however, turned the letter over and over. Although he couldn't understand what was written, from what the person had just read, he knew it was from his wife, Chen. She mentioned that the family had opened a food shop and restaurant, had also bought a carriage, and had purchased a house in the county. She also mentioned the recent situation of Mrs. Wu, Old Man Su, and their family. She also mentioned that she was looking for a daughter, and asked for his advice, saying she would wait for him to return. As Father Su marveled at the changes at home, he seemed to see Chen right in front of him through the back of the paper, chattering away about trivial matters at home. His son chattered incessantly beside him. He couldn't help but feel his eyes welling up as he clutched the thin piece of paper, his backlit, his eyes moistening. How wonderful. As long as the family is doing well, that's all that matters. In fact, he had wanted to send a message home for years, but he never had enough money. Especially since he and his son were constantly targeted by their superiors, and they had nearly died on the battlefield several times. All their military pay had been used to buy medicine and food, so he had to put the message on hold. Fortunately, 6 months ago, young Master Song brought good news, which finally put his mind at ease. Thinking of this, Father Su said, "By the way, please pick some of this food and send it to young Master Song and his men." Young Master Song had taken good care of them over the past 6 months. It was precisely because of Xinjiang that the other side no longer dared to openly suppress them, allowing them and their son to distinguish themselves in the next battle. Therefore, Father Su was deeply grateful to Song Ling and his servant. Su Qingshan nodded without hesitation. "Don't worry, Dad. We give it to you as soon as we get it." "That's good." Father Su nodded, then took the food from the bundle and began to eat. A familiar flavor washed over him. It was Wu Yu's cooking. Only Wu Yu could make it this delicious. And there are clothes and shoes. They must have been made by Mother. Su Qingshan, standing nearby, held a piece of dried meat in his mouth as he unpacked several other bundles. The bundles opened, revealing fur clothing with stitching similar to the ones they had worn a few years ago. It was fitting, since their fur was almost gone, that they had something to change into. The three of them simultaneously grabbed the clothes from the bundles and put them on. In the cold wind, the clothes were incredibly comfortable and warm. But this happiness didn't last long. The curtain outside the tent was suddenly drawn aside, and in walked several dark-skinned men resembling Su's father. They were the soldiers from the same village who had come with him. Seeing them, Su's father quickly invited them to join him for a meal. A little embarrassed, they said, "No, Sergeant, we want to ask about our family's situation." A while ago, they heard that a letter was being sent back, so they approached Su's father to ask him to help them deliver it. Now that the messenger had returned, they had heard the news and arrived. "Come, eat something first." Su's father smiled as he handed them food, saying, "Everything is fine." Then he explained the contents of the letter one by one, and gave them the things their wives had brought. The men were relieved to hear that their wives now worked at the Su family's food store, having a place to stay and food to eat. They all thanked Su's father, but he said, "It's none of my business. If you want to thank someone, go back and thank my wife and my 5th daughter." One of the men said, "Of course. If we can get back, we definitely thank Madame Chen and Madame Su." "Yes." The tent suddenly became bustling with chatter. Aside from Li Shujin and his son, who had passed by, the two men had been feeling uneasy ever since they learned that the Su family had hooked up with Mr. Song, who was close to Prince Qi. Over the past few years, the two families' relationship, driven by mutual interests, had morphed from a life-and-death struggle to a life-and-death struggle. It was truly sad to think that the once good brothers were now fighting their own camps, even constantly hoping for each other's demise. Especially since the Li family had repeatedly made things difficult for the Su family over the years, how could the two men not be apprehensive, fearing that the Su family would seek revenge and take advantage of the opportunity to do something to them? However, Su's father and his two companions were completely unaware of all this. They were immersed in the joy of receiving the good news. The Su family shared the same fate. This year was also the most peaceful one for them. The entire Su residence was decorated with lights and colorful ornaments, and for the first time, a large red lantern was hung at the door. The entire residence was filled with a festive atmosphere, not only in anticipation of the return of Su's father and his 3 children after the Lunar New Year, but also in preparation for the wedding of the eldest sister and Wang Ergu. Eldest sister, mother, Sister Fang Chao has brought the wedding dress. On the 29th day of the Lunar New Year, Fang Chao arrived at the Su residence in the village mule cart, carrying the wedding dress. Su Tao, who had gone out for a stroll, welcomed her in. Chun, who was sweeping snow in the yard, put down her broom when she saw Fang Chao. "Come in. It's snowing outside." "Fa Chao, why are you here?" "I was afraid I wouldn't have time to do it after the Lunar New Year, so I brought the wedding dress early," Fang Chao said, handing the bundle to Su Hong. Su Hong's face flushed with shame, and she said with a hint of surprise, "So soon?" Su Tao joined in the fun. "Big sister, I want to see it." Chen said, "What are you looking at? Be careful not to damage the wedding dress." Su Tao pouted, "How could that be?" But she didn't stop what she was doing. Fang Chao, listening nearby, took the initiative to open the wedding dress. "Big sister, open it and take a look. If you don't like anything, I make some changes." Su Hong then unwrapped the bundle. As soon as she took the wedding dress out, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so beautiful." "Wow, so beautiful." Su Tao couldn't help but praise it, and Chen also praised, "Fang Chao's needlework is getting better and better now." Fang Chao was almost embarrassed by the praise. "How could it be that good?" Fang Chao whispered. Su Hong then took out the embroidered shoes and wedding handkerchief, each of which was exquisite. Su Li examined them for a long time, unable to help but sigh at the beauty of the embroidery. But Su Li felt a pang of sadness the next moment. Although her eldest sister wouldn't live too far away after her marriage, according to the customs of that era, a married woman became a member of another family. From then on, her eldest sister would have to live in someone else's home, and the sisters wouldn't be able to sleep together or chat about anything. Thinking of this, Su Li felt quite sad and reluctant, and she'd been feeling rather depressed lately. However, she was happy for her eldest sister, who had finally found her own happiness. Plus, second brother Wang was a really nice person, which made Su Li feel a little better. Su Li wasn't the only one feeling sad looking at the wedding dress. Chen couldn't help but wipe away her tears. She hadn't felt anything when the Wang family came to discuss the wedding date, but now, looking at the wedding dress, she realized that her daughter would indeed be getting married soon. This feeling came so suddenly that even she hadn't anticipated it. Su Tao, who was standing nearby, saw the scene. "Mom, why are you crying?" "Yes, Mom. It's okay, Mom's happy." Chen wiped her tears and smiled. Su Tao sighed, thinking, "Dad and my second and third brothers are coming back. Mom's happy, and so am I. You have to embroider a few stitches on this wedding dress too." Chen suddenly remembered that in those days, unmarried women usually embroidered their own wedding dresses. If they hired someone to help, the bride would also have to embroider a few stitches as a token of good luck. "Okay." Su Hong nodded, understanding. With that, the wedding dress was now ready. Next came the preparations for the wedding. This was the more tedious step, as there was so much to prepare. It wasn't a hassle, but it did require gradual purchase, from small things like a sewing box to large things like a wedding bed and a camphor wood box. There was quite a bit to prepare. Fortunately, we agreed with the Wang family that the wedding would take place after the Su family's father and son returned, so there was still time and no rush. It was just hard on Wang Ergu, who had thought he'd be able to bring his wife home by Chinese New Year, but it turned out to be a long time coming. Thankfully, the two families now lived nearby. The Wang family had used their savings over the years to buy a house nearby, so they could see each other whenever they wanted, without having to suffer the pain of missing each other. They even celebrated Chinese New Year together, and that year, the tables were once again overflowing with food, and the two families celebrated with great joy. It was snowing heavily outside, but warm as spring inside. Auspicious snow truly portends a good harvest. Yes, it snowed really hard this year. After the Lunar New Year, it was time to visit relatives. Old Man Su, an old lady who had been experiencing leg pain every Lunar New Year for the past 2 years. The doctor couldn't help, saying it was a chronic ailment that could only be managed. So, they decided not to return to the village this year, and had the Chen family and their companions go back to pay their respects. "Thank you for your hard work," Mrs. Wu said to Chen. "It's nothing. Now the family has a carriage with a hand warmer, tea, and pastries, so they can eat whenever they're hungry. Life is much better than before, when they had to walk back to my parents' home on snowy days." "Have you brought everything?" Old Man Su asked worriedly, leaning on his cane as he emerged. I have, Dad. Don't worry. Okay, I bring everything. If it snows heavily, you can stay at my parents' home for a few days. Don't worry, the roads are difficult. Mrs. Wu gave her instructions one by one. Chen agreed to all of them. Su Li then told Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su where the mutton was buried, telling them not to be reluctant to eat it, and to remember to eat the vegetables from the greenhouse. Both agreed, and Chen and Su Li finally left with peace of mind. Those returning today included Chen, Su Hong, Su Tao, Su Li, Lian Gu, and Su Sun. The carriage was a bit crowded, but thankfully, it was winter, so it wasn't too hot. Lian Gu sat next to Su Li, and immediately found another spot to continue sleeping beside her. For a girl her age, she's a sleep-deprived person, and even being woken up in the morning was a struggle. Su Sun was the same. After getting on the carriage, he found a corner and slept. At first, he had been reluctant to go back, but Chen's mother, Mrs. Yu, and Old Man Chen hadn't seen him in years, and this year they wanted to bring him to meet the elders, so they brought him along. Not to mention, he listened to no one but Su Li, and seemed quite afraid of her, which left Su Li speechless. She acted like she was some kind of shrew, even though she hadn't done anything to him. Every time he saw Su Li, he acted like he'd seen a ghost, avoiding her wherever he went. But that wasn't a bad thing. Su Li didn't mind being a bad aunt. For example, this morning, it was Su Li who called him, and he quickly got up. Su Hong and Su Tao had called him before, but they couldn't get him to wake up. Besides Su Li, he was also quite afraid of Wang Ergu. Whenever he saw him, he would hide. It was quite strange. Anyway, as he was thinking this, the carriage soon arrived at the village entrance. However, as the few people disembarked, someone at the entrance started shouting, "The Su family is back." Then a large group of people came running out. Everyone was urging Su Li and Chen to come sit at their homes. Come on, come sit at my house for a while. Come at my house. Chapter 137. In short, everyone in the village, who saw Chen's mother and daughter enthusiastically invited them to their home. However, Chen had other things to do today, so she smiled and declined all of them. She took Su Li home first, preparing to clean up the house, so she could stay there when her husband and son returned. What surprised her was that the house was already spotless without much cleaning. It was undoubtedly Zhenlao's family who had helped. Before leaving, Chen had given the key to Lu, asking her to help keep an eye on it. Secretly making a mental note of this, intending to thank them later, Chen took Su Li, Su Hong, and the others to give gifts to those close to her mother-in-law, Mrs. Wu, and Old Man Su. There weren't many families, all of whom she had long-standing ties with. Su Li and Su Tao each presented a red envelope. There was nothing she could do. They were so welcoming, and despite repeated refusals, they kept giving. Besides the red envelope, Su Li and Su Tao were also stuffed with sunflower seeds and peanuts. They were truly overwhelmed. After visiting relatives, Chen took Su Li and the others to the home of a familiar family in the village to sit and chat for a while. While Chen was enjoying the conversation, Su Li, Su Tao, and the others took Lian Gu and Hei Hu to the nearby hillside to play. Actually, there wasn't much to do in the middle of winter, as the hillside was covered in snow. However, there was a persimmon tree with a few persimmons still covered in ice and snow. The sharp-eyed Su Tao spotted them and suggested picking some for them. Su Li, wanting to see if there were any winter bamboo shoots on the hillside, agreed to the suggestion. Chen listened but didn't try to stop her. It's snowing. Be careful. The roads are slippery, don't fall. Okay. When Mrs. Lu learned that Su Li wanted to go looking for winter bamboo shoots, she specially brought her a small backpack for picking pig grass and a small weeding hoe. She also asked Xing Daolong and Xing Erlang to come along to help, and told them to keep an eye on Su Li and the others so they wouldn't fall. Don't worry, mother. If we fall, we won't let the young master fall, Xing Erlang said with a smile. He and his eldest brother now work as waiters in the restaurant. Since Su Li manages most of the restaurant, they both call her Little Master. Mrs. Lu rolled her eyes at her youngest son, her meaning clear. You're just being naive. I'm glad you know. He was about to get married, yet he acted like a child, his words and actions so childish that Mrs. Lu was completely helpless. Thinking this, she started chatting with Mrs. Chen. Chen knew Xing Erlang was engaged, but she didn't know whose daughter it was. So she asked, whose daughter? Not from our village, but from the Wang family in Dewang village. She's 2 years younger than my son. They seem like honest people, but their son and daughter are both very clever. Lu hadn't said anything else. That family was good-looking. She liked good-looking people. That's great, Chen said sincerely, feeling a little envious. Lu and her good friend Mo's children were both settled, but her 2 daughters were still nowhere to be found. How could she not worry? She had originally thought that Lu's 2 sons were quite good, honest and dutiful, and most importantly practical. It was a pity that the 4th and 5th daughters didn't like them, saying they knew each other too well. Chen didn't understand. What's wrong with being familiar? Isn't it good to know each other well? They grew up in the same village, and they knew each other's age. That's what's good. Why wouldn't they like them? It can only be said that children are a debt to their parents, destined from birth to a lifetime of worry. Even further away, amidst the vast expanse of white wilderness, Su Li and her group were walking along a small path. Zheng Lao walked in front, and those behind them followed in his footsteps. From a distance, it looked like they were alone, but they didn't realize there was a long line of people following them. The small hill wasn't far away, and they reached it in about a quarter of an hour. Su Tao wanted to pick persimmons, and Su Li wanted to find winter bamboo shoots, so they split into 2 groups. Those who wanted to pick persimmons did so, and those who wanted to dig winter bamboo shoots did so. In the end, Su Tao, Lian Gu, and Zhang Lang, while Su Sun stayed behind to pick persimmons, left Su Li, Su Hong, and Zhang Lang to look for winter bamboo shoots. At this time of year, the winter bamboo shoots were hidden in the snow, so patience was required. Arriving at a bamboo forest, they each bent down, using sticks or sickles to clear away the snow and withered grass, and began searching. At first, no one found it for a long time, so Su Li thought it was gone. Then, suddenly, Zhang Erlang exclaimed, "I found it!" Su Li rushed over, and saw that Zhang Erlang had indeed found a winter bamboo shoot. If someone had found it, it would be easy, at least it proved it existed. Su Li instantly felt hopeful, and continued to search further. Sure enough, she and her eldest sister, Su Hong, both found it. When they finally finished searching, they had found 12 in total. They looked at the bamboo shoots in their baskets, their eyes filled with joy at the harvest. Winter bamboo shoots were expensive in the county during the winter, and they hadn't expected to find one today. Su Tao had also picked some persimmons, but unfortunately, only one side was good, the other had been damaged by birds. It was truly disappointing, but this was quite normal. If they had been good, the children in the village would have eaten them long ago, and they wouldn't have survived until now. Fortunately, the winter bamboo shoots harvest was quite good, and everyone's mood improved. It was already noon. They had lunch at Zheng's house today, and Zheng Lauer had just come out to call for dinner, so the group returned along the same route. Coincidentally, on the way back, Su Li and the others ran into the Huang family, who were going somewhere unknown. They were none other than Huang Lauer, Aunt Mo's ex-husband and his current wife. It was quite sad to say that this man had cheated on his wife with a widow in order to have a son, but in the end, the widow gave birth to a daughter. It's said that Huang Lauer was almost devastated when he learned the news. He refused to visit his wife after giving birth or his newborn child, and just squatted by the gate. The midwife called him for a long time before he remembered that he hadn't paid for the delivery. He had originally agreed to pay 5 cents, but because the baby was a daughter, he only agreed to pay 2 cents. This made the midwife so angry that she said she would never come to his house to deliver a baby again. This incident caused quite a stir in the village. The next day, Mrs. Lu came to the restaurant and recounted it in vivid detail, much to the relief of everyone. More importantly, everyone said that Huang Lao hadn't accumulated good karma in his previous life, which was why he had no sons in this one. From Mo Zhong's perspective, this also helped to alleviate the gossip that had surrounded Mrs. Mo for years. After all those years had been spent accusing her of being a jinx, threatening to wipe out the Huang family, and being a hen that only produced money-losing produce. Now, finally, Huang Lao had experienced what Mrs. Mo had felt back then. Don't say it, Huang Lao really felt it. Not only did he feel hurt by gossip, but he also felt endless regret. Ever since Mrs. Mo left, his family members have been sneering and looking down on him. Except for his mother, even his sister-in-law and brother's wife looked down on him. You know, they were the ones he hated the most in the past. Huang Lao couldn't understand when they had such a good relationship. In short, ever since Mrs. Mo passed away, no one in the family had treated him kindly, not even his nephews and nieces. His father even threatened to disown him as his son if he dared marry the widow. But by then, Huang Lao had become obsessed. Following the widow's and the fortune-teller's words, he was convinced she was pregnant with a son. He was willing to break up with his family to marry her. In the end, the widow was married the day before, but the next morning, Huang Lao had the village chief come over to divide the family. Juan Lauer felt deeply wronged. Did he just want a son? Did his parents really care? Hadn't they told him every day that a son was the best thing? Now that he had a son, why did everyone treat him like this? Juan Lauer didn't understand. He felt the whole world bullied and looked down on him because he didn't have a son. If he had a son, this wouldn't be the case. He pinned all his hopes on the widow's unborn child. But his hopes, everything, were shattered the day the widow gave birth to a daughter. The midwife's smiling congratulations became a nightmare that haunted him in the middle of the night, suffocating him and making it difficult to breathe. His dreams were completely shattered. Since that day, he had gradually begun to regret. If he had known that after all his efforts, he would still have a daughter, he would not have divorced Mrs. Mo. His parents would not have been disappointed in him, and he would not have ended up in this situation. Especially when he learned that Mrs. Mo had bought a house in the county town and was living a better life, he felt even more foolish. Why would he do such a foolish thing? Why would he leave a good, respectable wife and marry a widow who had been with so many men? He had fully realized his mistake and completely regretted it, but it was too late. No one would wait for him. Time was slipping away, dooming the two of them to be separated and unable to travel together. Zhang family, you actually found it. Lu was quite surprised to see the bamboo shoots in the basket on her son's back. They were enough for a stir-fry. Chen also saw it and asked, "Where did you find it?" Su Li explained the location, and then it was time to prepare them. This step was not Su Li's or the others' responsibility. Since they were guests today, the host naturally cooked. Fortunately, many fried foods had been prepared years ago and didn't require much preparation. Just boil water and cook them. For example, meatballs, crispy pork, etc., topped with a handful of fresh, emerald green peas. The taste was more delicious than anything else. The room was steaming hot as everyone chatted and ate lively, smoke filling the air. Madame Mo's figure moved about, occasionally accompanied by cries of "Be careful, it's hot, eat this, and this is delicious." The adults outside pretended to scold the children from the neighborhood who came to eat. "Eat more, you're welcome. When Brother Su comes back, make sure he has a few drinks. When you're done, go away." Ha ha ha. This lunch was unusually long, yet incredibly satisfying. After lunch, the afternoon plan was to visit the Chen family, bid farewell to Madame Mo, and the Chen family and their companions departed in their carriages. The Chen family was quite far away, so they had to leave early. Otherwise, if it snowed along the way, the snowy roads would be extremely unsafe. Thankfully, the weather was good today, there was no snow all afternoon, and the roads weren't too slippery. They arrived around dusk. When they arrived, Old Man Chen was already waiting at the village entrance, calling them to come up quickly to meet him. "Your eldest brother, third sister, fourth sister, and the others are all here, waiting for you." Chapter 138. "Brother and the others are back too?" Chen asked casually, helping her father, Old Man Chen, carry things. It was New Year's Eve, so her brother's pork shop would surely be quite busy. "They're back. Your sister-in-law and the others are back too," Old Man Chen replied, though this was more of a reminder. Chen said "oh," indicating she understood, but she was thinking that if Xiao didn't mess with her, she wouldn't mess with her either. But Chen was clearly overthinking it. Xiao wasn't as snarky as before, but rather very welcoming. As soon as Chen and Su Li arrived, Xiao came to greet them, even more affectionate than her sisters, Chen Sanyang and Chen Xinyang. Chen Sanyang, Chen Xinyang, and Chen Shi exchanged glances, winking. "Third aunt, fourth aunt, third aunt." Su Li and the others came forward and greeted them politely. Ma Dalong, Ma Erlang, and Chen Xinyang's daughters also came forward to greet them. Only Zhao's two daughters sat under the eaves, chatting to themselves with their children, as if they hadn't seen anyone. But this was a common occurrence. Chen and the others ignored it, which infuriated the two women. They deliberately shouted about what their husbands had bought them, and how wonderful their in-laws were, leaving everyone passing by confused. Su Tao even approached Su Li and Su Hong and whispered, "Didn't mother say that the family my second cousin married into was bad and even hit her? Why is she so happy?" Su Li sometimes envied her fourth sister. She could never understand the hidden meaning behind other people's words, which always made others feel like they were flirting with a blind man. It was quite amusing. Su Li deliberately said, "I don't know, but big sister definitely knows." Su Hong, the honest type, shook her head upon hearing this. Su Sun, who had been secretly eavesdropping on the conversation nearby, rolled his eyes at Su Tao, "Idiot." Then he turned and left. Su Tao understood the word idiot and instantly flew into a rage. She had long disliked this brat. Ever since he came back, He acted like the whole family owed him something. She was absolutely disgusted. If it weren't for his young age, she would have wanted to beat him up. It was clearly her who had refused to come back with Big Sister, yet he made it seem like Big Sister was wronging him. Now he dared to call her an idiot. She was furious. Su Li instantly flew into a rage, not caring how young he was. She stood up and was about to hit Su Sun. Su Sun hadn't expected this. No matter how he pretended, he was only 8 years old. He panicked instantly. His mind flashed back to his father, Li Daoang, beating him. He froze in his tracks, completely frozen. Even when Su Tao threw a snowball at his head, he didn't react, as if he'd lost his soul. Even the hard-headed Su Tao could tell something was amiss. Su Hong, his own mother, immediately rushed forward and hugged Su Sun. Debao, what's wrong with you? However, no matter how Su Hong called out, Su Sun remained unresponsive, his eyes blank and confused. Su Hong's worry reached its peak, and Su Tao, watching this, was also stunned. She hadn't meant to hurt him. She hadn't even held the snow tightly, she was just joking, trying to scare him. Soon, the incident reached Chen and Mrs. Yu, who quickly ordered Su Hong to carry the man into the house, and had Ma Laosi harness the mule to fetch a doctor. Someone suddenly said, "Harness the horses." "Hurry!" Ma Laosi then went to harness the horses again. For a moment, the whole courtyard was filled with tension. "Auntie, what happened to him?" Lian Gu looked at Su Li anxiously. Although she disliked her younger brother, he was her own brother after all, and she didn't want anything to happen to him. Su Li didn't know what was wrong, but she vaguely guessed it was related to Li Daoang. "It's okay. If you're worried, let's go in and take a look." Su Li touched Lian Gu's head. Lian Gu nodded and, as Su Li had said, went in. At this moment, Su Hong was holding Su Sun, calling him by his name. Lian Gu stepped forward and joined in, calling him brother, but Su Sun remained unresponsive, as if he were lost. Su Tao, who had caused all this, kept blaming herself. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have scared him." Chen and Yu Pozi took embroidery needles, pricked their fingers, and smeared the blood on the boy's forehead. "He must have bumped into something he shouldn't have." It's okay. "Yes, it's okay, Deya, don't panic." Everyone offered comfort, and Zhao also mentioned a family she knew had similar experiences. It'd be fine after applying chicken blood. However, Su Hong remained uneasy after hearing these words. She hugged Su Sun, calling out, Debao. Seeing this, Su Li stepped forward and shared her suspicions with her eldest sister, Su Hong. Su Hong burst into tears and hugged Su Sun tightly, saying, "Debao, don't be afraid. Mom is here, don't be afraid." Lian Gu also held Su Sun's hand, saying, "Don't be afraid. I protect you from now on." Sure enough, Su Sun reacted to these words. He opened his mouth, then burst into tears, hugging Su Hong. Thinking back to those past few years, he was truly terrified, so terrified. "Why didn't you come get me, Wu?" he cried out in grievance. Wasn't he her child? Why didn't she come to save him, to take him away? Why didn't anyone come to save him? No one. The only one who cared about him was his grandmother. So, when he heard her say that everything was his mother's fault, he gradually came to believe it, forgetting that it was he who had refused to leave his mother. Su Hong listened, and could only apologize over and over again, saying she hadn't known it would happen. Slowly, Su Sun calmed down. Seeing that he had returned to normal, the crowd slowly withdrew. Thank goodness, everything's fine. That's right. Su Li was also thankful. If Su Sun had truly had something, her eldest sister would have been devastated. But at the same time, Su Li felt a sense of loss. This was the first time she had truly experienced true parental love. It turned out that in the eyes of loving parents, no matter what mistakes a child made, they could be forgiven and tolerated. Of course, she didn't think her eldest sister was right. After all, spoiling a child wasn't good. So Su Li planned to have a serious talk with her later. She had to make her understand that children must be instilled with correct values from a young age, otherwise they would harm themselves and others when they grew up. Especially now, while Su Sun was still relatively young, he needed a proper education. It seemed his behavior was probably due to the Li family. There was still time to correct his behavior. "Mother, I really know I was wrong." At this moment, a voice of grievance nearby caught Su Li's attention. It was Chen, scolding Su Tao in the corridor. "Alright, child, it's enough that you know you were wrong," Chen Sanyang advised. Chen Xingyang followed suit, saying, "Yes, it's good that you're okay. Go sit down and have some fun. Don't listen to your mother." Su Tao then lowered her head and sat down to the side. Fortunately, Su Hong soon returned with Su Sun, looking much the same as before. Su Tao finally returned to her normal self, and the Chen family compound returned to its former bustle. It was just that Ma Laosi had to work hard. After fetching the doctor, he had to send him back the same way. It was already late in the evening. Thankfully, Su Li was cooking today, and Ma Laosi felt a little relieved. Speaking of which, Zhao and the others had never properly tasted Su Li's cooking. Back when they were selling food at a stall, she looked down on the Su family, thinking their food was dirty and refusing to eat. Later, when they opened a food stall, her relationship with the Su family plummeted. Forget going to the food stall to support the business. Just the thought of the Su family opening a food stall made her feel incredibly uncomfortable. Later, when the Su family opened a restaurant, her relationship with her husband, Chen Taizhu, improved somewhat. She wanted to eat, but couldn't. Even trying to curry favor with them required queuing, let alone eating. This stir-fried pork with garlic sprouts is delicious. Wu Ya, your cooking skills are truly improving. Ma Laosi praised, picking up the piece of meat with its fatty and lean texture and garlic sprouts with a chopstick and bringing it to his mouth. It was so fragrant, the aroma of the garlic sprouts blended with the meat. It was incredibly delicious. Ma Laosi had eaten this dish before, but every time he ate it when Su Li cooked it, he was filled with deep emotion. It was just too good. This mutton soup is delicious too, agreed Sun Lao San. He already had several bowls. The mutton soup was warm, delicious, and warming. After a few bowls, he felt completely warmed up. A big mouthful of mutton was enough to make the trip worthwhile. Delicious, delicious. Ma Daong and Ma Erlang next to him followed suit. Suddenly, everyone started praising the food as they ate, no matter what dish they were eating. This made Zhao's two daughters, who had just entered the house to feed their babies, extremely disdainful. It's just the Su family that made money, right? So what's the point of praising them? And their mother was the same way. With both families acting this way, what good could they gain from praising their family? Was it really necessary? In their opinion, it was completely unnecessary. However, what the two of them didn't expect was that the mutton soup stunned them the moment they took a sip. It was mutton soup? How could it be so delicious? Then they moved on to the other dishes, each one surprising them with a new one. How could it be so delicious? So, what they had just said was true, not an exaggeration? Their faces fell for a moment, but ultimately, the food triumphed over everything else. In the end, they each finished 2 large bowls of rice, burping profusely as they touched their stomachs. It wasn't just them, everyone else was like this. Almost everyone was overwhelmed and languid. After dinner, everyone cleaned up and sat in the room, warming themselves by the fire. They chatted, their conversation focused on family matters. Chen Sanyang, upon hearing that Su's father and his son had received promotions in the military camp, and that Su's father and his son had returned home at the start of the year, expressed their joy. "Why are you telling me now? You're quite good at hiding things," Chen Sanyang said, looking at Chen. "We just found out a while ago, and I told you as soon as I knew, didn't I?" Chen replied with a smile. "Chen Xinyang, that's great. Now the family can be reunited." "Chen Sanyang, no wonder you said Daya's wedding was postponed. So that's why." "Yes, let's wait until her father returns and have the wedding. It'd be more lively." "You all have to come then," Chen said to the others. Sun Lao San, upon hearing this, hurriedly said, "Of course. Look at what you're saying, little sister. We're so close, how could we not come?" Zhao agreed, "That's right, that's right. Tell De Lang and the others to carry Daya's dowry." "Okay, I make a note of that." Chen responded to all of the questions, and the room suddenly rang with cheerful laughter. Chapter 139. That night, everyone chatted late into the night before returning to their rooms. It was then that old man Chen and old lady Yu discovered that their youngest daughter, Chen, had gifted each of them a silk jacket and silk boots. The fur was even inside, if you touched them carefully. Additionally, there were all sorts of the county's famous pastries, fruits, and meats, some of which they had never seen before. They felt a surge of emotion, but more than anything, they were happy for their daughter. The next day, the two wore the clothes Chen had made. Zhao saw them early in the morning and knew instantly that Chen had made them. However, her feelings were no longer filled with envy and jealousy, but only with endless regret. Who could have imagined the Su family would reach this point? If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have done what she had done. Perhaps the family business would have even flourished. She truly regretted it. "These clothes are really beautiful, and the colors are so festive," Zhao praised as she stoked the fire. "I bet it costs quite a bit of money." At this moment, Chen Sanyang and Chen Xinyang, who had just woken up from their nap in the inner room, emerged. Seeing them, Xiao loudly praised the fine material of the dress, noting its high price. Third sister, fourth sister, come and look. I bought this dress for my parents. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Zhao said deliberately. Chen Sanyang's face sank slightly, and she was about to say something, but Chen Xinyang stopped her. It's indeed quite nice, isn't it, third sister? Chen Sanyang could only force a smile. It's quite beautiful. The old couple were indeed delighted to hear this. After all, who doesn't want to hear nice things? Only Chen Sanyang remained unhappy, her expression somewhat grim. However, her displeasure wasn't because her younger sister had bought the dress, but rather because Zhao had so blatantly sowed discord between them. It was truly despicable. Chen Shi woke up and heard Chen Sanyang mimicking Zhao Shi's words in front of her. You don't know, the way she spoke, it was as if she had bought the dress herself. Chen Sanyang's mimicry was so muffled that both Chen Shi and Chen Xinyang couldn't help but laugh. Chen Xinyang replied, never mind her. If she wants to talk, she can say it. It has nothing to do with us. After laughing, Chen couldn't help but explain why she had bought this silk dress for her younger sister-in-law this year. She had wanted to mention it yesterday, but hadn't found the opportunity. Then, with the incident with her grandson Su Sun, she had forgotten. Now was a good time to explain. Otherwise her two sisters and brother-in-law would misunderstand that she was deliberately trying to outdo them. Isn't Dai getting married soon? I made these especially for my parents to wear on that day. However, Chen Sanyang didn't seem to care at all. Alright, forget all that nonsense. It's nothing. You have money now, so you should make a few more. It saved money for me and your fourth sister, right, fourth sister? Chen Xinyang also said, isn't it? If that's the case, your fourth brother-in-law will definitely come to thank you when he finds out, ha ha. Thinking of Sun Lao San's stinginess, Chen and Chen Sanyang couldn't help but laugh. It was actually possible. For a moment, the three sisters were laughing so hard in the room, leaving Sun Lao San and Ma Lao Si outside confused. What's wrong with them? Why are they laughing so happily? Ma Lao Si was enjoying his meal when he heard this, feeling somewhat bewildered. Although they had been brothers-in-law for years, their relationship wasn't exactly good. He considered Sun Lao San a smooth talker, a flatterer, and a snob. Sun Lao San probably didn't have a good impression of him either. Why did he suddenly think of talking to him? Ma Lao Si replied without a second thought, how should I know? Why don't you go ask? Forget it. Sun Lao San didn't want to risk bad luck. At this moment, Ma Lao Si suddenly remembered something. He looked at Sun Lao San and couldn't help but ask the question he'd been curious about for the past few days. Why did he come back this year? You know, Sun Lao San never accompanied his younger sister-in-law back to her parents' home. He only remembered him returning with her the first year they got married, and the year they gave birth. He usually let his younger sister-in-law come on her own, so why did he come back this year too? And he brought his precious son and daughter with him. Sun Lao San touched his nose and replied, Brother Ma Si, you make it sound like I can't come back. It's been ages since I last visited my parents-in-law, so I came to see them, just to see them. Ma Lao Si groaned inwardly, but remained silent. This left Sun Lao San feeling strangely guilty, but he quickly straightened his chest. He had nothing to worry about. He simply wanted to build a good relationship with Xiao Mei so that she would buy rice from him for the restaurant in the future. There was nothing shameful about this. Don't think he didn't know. He, Ma Lao Si, still worked at Xiao Mei's restaurant. We were all the same, so no one should laugh at anyone else. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Su Li and her sister were chatting with a few of her cousins, but they were all about clothes and jewelry, which she had no interest in. Only Su Tao was interested, constantly showing off her jade bracelets and gold hairpins. I bought these hairpins with money I earned myself. You're lying. Where did you earn that money? Of course, I earned it at the restaurant. You don't know, cousin, but I'm the one who handles the bills for both the shop and the restaurant now. If you say it is, it's true. If you don't believe me, ask my fifth sister. Right, fifth sister? Su Tao said to Su Li, who had deliberately sat away and pretended to be deaf and dumb. Su Li, hearing this, gritted her teeth and said, that's exactly right. Listen, my fifth sister said it was. Everyone knew that the Su family's food business was built on this fifth sister, so they only believed her after hearing her affirmation. However, even though they believed her, they felt even more bitter. Then, the others stopped chatting with Su Tao and began pestering Su Li to ask if the restaurant was still short of staff. This left Su Li feeling overwhelmed, but it wasn't over yet. For the next few days, she experienced the same thing almost every day. Only on the day of her departure, Finally, I can leave, Su Li whispered, climbing into the carriage and sighing with relief. Finally, she wasn't bothered anymore. Honestly, she was a bit overwhelmed. While Su Li was eager to leave, the three Chen sisters were reluctant to leave. After all, since they each gotten married, it had been rare for them to get together like this, and it was so brief. Okay, don't be sad. It's not like we'd be separated forever. Won't we see each other again after Dai gets married? Chen Sanyang comforted Chen Xinyang. Chen Xinyang nodded, then remembering what had happened, and wiped her tears with a handkerchief. I know, it's just sand in my eye. For once, Chen Sanyang didn't expose Chen Xinyang's lie, urging her, hurry up. It'd be hard to walk after dark. Chen Xinyang nodded, and reluctantly boarded the mule cart with her children. Next was Chen Shi. Chen Sanyang, still urging her and Su Li to return quickly, said Chen Shi, okay, then we go. Go slowly and be careful. Okay. Goodbye, third aunt. Goodbye, third aunt. Chen Sanyang, who had just told her sister Chen Xinyang not to be sad, couldn't help but tear her eyes apart as she watched the vanishing wheels and the empty fenced yard. As if the excitement of the previous few days was just an illusion, dawn broke and everyone dispersed. Then, for some reason, Chen Sanyang suddenly remembered an incident from her childhood. Back then, she often took her two younger sisters to see the brides getting married in the village. Every time, they would see the brides and their mothers crying non-stop. Her fourth and fifth younger sisters would curiously ask her, "Third sister, what does getting married mean? Why are they crying?" But she was only a teenager at the time, so how could she know? After thinking it over, she could only reply, "Getting married means marrying into another family, and you never see them again. Then I don't want to get married. I don't want to be separated from you, and I don't want my mother to cry." Alright, then all three of us won't get married. Okay. For some reason, she suddenly remembered those words today, as if she had never forgotten them, and as if they had just happened yesterday. And just then, her husband and son came to call her home. Chen Xinyang took one last look at the courtyard and turned away. Okay, I'd be right there. You know what? I'm a little reluctant to leave after staying here for a few days. Mrs. Chen sighed, as she lowered the carriage curtain. Su Tao replied nonchalantly, just come back next time. But as soon as she finished her words, she met Su Li's resentful gaze. Su Tao shrank back for a moment, a hint of guilt in her eyes. After all, it was she who had caused Su Li to be entangled. Ahem. Su Tao coughed twice and looked away. At this moment, Su Hong said, I wonder how Grandpa and Grandma are doing at home. Lian Gu followed up with, and He Hu and Yuan Bao. She missed He Hu and Yuan Bao so much these past few days. Su Sun, standing nearby, pricked up his ears when he heard He Hu. He really liked He Hu too. He never seen such a majestic black dog before. He looked so imposing and domineering, and he was such a glutton, eating a whole bowl of rice in one sitting. He loved him at first sight. Unfortunately, for some reason, He Hu didn't like him. Every time he tried to get close to him, he would bark at him, which made Su Sun both afraid and fond of him. Yet, even though he was such a fierce dog, he was so gentle with his sister, treating her differently. Whether he rode on him or scratched his ears, he didn't react, which made Su Sun extremely envious. As for the mule, Su Sun wasn't particularly fond of it, because he had a terrible bark. Yes, and He Hu and Yuan Bao too. Su Hong echoed. She didn't think her daughter was wrong, but instead gently affirmed her. Seeing this, Chen replied, we see them when we get back. Grandpa and Grandma might already be waiting for us at home. Remarkably, Chen's prediction was spot on. Old Man Su and Aunt Wu, anticipating their return, had already started stewing soup early in the morning. They even heated up the room they were sleeping in, just in time for their return. Grandpa, Grandma, we're back. Grandpa. Mom and Dad. You're back, it's good to be home. Aunt Wu emerged from the room, leaning on her crutches. Mom, what's wrong with your leg? Does it still hurt? As Chen dismounted the carriage, she noticed Aunt Wu's leg. It looked even worse than when she walked. It's okay, it's okay. I just fell while fetching water. I wasn't hurt. After saying this, she let go of her crutches and, enduring the pain, walked a little. This made Chen even more worried, and she hurried over to support her. Chapter 140. We need to see a doctor, Chen said concernedly. Mrs. Wu didn't push Chen's hand away. We did. The doctor said it's fine. Mrs. Chen looked at Old Man Su beside her. Only after hearing him say, that's exactly what he said, did she feel relieved. The two elderly people were getting older, and their health was declining. Sometimes, Out of fear of spending money, they kept saying they were fine. Since she couldn't always be at home to watch over them, there were bound to be times when she couldn't take care of them. Suli also thought of this. After dinner that evening, she approached Chen. "Mom, let's hire a few people." Mrs. Chen was a little confused. Who? She had thought Suli was talking about the restaurant, but didn't the restaurant have enough staff? After Suli explained, Chen finally understood that they weren't looking for waiters, but rather 1 or 2 housekeepers and maids to help with the housework. Chen hesitated, not because she was stingy with the money, but because, in her mindset, maids and servants were only available to wealthy families, like the Chow and Wang families, where officials lived. Was it really necessary for them? But then she thought again. This family did need help with chores, like sweeping the floor and cooking. Furthermore, her in-laws were elderly, and needed someone to look after them. Well, okay, Chen said. But where can we find someone like that? Where? The pawnbroker, of course. After getting Chen's approval, Suli went to the pawnbroker early the next morning, again using the same pawnbroker she knew. After hearing Suli's advice, the pawnbroker said, "It's not cost-effective to hire too many people. Madam Su, why don't you just listen to me and buy a few? The price won't be much higher, and you still have the indenture." The broker said this out of Suli's consideration. Hiring a slave for 3 to 5 years, if they absconded with the money at the last minute, reporting them to the authorities would be pointless. But buying a domestic slave was a different matter. If they dared to flee, they would be guilty of a serious crime. Suli knew this. She had actually inquired about it before, but as someone with a modern education, she always felt that human trafficking was illegal, and she couldn't get over it, so she decided to just hire someone. "How about this? We just had a new batch arrive here. Madam Su, why don't you go and take a look?" Seeing Suli's reluctance, the broker added, "Actually, buying people is also a good deed. Madam Su, you don't know that most of those refugees are poor people who can't even afford to eat." Only after hearing this did Suli agree to go along and take a look. "In the backyard of the pawn shop, Madam Su, take a look at these. How are they? If they don't work, I give you some more." The pawnbroker brought out about 10 people, men, women, young and old, the youngest no more than 2 or 3 years old. But most of them shared one thing in common. They were incredibly thin, with a gloomy look in their eyes. He wasn't very happy to see Suli. He looked dull and helpless, like the refugees Suli had seen in videos. These are refugees. The snowstorm in the north this year destroyed a lot of farmland and crops. The pawnbroker sighed as he introduced them. The world is much the same in the north and south. It's either natural or man-made. Countless people have lost their homes and loved ones, and have been forced to sell their bodies to bury their parents, selling their children just to get food. The pawnbroker himself had children, and he couldn't help but feel a little pity. But his own abilities were limited. How could he care for others if he couldn't even take care of himself? So, he slowly forced himself to be more hard-hearted. Is the snowstorm in the north very severe? Suli couldn't help but feel a little worried when she heard this. Her father and brother were both in the north, and would be returning home soon, so she didn't know if anything had happened. "It's quite serious. I heard the official roads are blocked." This was all what the broker had heard. Suli's heart suddenly felt heavy upon hearing this, but she didn't show it, thinking only of asking around when she got back. The broker then asked, "Does Madame Su have any interest in any of these people?" Suli then looked over. She had actually been thinking of hiring about 4 or 5 people, primarily to clean the yard, serve tea and water when guests came, cook, and take care of her grandparents. She looked at the people before her. Although she felt very sympathetic, she still asked about their jobs and their ages. Most of them were originally farmers, only able to cultivate the land. However, there were 2 brothers who worked as servants in a wealthy family. They were young, around 17 or 18 years old. Suli was attracted to them immediately because of their handsome appearance and the fact that they had willingly sold themselves for the sake of their parents and sisters. This alone made Suli determined to take them. "Madam Su, you have good taste. These 2 brothers are named An and Au. If you want 10 taels of silver, you can buy them." 10 taels of silver was certainly not expensive for Suli at that time, but after some bargaining, she finally bought them for 9 taels. Suli then looked again, but still couldn't find anyone suitable, so she gave up. The broker took the money, handed Suli the indentures, and said to the 2, "You will follow Madame Su from now on." The 2 brothers then learned that the man who had bought them was surnamed Su. They also learned that the young woman before them, Suli, was actually the owner of a restaurant, and would also be their future owner. "Boss, would you allow us 2 brothers to deliver the money to our parents?" Suli, of course, accepted the offer, and even personally drove the mule cart to their destination. A dilapidated city god temple. "You're going to live here?" Suli looked at the dilapidated, leaky city god temple and asked, "Is it possible to live here? Especially in this cold weather?" Then the young man replied, "Yes, boss." Suli felt a strange sense of discomfort and, without saying anything, let the two men in. However, upon entering, they learned that their mother had caught a cold in their absence and lay on the straw, uncertain whether she was alive or dead. An and A's two younger sisters were crying over her. It was Suli who reminded him, "Let's take him to the clinic first." Then, they hurriedly helped the man onto the mule cart and waited until everything was done. In the clinic, An and A thanked him gratefully. "Thank you, boss." The brother's father and sister also came to thank Suli. They already knew that their sons had been bought by Suli, and while they were heartbroken, they had no other options. Besides, it was Suli who had just helped take his wife to the clinic. Songda knew that he was a good man, and would definitely treat his son well in the future. With this thought, he glanced at his two daughters nearby, made a decision, and said, "Boss, are you still short of help? My daughters are 14 years old this year, and they can cook and do needlework. We don't ask for anything else, just enough to eat." "Dad! Dad!" An, A, and the two little girls all looked at Songda in surprise, but Songda ignored them, and only looked at Suli. At that moment, one of the little girls suddenly said, "Dad, are you abandoning us?" "It's not that Dad doesn't want you, it's Dad is useless." Songda burst into tears. "If you go with this boss, at least you can have enough to eat." The two little girls also shed tears. "We don't want it. We want to follow you and Mom." "Me neither." For a moment, the Song father and daughter hugged each other and cried bitterly. Suli felt a little sorry for them. She remembered what the doctor had said earlier. The woman had just caught a cold and would recover with some rest. An idea suddenly occurred to her. Since she had to hire someone anyway, why not hire this family? Do they really know how to cook? Suli waited until the situation was somewhat under control before asking. Songda quickly wiped his tears and said, "That's right, sir. They can do it. They can make clothes and cook." Suli nodded. "Okay, so what did you and that lady do?" Songda didn't know why Suli was asking, but he answered anyway. "I'm a coachman, and my wife works in the kitchen." "In that case, would you be willing to come back with me?" Suli asked. Songda hadn't expected them to let him and his wife go. He felt a little surprised but also a little sad. "But my leg?" His leg had been injured while fleeing, fighting to protect his children. He had no money to treat it, so it was completely broken. Now he could only walk with a limp. Furthermore, his wife was ill and couldn't do much work for the time being. However, Suli expressed indifference. Firstly, it was a good deed, and secondly, she genuinely needed help. Seeing this, Songda immediately knelt down to express his gratitude. Not only that, he even had his son and daughter kneel down as well, leaving Suli momentarily flustered. Why did this man kneel so often? She quickly helped the man up and waited for Wang to wake up before returning to the Su residence with the others. After returning, she first told Chen about the Song family's situation. Mrs. Wu was initially reluctant to hire help, but after hearing the family's story, she and Chen felt quite sorry for them. Ultimately, they didn't say anything. Instead, they cleaned up the spare room for the others and brought them food, moving them to kneel down again to express their gratitude. Chen couldn't help but ask Mrs. Wu, "What's wrong with them? Why do they kneel down so often?" Mrs. Wu had no idea. Not only that, the next day, before dawn, An, Au, and their family began working, as if they were eager to repay the Su family. Seeing this, Suli had no choice but to find them, and tell them to hold off on their work and let them recover. Though they superficially agreed, they continued to work as usual. In short, ever since the Su family arrived, Suli hadn't seen the snow in the yard again. Furthermore, after Wangshi felt a little better, she started cooking in the kitchen with her two daughters. Not to mention, the food they cooked was quite delicious. Upon further inquiry, she discovered that their previous owners were from the south, and their tastes were spicy, which suited the Su family's taste perfectly. Su Li and Su Hong both knew how to cook, but for some reason, they simply didn't feel like it when they got home. Now that someone was cooking, life was much easier. Mrs. Chan and Mrs. Wu felt the same way. The clothes were made, the horses and mules were fed, the grounds were swept, and even tea was served by two young girls, almost to the point of being fed. Even Black Tiger was being fed. It was so much easier. The Song family father and son were kind, so Suli naturally wouldn't treat them badly. She gave each of them 300 won, approximately $100, a month's salary, promising more money later. She also bought them clothes and bedding, which were the bulk of the money. "Boss, how can we thank you so much?" Mrs. Wang's face had brightened considerably. Chapter 141. The Su family had helped her family so much, providing them with not only a place to live, but also enough food to eat. Wang was filled with nothing but gratitude. It's only natural. Suli didn't see any reason to do this. Hiring someone to provide accommodation, food, and wages was only natural, wasn't it? "Okay, Aunt Wang, I won't disturb your rest. If you need anything, please feel free to ask my mother or me." With that, Suli left. Leaving Wang alone, in the evening, after Songda and his 2 sons and daughters returned, the family sat down for dinner. Wang mentioned Su Li's delivery of bedding and other items. Songda was silent for a moment, then said to his children, "Work hard in the future and don't let the boss down." An and Ah happily responded, promising to do their best. Ame and Alan, standing nearby, nodded happily. After dinner, they eagerly headed back inside. That night, the family lay on their new bedding, feeling alive for the first time in a long time. On Su Li's side, after delivering her belongings, Chen summoned her to the house. "Mom, what do you want to talk to me about?" Chen was rummaging through something. Seeing Su Li, she asked her to sit down. Su Li approached Chen and asked, "Mom, what are you looking for? Do you need my help?" Chen didn't turn around. "No, it's okay." Within 2 minutes, she said, "Okay, I found it." Su Li looked over and saw a wooden box. "What is this?" Chen smiled mysteriously and didn't answer. She pulled a key from somewhere and opened it. Su Li looked over and saw a pile of banknotes and land deeds lying inside. No, where did mother get the land deeds? Su Li was puzzled when she heard Chen say, "This is the dowry I prepared for you 3 sisters." "Dowry?" Su Li was stunned. Chen's face still wore that mysterious smile. "Yes, it's for you. Isn't your eldest sister getting married? I didn't have the means before, but now that our family is better off, why don't you buy her some headwear?" Headwear. Su Li paused before realizing it meant jewelry. Sure. She had no objection, especially since it was mother's money. Knowing her youngest daughter wouldn't object, Chen suggested that Su Li go with her this afternoon to choose. "Aren't you going to invite your eldest sister?" Su Li was puzzled. If your eldest sister knew, she definitely wouldn't accept it. Chen said that she had recently told her eldest daughter that she would give her a dowry, but the girl was stubborn and refused to accept anything. She said she had already been married once and didn't want anything this time. She asked Chen to leave it all to Su Li and Su Tao, and said that if Chen gave it, it would mean she didn't recognize her as her daughter. The eldest daughter was usually good-tempered, but when it mattered, she could be as stubborn as a bull. Chen was afraid that if she found out, she would refuse to accept it, which would ruin the wedding day. So she thought of buying it secretly and putting it in a separate box. Then, when the time came, she would quietly carry it over with the dowry. Now that the matter was settled, she would have nothing to say. Su Li thought of this and said, "Okay." She had also wanted to buy some jewelry for her eldest sister as a dowry gift, and they had just gone to look for it together. After dinner, the 2 of them decided to go out together, using the excuse of having something to do. Grandma Wu knew about the situation and helped cover it up. She had wanted to go too, but due to her mobility issues, she didn't go this time. However, she still gave Qinsher 100 taels of silver notes, and told her to pick out something better. As for Su Tao, Qinsher was told off. It was probably because her 4th daughter was a big talker. If she knew, then so would Dia. So this time, only Su Li and Qinsher were there. In the county's largest jewelry store, Su Li and Qinsher were almost dazzled by the sight. This was Su Li's 2nd visit, and the last time was the same. The biggest difference was that this time, the store had many more new and beautiful jewelry items. It was truly dazzling, and the sight was dazzling. After the 2 entered, a dedicated clerk led them to the designated area for headwear. Upon learning they wanted to buy headwear, he took them to the store and introduced them. Seeing Su Li and Qinsher wearing ordinary fine cotton-padded jackets, the clerk offered them the cheapest silver jewelry without asking. However, Su Li and Qinsher had already agreed to buy a set of gold headwear for their eldest sister, so before the clerk finished speaking, he interrupted him and explained his purpose. The clerk was stunned for a moment, but quickly caught on, his attitude and expression becoming enthusiastic. He asked Su Li and Qinsher to wait while he called over the shopkeeper, a shifty middle-aged man. "Ladies, you want to see headwear, right?" The man smiled, his eyes narrowed. "We just got a new batch of fashionable Jiangnan headwear. Ladies, Why don't you come with me upstairs to take a look? Chen looked at Su Li inquiringly. Let's go take a look. Su Li nodded, okay. Then the two followed the man upstairs, which was more of a place for tea and conversation. After Su Li and Chen went up, tea was served. The shopkeeper instructed the servants to bring the newly arrived jewelry and asked, "Who is this headpiece for?" Chen replied, "Oh, it's for my eldest daughter's wedding." Shopkeeper Zhang first congratulated her, then asked about Su Hong's age, preferences, and budget. Chen told him everything, and the shopkeeper's face lit up when he heard that Chen's budget was around 300 taels. The county was so small, not many people could come up with 300 taels. He then inquired about Chen's family and her in-laws' occupations. Upon learning that the two men were the owners of Su's restaurant, shopkeeper Zhang became even more excited. "So you are the owner of Su's restaurant? My apologies. Actually, my wife loves your food, but unfortunately, your restaurant is so popular that the private rooms are always sold out." The man sighed and shook his head as he spoke. Su Li politely promised to reserve one for him next time. But it was clear the man wasn't being polite. He quickly said, "Madam Su, it's a deal. Please reserve a private room for me on the Lantern Festival." This wasn't difficult, and Su Li agreed. Shopkeeper Zhang was delighted to see Su Li agree, and his subsequent recommendations for headgear were much more sincere than before. "What do you think of this set, Madam Chen and Madam Su? It's the newest and best-selling set, and there's only one left." Su Li looked over and noticed that the carvings on the flower ornaments and earrings were indeed more beautiful. The flower ornaments were even inlaid with gemstones, which was indeed quite nice. "How much is this set?" Su Li put down the hairpin in her hand and asked. "It's not expensive. How about this? I won't lie to you, my lady. 800 taels. Isn't that expensive?" Chen quickly put down her hairpin. Oh my god, she had never seen such expensive jewelry. She had originally thought 300 taels was quite expensive, considering her mother-in-law had given her 100 taels, plus her own savings, for a total of 300 taels. She hadn't expected the shopkeeper to say 800 taels wasn't expensive. Chen immediately felt that the shopkeeper was trying to trick her. She felt a little regretful. She shouldn't have told him that her family owned a restaurant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated her and her like fat sheep. However, Chen had truly misjudged the man before her. He had initially intended to make a killing, but he abandoned the idea after Su Li agreed to reserve a private room for him. After all, booking a private room at Su's restaurant for the Lantern Festival wasn't easy. Simply saying it gave you face, and when someone treated you well, you had to accept it. Business was like that. Give and take was the key to long-term success. Therefore, shopkeeper Zhang hadn't used this headpiece to trick Chen and the others. In contrast to Chen's skepticism, Su Li's expression remained unchanged. Instead, she inquired about why the set next to her was so much cheaper, while this one was so much more expensive. Shopkeeper Zhang, smiling, slowly explained the difference, without a hint of impatience. "I'm sure you noticed that this flower ornament is inlaid with a variety of red and blue sapphires. These gems were carefully selected from the western regions, then meticulously set one by the craftsman. And these earrings? They're specially carved with openwork, the petals are lifelike, and they're embellished with South China sea pearls." As the man spoke, the headpiece gained more color, and Su Li felt as if she were traveling to every corner of the world following his introduction. It's quite fascinating. Even in a world with such underdeveloped transportation, objects from various places permeate people's daily lives, and through these objects, one can glimpse the characteristics and customs of each place. It's truly a wonderful feeling. However, despite the shopkeeper's words, Su Li still said, "For 100 taels." Ahem. Shopkeeper Zhang didn't expect that after all he said, Su Li would still cut the price in half. He blurted out, "How is that possible?" "For 50 taels, shopkeeper Zhang, look, we really want it." Su Li wasn't the least bit embarrassed. Instead, she started haggling, offering to introduce someone next time. Chen, stunned for a moment, quickly joined in, and soon, sweat broke out on shopkeeper Zhang's forehead. "Let's all compromise. 550 taels is fine," Su Li said. The man nearly vomited blood. Only now was he compromising? This Madame Su was too ruthless. She already cut over 100 taels. He had a mournful look on his face, but finally gritted his teeth and said, 580 taels. No less. Deal. Su Li smiled like a fox. Indeed, Su Li hadn't really intended to buy it for 400 taels, it was just a bargaining tactic she learned from a friend. When shopkeeper Zhang saw Su Li smile, he realized he'd been ripped off. But since it had already been said, he had no choice but to accept it. He could only say it wasn't a loss, it was just a matter of profit. Besides, Su Li had also bought a gold bracelet and hadn't bargained. Madam Su, I really didn't make much money from this jewelry. You have to introduce more people next time. Shopkeeper Zhang said to Su Li, as he instructed his servants to wrap up the jewelry. Of course. Then the two of them took their jewelry and left. Madam Su, Madam Chen, take care. Manager Zhang, please stay. Leaving the silver shop, Chen was still a little confused. She had originally only wanted to buy a set of head ornaments for around 300 taels, but she had never expected to end up spending 580 taels on such an expensive item. But she had to admit, this set of head ornaments was truly beautiful, and with such a great price, she was incredibly happy. I give you the rest of the silver when I get back. Chen told Su Li that she didn't have enough silver on her, only 400 taels, and she had asked her youngest daughter, Su Li, for the remaining 200 taels. It's okay. Su Li didn't mind, she could still afford this little money. However, Chen didn't refuse to give it. After returning, she took out the silver and gave it to Su Li, who wouldn't refuse it. Chapter 142. Time flew by, and it was the Lantern Festival. There was still no news from Su's father and his two companions. Chen read over and over the letter sent from the north before the new year, until the paper was wrinkled, yet they still hadn't returned. From time to time, she would mutter, "Why haven't you come back yet? Didn't you say you'd be back after the new year?" She seemed to be talking to herself, but also to be asking someone else a question. Besides Chen, Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su were the same. They would run to the gate every day and sit there all day. Fortunately, they had neighbors to chat with, so it wasn't a big deal. Even on their way home, Su's father and his two companions were eager to return. First, heavy snow blocked the road, and then they encountered pirates on their boat. It was a truly turbulent journey. By the time they reached the county, they were exhausted. The soldiers guarding the city gate mistook them for beggars fleeing from somewhere, and refused to let them in. "Where are you from? Go, there's a porridge stall nearby. Eat there, don't be an eyesore here." Every year, when disaster strikes, scores of refugees flock from all directions. Fearing it would affect his government, the county magistrate would order his men to expel them, preventing them from entering the city. However, kind-hearted wealthy families within the county would be reluctant to see them, and would set up stalls at the city gates to distribute porridge. The yamen runners saw that Su's father and his two companions were dressed in rags, and assumed they were like the refugees. Su's father and his two companions had no choice but to produce tokens proving their identities, and only then were they allowed into the city. Once inside, the three were somewhat bewildered. They had no choice. They weren't very familiar with the county, having rarely visited before, and now, having not been back for years, they didn't know the whole place. Fortunately, Su Li had written in a letter about where to go, and after asking around, they finally found Su's restaurant. In front of Su's restaurant, Su Qingshan looked up. "Is this the restaurant we have mentioned?" Su Qinghe, "Yes, I think so." That's where the man was pointing. Although Su's father didn't say anything, his expression was the same. The three of them stood at the door, watching for a long time before heading inside. Linda, who was inside the restaurant, had noticed the three of them long ago. Seeing them dressed like that, he thought they were beggars. But he wasn't surprised. After all, there were so many refugees these days, and the owner was kind enough to give any beggars some food and not chase them away. "Stand outside and don't come in. I go to the kitchen and get you some food." With that, he turned and went back to the kitchen, leaving Su's father and the other two bewildered. Su Qingshan, did he just speak to us? Su Qinghe, probably not. None of the three, father and son, took this little incident to heart. Instead, they headed towards Su Li, not far away. Indeed, upon entering the restaurant, they saw Su Li, fifth sister. "Little sister." The three spoke tentatively from a distance of a meter. Su Li was calculating how much money she had earned during the recent Lantern Festival. She was stunned for a few seconds when she heard the familiar voice, but quickly dismissed it. She must have been too busy to hear her eldest and second brother's voices. It wasn't until she heard the call again that Su Li looked up. Standing not far away were none other than her father and two older brothers. "Dad? Second brother, third brother? Fifth sister." In an instant, all of Su Li's fatigue vanished. Excited, she put the account book down, not even closing it. "Fifth sister, it's really you. You grown taller. You become much whiter." Su Qingshan stepped forward excitedly. "Where are mother and the others? Are my eldest sister and grandparents here?" Just as he finished speaking, he heard a voice of disbelief from the side, second brother? Third brother? The person who had arrived was Su Tao. She had just gone to help serve the dishes when she came down to see 3 ragged men surrounding Su Li. She thought something had happened and hurried over, only to find it was her father and her second and third brothers. How did you get into this state? Su Tao stared at the 3 men in disbelief, stunned for a moment before speaking. It was no wonder Su Tao was so alarmed. The 3 men truly looked like the disaster victims. Fourth sister. Fourth girl. Su Qinghe and Su Qishan were also delighted to see Su Tao and greeted her. It wasn't until the 3 of them called her name that Su Tao finally realized what was happening. Yes, it was Dad and the others. Dad. She rushed forward excitedly, tears welling up in her eyes. However, because they were all so dirty, she didn't know where to hug them, and froze in her tracks. Su Li spoke up, Dad, are you hungry? Let's go eat first. We can talk while we eat. Su's father, okay. In the private room, Su Li knew that her father and 2 brothers were concerned about her grandparents and mother. As she asked the waiter to serve the food, she said, grandparents are in good health and are waiting for you to come back home. Mom went to the food store today, and my eldest sister is there too. I just sent someone to tell them. You see them when you come back after dinner. Su Li slowly explained the situation at home, and her father, as expected, calmed down. Okay. Father Su had no other wishes. Just knowing everyone was okay was enough. By the way, Dad, what's wrong with you? Su Li and the other 2 sat down and ate some snacks before asking. Didn't they say you 3 got promoted in the barracks? How did you end up like this? Hearing this, Father Su felt a little embarrassed and slowly told them what they had been through recently. Originally, Father Su and the other 2 were supposed to wait with the main force until the road was cleared before breaking camp and returning. But then the 9th master of the Shu 9 sent word that they could return first. The 3 of them, already anxious to return, were naturally overjoyed to hear this. Initially, everything went smoothly, but who could have imagined that once they reached the waterway, things would get dicey. They encountered pirates, and after a fierce battle, they ended up in the situation they were in. Father Su skipped over the thrilling events, giving only a brief account of them. Even so, Su Li could still sense the hardships from his fragments. Okay, enough of that. Is this the restaurant you described in your letter? Even though he's seen it with his own eyes, Father Su still couldn't quite believe it. It was simply too huge, even bigger than he imagined, so huge he couldn't believe it. Yes, Dad, this is our family restaurant, Su Li confirmed. Father Su nodded, took a sip from his teacup, and suppressed his surprise. He then asked a few more insignificant questions, and the dishes arrived. God knows how surprised Linda, who was serving the dishes, was to see the 3 people again. He was stunned. He had just gone to the kitchen to get the food and, having not seen the 3, assumed they left, so he went back to work. He never expected to see them there again, and the owner was there too. They seemed quite close. On the other side, the waiter next to him saw Linda standing there with the dishes, and urged, What are you standing there for? Serve the food. Linda finally realized what was happening and quickly put down the food. Once outside, he curiously asked the person next to him, Who are those 3 people? The waiter had just brought the people up, so he naturally knew who they were and told Linda. They're the boss's father and brother. Linda sighed inwardly, trying to figure out if he had done anything wrong. He had to make sure he didn't leave a bad impression. Working at Suji restaurant was arguably Linda's happiest days. Although tiring, the monthly salary was good, and he also had winter clothes and a supply of meat and vegetables. Since coming here, he could support his 2 younger brothers, and his family was finally back on track. He didn't want to lose his job because of his own problems. Thinking of this, Linda was in a state of anxiety all day, and only felt relieved after hearing nothing from the boss for a few days. I already told you, you're overthinking it. Is the boss really that stingy? His coworkers laughed at him. Linda said nothing. He didn't want to be so cautious, but when a family's livelihood depended on one person, the slightest sign of trouble was enough to make him tremble with fear. But while Linda let his imagination run wild, Su's father and the other 2 acted as if nothing had happened. They had no recollection of anything Linda had said or done. After dinner, the 3 of them were taken back to the Su family by Su Li. Dad, second brother, third brother, this is the house we bought in the county. It's not very big. Su Li said as she pushed the door open. That's enough. Su's father followed closely behind, looking towards the courtyard. It must be very expensive, right? Su Li mentioned the silver, and the 3 exclaimed again, so expensive. At this moment, all 3 of them felt a strong sense of unreality. Who could have imagined that after a few years away, their home would become like this? It felt like a dream. You worked hard at home, Sue's father said. Hearing this, Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe also thought about this, and neither of them felt as excited as before. Su Li, however, felt nothing. If it was hard work, it had certainly been hard up front, but at least every effort paid off, and it was all worth it. Su Li was about to say it wasn't hard at all, when she heard the voices of Grandma Wu and Old Man Su. Su's father, Su Qingshan, and Su Qinghe had naturally heard it too. The three of them looked over to the nearby area. Wasn't that Old Man Su and Aunt Wu? Dad, Mom. Grandma. De Lang, my dear grandson, is that you? Grandma, it's us, we're back. When they met, they hugged each other and cried bitterly again. Aunt Wu wanted to hug Su's father, but he said, Mom, I'm dirty. Only then did Aunt Wu realize the state of her son and grandson. At this moment, Su Tao also interrupted, let Dad and the second and third brothers take a bath first. Mrs. Wu swallowed her doubts. Okay, I go boil some water and take a bath first. By the way, have you eaten yet? Yes, Grandma. Grandma, we just had dinner at the restaurant. That's fine. Don't go hungry. Although she had 1,000 questions in her mind, Mrs. Wu didn't ask. Instead, she asked Su's father and the other two to go inside while she went to the kitchen to boil some water. Wang Shi observed all of this. Seeing Mrs. Wu about to start the fire, she quickly stopped her. Madam, I take care of this little thing. You go in and accompany the master and the young master first. Madam, he said. Hearing this, Su's father turned around and looked at Su Li and Old Man Su with a puzzled look. Who is this person? How come he's never seen him before? Seeing his confusion, Su Li had no choice but to explain what was going on. Upon learning that his family actually employed servants, Su's father felt an indescribable pain in his heart. It wasn't a bad feeling, but the feeling was so unfamiliar to him. However, Father Su didn't show it on his face. Instead, he waited until that evening, when they were alone in a room, to express his deepest feelings to Chen. Chapter 143. Isn't that wonderful? Chen was applying osmanthus perfume to her body. Su Li had made it herself 2 years ago, claiming it would make the skin smoother. Chen was skeptical at first, but after a month of consistent application, her skin actually improved. So, Chen has continued to apply it daily for the past 2 years. Su's father, watching her apply this, immediately lost his attention. Curiously, he asked, What are you applying? Ointment. Smell it. It smells amazing. Chen held her arm out in front of Su's father. Looking at the arm so close, Father Su bent down and sniffed it. It's really fragrant, still the scent of osmanthus. Give me some too. He reached out and scooped out nearly 1/5 of the bottle. Chen looked distressed. You should have taken less, you already taken it all. Father Su glanced at the bottle and said with a grin, There's still so much left. The two of them exchanged banter, completely erasing the unfamiliarity that had accrued over the past few years. In those few years, both had changed considerably. After years of battle, Father Su had become like a sharpened sword, his eyes sharper than before. Although he still trained daily at the garrison, he looked no different from any other farmer. As for Chen, the change was even greater. Not only her demeanor, but also her speech and mannerisms had become more graceful and elegant. She was a world away from the perpetually mud-covered peasant woman of the past. No one could tell they were the same person. Under the candlelight, Chen looked at Su's father silently, and Su's father also looked at Chen silently, and there was unbreakable affection in their eyes. The night was deep, and everything was lost in words. The next day, while everyone else was still asleep, the brothers Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe rose early. It was the most comfortable sleep they had had in years, the last time being years ago, when they were at home. They did nothing else but practice a set of boxing in the yard, then took up their brooms and began sweeping the yard and chopping wood. An and Au, who had gotten up early and were about to start work, quickly stepped forward to stop them. Young masters, let us handle this kind of work. Yes. Let us do it. An and Au hurried over to take the brooms and axes, but Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe said nonchalantly, It's okay, it's not hard work. Then, they went back to their work, leaving the two bewildered. Su Li had just woken up when she saw An and Au looking at her with mournful faces. Su Li looked over and realized her brothers had taken over their duties. She felt amused, but said nothing. Su Li approached the two and said, It's okay. Have you eaten yet? Go eat first. Then she turned to Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe, Second brother, third brother, why are you up so early? Su Qingshan paused as Su Li approached, smiling, Hey, can't you sleep? This sister, why are you up so early too? Why don't you sleep a little longer? Su Li looked at the crimson sun in the sky with a hint of helplessness, her expression suggesting it was already late. Su Qinghe, standing beside her, smiled slightly, but remained silent. By the way, second brother, third brother, why haven't you changed your clothes? Su Li suddenly asked. She'd been wondering why she felt something was amiss. It turned out to be because the two men were still wearing the old coats she made for them back home. Isn't this just work? I'm afraid we dirty those beautiful clothes. Su Qingshan thought of the new clothes their mother had given them last night. They were made of the finest material, so fine that they couldn't bear to wear them. After hearing her second brother Su Qingshan's words, Su Li didn't know what to say. Everyone in her family shared a common trait. They were incredibly easy to please. Take her grandparents and her mother, for example. For years, if Su Li hadn't mentioned making them new clothes, they wouldn't have done it. They always said enough was enough, and there was no need to waste too much. Besides the fourth sister, Su Tao, everyone else in the Su family was content and content. Su Li was about to say something when Chen came out to call them to dinner. It turned out that Chen had gotten up even earlier than them, and had been busy in the kitchen, stewing porridge and soup. At that moment, Mrs. Wu and Old Man Su had also gotten up, and Lian Gu and Su Sun had followed Su Hong to the front yard. For a moment, the courtyard was completely bustling with activity. However, today was different from the usual bustle. Thanks to the return of Su's father, Su Qingshan, and Su Qinghe, everyone was smiling, and the air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. During the meal, eat more. You lost weight. Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Chen, with a look of concern, kept picking up steamed buns for Su's father and Su Qingshan. That's enough milk. I can't eat any more. Su's father also picked up some food for Mrs. Chen, who felt a little embarrassed in front of so many people. What are you picking up for me? Eat it yourself, Mrs. Chen said. Su's father, upon hearing this, picked up a soup dumpling and said, I eat it right away. He opened his mouth and took a bite. The scalding liquid flowed out through the slit. The moment Su's father felt the heat, his thoughts were consumed by the delicious broth. Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe, standing nearby, exclaimed, Why is there soup in these dumplings? It's so delicious. It was so delicious that the two of them nearly cried. The food in the military camp was terrible, after all. For years, whenever they ate, they would think of their fifth sister, Su Li, cooking, and they would eat their fill in one sitting if they could finally make it back alive. Now that they were finally back alive, and could enjoy such delicious dumplings, they were incredibly satisfied. They devoured each small soup dumpling with such joy. Thankfully, the weather wasn't too hot, so the dumplings cooled quickly, avoiding being burned. Eat slowly. No one's trying to snatch them from you, Chen said, watching her son devour his food. Mrs. Wu said, if they like, let them eat. She looked at her son and grandson with a loving expression. For years, she had prayed daily for the Buddha's blessing for their safe return. Now that her son and grandson were sitting before her, she couldn't get enough of them. She was happy no matter what they looked like, as long as they were healthy. Old Man Su remained silent, but his expression remained the same. He wasn't as outwardly emotional as Mrs. Wu, but he still cared deeply for Father Su and his two grandsons. As a soldier himself, he knew those years in the north weren't as easy as his sons and grandsons described them to be. There must have been many hardships. He also knew they casually mentioned them out of fear of worrying them. That's why he was even more concerned about them only reporting good news and not bad news. Fortunately, after observing them last night and this morning, he knew they were probably fine and hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Yes, mother, we finally get to eat such delicious buns. Su Qingshan mumbled, taking another. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen's heart ached. Thinking of the hardships her sons had endured over the years, she stopped talking and quietly placed the buns in front of them. I have more. Su Li, worried her two brothers wouldn't have enough to eat, placed the buns in front of her as well. Su Tao followed suit, fearing Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe wouldn't have enough. For a while afterward, Chen and Su Li placed whatever delicious food they had in front of Su's father and his three companions, fearing they wouldn't have enough. Furthermore, Chen and Wu prepared tonic meals for them daily. By the end, the three of them had rosy complexions, and they would wake up all night long to practice boxing, leaving them so sleepless that they would hide outside when they saw the tonics. Just then, as they were leaving, they happened to run into the Wang family father and son, who had come to visit. Besides hearing that Su's father and his three companions had returned, they had also come to discuss the wedding date. Brother Wang, long time no see. Brother Su, long time no see. Uncle Wang, Uncle Su. After greeting each other, Father Su warmly welcomed the two into the house. Speaking of which, when Father Su first heard about his eldest daughter and Wang Ergu, he couldn't believe it. He thought Chen was joking. After all, the two didn't seem like they would ever be together. But after confirming it was true, he quickly accepted Wang Ergu as his son-in-law, calling him good son-in-law. Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe were similarly incredulous. When they first heard the news, they couldn't believe it, but they quickly accepted it. The reason was simple. The two families had been friends for so many years, and he was genuinely willing to help out in any situation. He was a real man, so they quickly accepted him as their brother-in-law. So everyone was delighted to meet again, not just because they hadn't seen each other for years, but also because they were becoming in-laws. Only Chen, upon hearing the wedding date was set for 2 weeks from now, felt a little emotional. Isn't it too rushed? That evening, Chen asked as she undressed her husband. Didn't you say everything was ready? Father Su had been drinking, and his mind was half clear, his eyes half closed. It's ready, but... Chen, for some reason, felt a pang of reluctance. She didn't want her daughter to marry off, nor did she want her to leave her. But what? Father Su asked, puzzled. Chen sighed, and sat on the edge of the bed. She didn't know what the but was, but she felt a sense of loss. Seeing this, Father Su offered solace. Are you worried that Dia will be bullied? Chen shook her head. She knew the Wangs, father and son, they weren't the kind to let their daughter-in-law suffer. Father Su added, then what are you worried about? Chen couldn't answer. I see. You're reluctant to leave your daughter? Chen, a little. Su's father smiled. He looked at Chen. What's there to be reluctant about? They're so close. If you want to go, go. Besides, can you stop them from getting married? Chen retorted. I didn't mean to stop them. I just think it's too rushed. But after saying this, Chen felt it was true. Marriage was inevitable. Even if Dia didn't marry now, she would marry in the future. It was a matter of time. There was no point in her trying to stay longer. Su's father saw Chen's expression and knew she had figured it out. He said nothing more. It's all my fault. I have to return to the barracks next month. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a rush. Yes, Su's father, Su Qingshan, and Su Qinghe only had 1 month to stay home. After that, they would depart for Jizhou again. The three of them were soldiers of the Tiger Head Battalion under the command of Prince Ji. From then on, they would be in the Prince Ji's territory and could not return except at designated times. Chen knew about this and said, That's right, it's all your fault. She was displeased that he was leaving so soon after returning, but she also knew her husband had a better life now, and she should be happy for him. Chapter 144. But Chen still felt incredibly reluctant. So did Su's father. With the chaos and turmoil outside, he longed to be home with his parents, wife, and daughter, living a peaceful life. But the world wouldn't allow that. Chen couldn't help but sigh. When will this world finally be at peace? Yes, when. The current emperor is elderly, and obsessed with seeking immortality and the way. The powerful eunuchs control the government, and the princes of various regions are eyeing the throne, eager to take action. When will peace truly return? Su's father didn't know. He only knew that no matter who became emperor, life would be difficult for the people, but a little peace was always good. Thinking of this, Su's father asked Chen, Are the village cellars full of grain? Chen didn't know why her husband suddenly asked, but she answered truthfully they are. Ever since buying the carriage, she could transport grain back to the village without fear of being discovered. The grain was already fully stocked. Su's father nodded. That was good, but to be on the safe side, he said, I go check on you in a few days when I get back. Just in case. If things stayed this way, it would be fine. If there was ever a riot in the city, my wife and daughter could still go back. Chen nodded. She didn't dare joke about such a thing. Then the two of them discussed who to invite to their daughter Su Hong's marriage. Second uncle and third uncle's families, but also mothers? Chen counted off the families on her fingers. When she was undecided, she asked Su's father. He didn't know either, so Chen could only say, then ask mother tomorrow. Okay. Su's father agreed. So Chen made the final decision, saying, Let's settle these for now. We discuss it tomorrow, and see who else to add. Su's father nodded again, agreeing. Chen rolled her eyes at him. You only know how to agree, but you can't say anything else. This was a complete disaster, and Su's father hadn't said anything yet. Well, I can't say. Chen grew even angrier and struck him with a blow. Su's father was helpless, but his wife had to take it herself. Fortunately, Chen knew the severity of the blow and gently struck him twice before letting go. Okay, go to bed. The next day, Chen indeed met with Mrs. Wu to discuss her daughter's marriage list. Mrs. Wu told Chen the relatives she wanted to invite, and the matter was finally settled. Over the next few days, Chen and Su's father visited these relatives. Everyone who heard about the happy news was happy for Su Hong and promised to attend the wedding. Of course, there were some rumors during this period, saying that Wang Ergu married Su Hong for the Su family's money, but these rumors were refuted by those who had benefited from the Su family, and they didn't cause any disturbance. By the way, should we also send an invitation to young Master Song and his family? That day, Su Qinghe, returning from the village, asked his father, "Have young Master Song and his family returned from the north?" "Yes, I saw young Master Song at the restaurant yesterday." "Of course, we should send one," said his father. He then personally went to the Wen mansion and delivered the invitation to Song Ling, while another was given to Madame Lin by a servant. When Song Ling received the invitation, he was playing chess in the backyard with a man. This man was none other than Li Heng, the Prince of Ji, who was supposed to be in Jizhou. He looked at Song Ling with a smile in his eyes. Although he didn't say anything, his thoughts were immediately clear. "Your father-in-law invited you to a wedding?" He took a sip of tea and teased. "Song Ling, Your Highness, be careful with your words. How could a woman's reputation be a joke?" Li Heng glanced at Song Ling, boring. Then he continued, "By the way, you've been back all these days, and there's been no progress with that young lady?" "Song Ling, I'm only focused on official business, not romantic affairs." Li Heng, But soon his teasing returned. "Since you're not romantically involved, then it probably doesn't matter to that young lady if she's with someone else, right? I heard the Su family is already looking for men for their 2 daughters. Song Ling's expression remained unchanged. "If Madame Su can find a good husband, that would be wonderful." Li Heng was puzzled by this. It doesn't matter if the young lady marries someone else?" Song Ling, yes. Seeing the other party wasn't joking, Li Heng dropped his joke completely. He had originally assumed Song Ling's recent extra care for the Su family father and son was due to his affection for their daughter, but now it sounded like that wasn't the case. "Never mind, whatever you say. I'm done with you. I'm going to Su's restaurant to listen to stories and have a meal." Li Heng had fallen completely in love with the food at Su's restaurant these days. He went there almost 3 times a day for meals, listening to the storytellers' tales of cultivating immortality. Needless to say, they were far more interesting than the elixirs and immortality techniques he heard from his father. After saying this, Li Heng tossed the chess piece in his bowl, stood up, and left with his attendants. Only Song Ling was left sitting in his original position, continuing to play chess with him. He stopped for a long while. However, when he stopped, dusk had already fallen all around him, and the breeze blew across his cheeks. He couldn't help but think of what the other party had just said. What would he do if Madame Su really got married? But no matter how he thought about it, the answer would only be nothing. Yes, he admitted that he did have some feelings for Madame Su, but that was all, and it would remain that way forever. His life was destined to bring no happiness to anyone, so why waste someone else's life? Moreover, Song Ling knew full well that Su Li had no other feelings for him, so he shouldn't cause them any more trouble. Thinking this way, Song Ling's heart gradually calmed down, and he took the invitation and entered the house. Meanwhile, at the Su family's home, Father Su, Su Qingshan, and Su Qinghe returned home after delivering the invitations. They saw Chen escorting several women with rouge and powdered faces out. Father Su and the other 2 were puzzled, but kept silent. Only after they entered did Chen reveal that they were actually matchmakers. "What are you looking for a matchmaker for?" Father Su was puzzled. Chen rolled her eyes at Su's father before sharing her thoughts with him. He smiled innocently. "Yes, Erlang and Sanlang are old enough now. It's time for them to get married." "Well then, if that's the case, you can choose for them." Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe, standing nearby, immediately felt embarrassed. "Dad, Mom, what's the big deal? Men should get married when they're old enough, and women should get married when they're old enough. Are you embarrassed?" Su's father smiled at his sons, then walked back into the house with his hands behind his back. Chen quickly asked her 2 sons what they liked. Su Qingshan rubbed his head and said, "I'm fine with either. Just help me choose." It would be a lie to say he didn't want to get married. At least Su Qingshan desperately wanted to. He heard plenty of dirty jokes about this in the barracks over the past few years, and he longed for the days of a wife and children, a warm bed, as the veterans talked about. "Okay. What about Sanlang?" Su Qinghe recalled what he had heard recently, and his face darkened. "Mother, I'm not in a hurry." When Chen heard Su Qinghe say this, she assumed he was embarrassed. After all, the third son had always been more reserved than the second, so it was normal for him to feel embarrassed. But she had already made up her mind. She would first look for the second son, and then, if a suitable match was found, she would look for the third son. However, only Suli knew what was really going on. That day, Suli heard Chunhua mention that Sister Lan Xiao was getting married soon. In the afternoon, she returned home and learned that her third brother had again rejected her mother's offer to find him a date. What was there to be unclear about? When her third brother was about to leave, Sister Lan Xiao had come to look for him, and then, after years of not getting married, she must have been waiting for him. As for her third brother, Suli suspected he had feelings for Sister Lan Xiao. Perhaps his recent sullenness and refusal to look for a date were due to the news of Lan Xiao's upcoming marriage. Thinking of this, she called Su Qinghe out after dinner. "Third brother, did you know that Sister Lan Xiao is getting married?" Su Qinghe's expression froze, and he feigned indifference. "Really? I didn't know." Suli, seeing this, didn't beat around the bush with Su Qinghe and went straight to the point. "Third brother, when you heard that Sister Lan Xiao was getting married, didn't you have any thoughts at all?" "What could I think? She's getting married." Su Qinghe still felt a little aggrieved after he finished. Hearing this, Suli knew that third brother wasn't completely indifferent to the matter. "So you admit you like her?" Su Qinghe fell silent again, but Suli could tell from his expression that he definitely liked her. But if third brother also liked Sister Lan Xiao, and she liked third brother, why would she marry someone else? After all, Sister Lan Xiao hadn't married in all those years, so why would she suddenly want to get married just because third brother came back? She heard that Sister Lan Xiao had made a scene that the whole village knew about in order to avoid getting married. How could someone like that just marry so easily? There must be something hidden going on. Suli thought for a moment, and could only think of one possibility. "Third brother, you've been back for so long. Have you ever returned to the village to look for Sister Lan Xiao?" "No." "Huh?" Suli looked at her third brother. Why did she feel like he had a bit of a scumbag potential? "Why not?" "Why would you?" In Su Qinghe's eyes, private meetings between men and women shouldn't happen. After all, if others saw them, wouldn't it ruin the girl's reputation? Suli. So, if her third brother hadn't contacted her in all this time, no wonder she wanted to get married. She would be the same way. If the person she loved for years came back and hadn't sent any news, she'd probably overthink it, wouldn't she? You like her, but you don't tell her clearly. What were you thinking? Of course, I asked a matchmaker to propose marriage. Su Qinghe looked righteous. Suli was stunned by these words. Of course, she was a modern person, believing that if someone liked someone, they should confess their feelings first and then confirm the relationship and fall in love. But people in this era just ask a matchmaker to propose marriage. Originally, I was thinking I explain everything to my parents in a few days, then ask someone to propose. Instead, Su Qinghe heard the news that his beloved woman was about to get married. How could he not be upset? Okay, it turned out she had misunderstood her third brother. But Suli still felt he was wrong. After all, even if he wanted to propose, he should have informed the other person. Now, if they see no reaction from you, they might just give up. Thinking this way, Suli told Su Qinghe exactly what she had said, frightening him so much that he immediately asked, "So what do we do?" Only then did he realize he had been a little inconsiderate. Suli felt a bit overwhelmed by the thought, but as a witness to their long-standing love, she felt she couldn't just sit back and watch. So she bit the bullet and said, "How about I talk to Sister Fan Xiao?" But would that count as poaching? Chapter 145. Fan Xiao, on the other hand, was stunned for a moment when she heard that Su's fifth lady had asked her out, but she quickly regained her composure. Her expression was indifferent, neither joy nor sorrow, just like when she had approached her mother, Lan, a few days earlier to announce her intention to marry. She said to the bearer of the letter, "Please tell Madame Su that I'm staying home to get married and apologize for not being able to come." With that, she turned back to her room and continued embroidering her wedding dress. Actually, Fan Xiao had been very happy upon hearing the news of her wife's safe return, but as time passed, she began to feel a sense of relief. When there was no further news, she was left with only confusion, until a few days ago when she saw Su's father and his two companions passing by her house on their way home to pay respects to their ancestors. Her beloved brother Qinghe refused even to glance at her, even though she was standing right before him, staring at him intently. At that moment, Fan Xiao's heart completely died. She suddenly remembered, yes, he hadn't made her wait, nor had he promised to marry her. It was she who foolishly waited, fantasized, and fell in love with him. Perhaps he had never had her in his heart from the beginning, and it was just her wishful thinking. From that moment on, Fang Xiao's dream was completely shattered. She was already 20, the oldest unmarried woman in the village. If her grandfather hadn't been the village chief, and if she hadn't been able to embroider, the gossip in the village would have been endless. The same goes for her biological parents. Seeing that she refused to get married, they said all kinds of nasty things to her. Every time, she could only hide in the house, and pretend not to hear. Her only hope was to wait for brother Qinghe to come back and marry her. Now all hope is gone. Fang Xiao can no longer hold on, and doesn't want to hold on anymore. Maybe she and the other party are destined to be incompatible. At the Su family, after hearing the messenger's reply, Su Li immediately glanced at her third brother's expression. Sure enough, it was not looking good. Su Li actually understood what sister Fang Xiao was thinking. After all, it had been so long, and her third brother hadn't made any move. It was inevitable that she feel hopeless, even resentful. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it, and there was nothing Su Li could do. However, before leaving, Su Li said to her third brother, Su Qinghe, "Third brother, if you really like sister Fang Xiao, why don't you go meet her in person?" With that, she left. Su Li had no personal experience with relationships, but she felt that if two people truly loved each other, they wouldn't part ways. If they did, it must be because one of them didn't like them, or because they were both too quiet. Wasn't it because both of them were too quiet that her third brother and sister Fang Xiao were in this situation? If only one of them had asked the other, things wouldn't have turned out this way. However, the biggest responsibility lay with her third brother. It was natural for a girl to be shy. And where was her third brother? He'd been back for almost 2 weeks, and there hadn't been any movement. Was he waiting for the girl to come and propose marriage? Thinking of this, Su Li decided to let him handle it himself. Watching Su Li walk away, Su Qinghe stood there in a daze, motionless for a long moment. Then, seemingly resolved, he went to the backyard and led the horse out. Who took the horse away? An heard the commotion and came out from the side. I use it for a bit. With that, Su Qinghe rode away on his horse. By the time Su Li heard the next news about sister Fang Xiao, it was already time for her third brother, Su Qinghe, to go to their mother and ask for her hand in marriage. What? Fang Xiao? Chen was stunned by the news. It wasn't just her, but also Mrs. Wu, Old Man Su, and the others. Chen was especially impressed. Just a moment ago, she'd been wondering when to let her third son go see a date, only to hear the next moment that he had a crush on someone. And that someone was familiar to everyone. Su Tao even looked at her third brother with an expression that said, "When did you two get together?" Fang Xiao? But that Fang Xiao we know? Mrs. Wu asked. All eyes were on Su Qinghe. The melancholy look he had for the past 2 days had vanished, and he looked refreshed. Yes, Grandma, it's Uncle Zheng's Fang Xiao. Chen interrupted, didn't we hear she's getting married? Mrs. Lu had told Chen this, and at the time, she'd been thinking, the girl has finally come to her senses, and is getting married, even at such an old age. She's already broken off the engagement with that guy. Su Qinghe didn't say how. Mrs. Wu uttered an "oh," suddenly remembering something, and Chen, who was standing beside her, had apparently also thought of it. No wonder Fang Xiao hadn't gotten married in all these years. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law exchanged glances, each seeing the same look in the other's eyes. Okay then. Tomorrow, I find a matchmaker to propose marriage for you. Chen didn't hesitate, and made the decision immediately. After all, the girl had waited for her son for so many years, and Fang Xiao was indeed a good girl, a girl she knew well. Su Qinghe grinned broadly at this. Thank you, mother. Everyone was delighted, except for Su Qingshan, who was beside him, who was confused. Didn't he say he didn't want to get married? On the other hand, the Lan family had been a bit bewildered these past few days. First, the Zhu family came to cancel the engagement, and then her daughter came to announce that she wanted to marry the third son of the Su family, adding that the Su family would be coming to propose marriage in the next 2 days. At first, when Lan heard this, she thought her daughter was having a fit over the broken engagement. Putting aside the fact that the Su family was completely unrelated to her own, just think about the current situation of the Su family, and what about their own family? Why would they marry her? Yes, the Lan family had once truly looked down on the Su family. After all, the Su family was inferior to their own family in every way. However, ever since the Su family bought a house in the county town and opened a restaurant, the Lan family no longer dared to look down on them. The reason was simple. One doesn't look down on those who are much better than oneself. Besides, It was said that the Su family's second and third sons had both secured official positions in the military, so their marriages were a thing of the past. How could they possibly be interested in Fan Chao? Lan couldn't believe it, but she didn't dare say anything. After all, she heard that when hysteria struck, it was best to go along with it, otherwise it might get worse. However, she secretly decided to go to the county town tomorrow to get a doctor to treat her daughter. Okay, mother, I understand. Lan replied, a rare silence. Fan Chao was stunned by this, but after years of receiving cold words, she didn't want to spend too much time with her mother, so she went back to her room. Lan was left with a worried look on her face. When Zheng Lao returned, she quickly told him what had happened. Zheng Lao was also stunned. Was his daughter crazy? He was a little incredulous. Wasn't she fine at dinner tonight? Lan, if she was fine, why did she come to tell me this afternoon that the Su family would be coming to propose marriage tomorrow? Did she really say that? Lan, I heard it myself. Zheng Lao was silent for a long moment, then he said, I get a doctor tomorrow. Lan, okay. Then the two fell silent again. They lay in bed, not saying a word for a long while. Although they often said harsh words, they truly hoped their daughter would recover. If Fa Chao really went mad, what would they do? At that moment, Lan suddenly felt a surge of regret. She regretted constantly telling her daughter that she might as well die if she couldn't get married. She regretted not only not comforting her daughter in the past 2 days after her engagement was broken off, but also blaming her. She thought her daughter must have been driven mad by her. The thought of this possibility made Lan completely unable to sleep. After a long night, Lan urged her husband to go to town to fetch a doctor early in the morning. Zheng Lao was anxious, leaving the house without even breakfast. Instead of leaving on his own, he ran to find his second brother and asked him to take him by mule cart. Zheng Lao, still a little sleepy, asked, Brother, what's the matter? Why are you so anxious? Ever since earning some money, Zheng Lao had fallen back into his old, half-hearted lifestyle. When Zheng Lao came to find him, he hadn't even gotten out of bed yet. Zheng Lao didn't try to hide it, saying, Fan Cao's having a hysterical episode. Hysterical? Zheng Lao was stunned. What did that mean? He's seen Fan Chao fine yesterday. How could she be hysterical? This was a serious matter, and Zheng Lao didn't dare delay. He hurried to get the mule. The two brothers headed straight to town. By coincidence, Chen and Su's father arrived just in time to avoid them. At Zheng's house, Lan looked at the Su family, the matchmaker, and the others, completely bewildered. What did you say? The matchmaker smiled, waved her handkerchief, and said, Madam, congratulations. Lan, not this one, the next one. The matchmaker was a little puzzled, but she continued to tell the story of the Su family's marriage proposal. Lan looked at the large and small gifts Su Sanlang was carrying and realized that what her daughter had said was true. She remembered her husband, who she had sent to town to fetch a doctor, and sighed inwardly. However, the situation didn't allow her to do anything else, so she invited Chen and Su's father into the house. After they sat down, the matchmaker asked, Is the man home? Lan, oh, he's got something to do, and will be back soon. The matchmaker said, Okay, then we discuss other matters after he returns. To propose marriage, both families must be present. Since the guests weren't all present, the matchmaker didn't know what to say, but she couldn't let the atmosphere get awkward, so she began with praise, first the woman and then the man, until her mouth was dry. However, Lan was completely out of sorts, barely smiling, leading the matchmaker to believe the match wasn't going through. It wasn't until Zheng Lao returned that Lan seemed to remember something and rushed out to stop the man, pulling him aside and explaining the situation. Zheng Lao and Zheng Lao were stunned by this. What was going on? Feeling sorry for Zheng Lao, they called a doctor, who then sent him back. I sit at the main table for dinner, said Zheng's second son. Zheng's eldest son nodded quickly. Okay, thank you, second brother. Zheng's second son then drove off again in his mule cart, having forgotten that, as his second uncle, he was supposed to sit at the main table. On the other side, after everyone had left, Zheng's eldest son began to walk back into the house, asking Lan if her hair and clothes were messy, and if they fit her well. Lan was panicking now. She remembered that she had been working in the fields early this morning, and was still wearing her old clothes, and she felt extremely upset. If she had known the Su family would come to propose marriage today, she would have brought new clothes. But it wasn't anyone's fault. After all, even her eldest daughter had said it, she hadn't believed it. Okay, let's go. They're waiting for us inside, Lan said, interrupting her husband. Zhang's eldest son finally gave up adjusting his clothes and stepped inside. Brother Su. Brother Zhang. After entering the house, the two sides exchanged greetings and reminisced for a while before the matchmaker took the initiative and returned to the main topic of the day. Even though Zhang had just heard what his wife had said, he was still a little incredulous. After all, the Su family and his own? If it had been possible before, how could it be possible now with such a huge gap between them? But even though Zhang didn't believe it, the facts were before him, and he couldn't help but believe it. Thinking of his family's impending in-law relationship with the Su family, Su happily agreed without a second thought. This also relieved the matchmaker. She had originally thought the matter would fail today based on the woman's expression. She had never imagined it would be so easy to do. Now, she could also receive the wedding money. Thinking of this, the matchmaker's face suddenly brightened, and she offered congratulations. Chapter 146. The marriage between the two families was thus settled, and the wedding date was set for the same day as Su Hong's. What surprised Chen was that she had expected Lan to ask for an exorbitant betrothal gift, but she didn't. Just follow the village standard, Lan said calmly. This remark made Chen somewhat impressed. After all, although she hadn't had much contact with her over the years, she had heard stories about her sister-in-law from Lu, including how she had scolded her daughter, calling her a debt collector and better off selling her off. Unexpectedly, when the day finally came, neither of them made any excessive demands. Despite her words, on the day of the betrothal, Chen still gave an extra 20 taels of betrothal gift, compared to other young ladies in the village. She also gave a full load of wedding cakes, a pair of wild geese, for chickens, half a pig, for jars of the finest Huadio wine, 2 fish each, and a complete set of candies, dried fruits, and tea. The total amount was several times more than other betrothal gifts. Every onlooker praised her, and they also praised Fang Xiao's good fortune for marrying into the Su family. Mrs. Lan and Boss Sing were also delighted. That day, listening to the compliments, the usually self-conscious couple practically burst into laughter. Especially when the wedding gifts were due, Su Li, Su Tao, and Su Hong from the Su family presented jewelry, rouge, and a vanity mirror. Everyone in the village came running to see. Is that hairpin gold? You're so stupid. It must be. Golden. Giving a gold hairpin. This sister-in-law is so kind. The bride's guests sighed at the sight. These days, many people can barely afford to eat, and a woman's wedding is often accompanied by nothing but a quilt. Where had they seen such jewelry? Everyone was buzzing with discussion. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. Fan Xiao refused, letting Su Li take it back. This is a small gift from my eldest and 4 sisters. Please accept it, third sister-in-law. The word third sister-in-law made Fan Xiao blush. But she insisted, it's too expensive. I can't accept it. In this village, where would you give such a valuable gift? Besides, when my eldest sister got married, she didn't give her eldest sister Su Hong anything so expensive. Su Li seemed to know what she was worried about, and to get her to accept it, she said, third brother knows too. Sure enough, Fan Xiao hesitated when she heard this. Brother Qinghe knows? Yes. Fan Xiao finally accepted it. She looked at the heavy gold hairpin in her hand, feeling overjoyed. Su Li was also delighted to see her accept it, and for a moment, everyone gathered with Lei to tease the bride again. Lady Lan finally found out about this, but she didn't say anything. After everyone left, she came to Fang Xiao's room that evening. I heard the 5th daughter of the Su family gave you a gold hairpin? Lan asked. Fan Xiao was sorting through the gifts she received from her younger sisters today when she saw her mother, Lan, enter and paused. Yes. Her relationship with Lan remained lukewarm, though it was better than before. After all, her mother hadn't sold her out, and she still remembered her kindness. As for the rest, that was impossible. Fan Xiao couldn't forgive her mother for ignoring and favoring her for so many years. Now that she was finally leaving this home, she felt relieved and eagerly anticipated tomorrow. Oh, that's great. Keep it carefully, and don't lose it. Lan spoke with a somewhat awkward expression. She then casually broached other topics before beginning. When you get married, remember to be filial to your parents-in-law. Marriage isn't like being at home. If you do something wrong there, we're there to help you, but it's not always the same in other families. At this point, Lan recalled how she had treated her daughter over the years. She coughed twice, feeling a bit lost for words, but she finally spoke out loud. These were the same words her mother had said to her, and now she repeated them to Fan Xiao verbatim. Okay. Fan Xiao was silent for a moment, then finally said okay. Lan said, that's it. Get some rest. Tomorrow will be a busy day. Fan Xiao said again, okay. With that, Lan turned and left, leaving Fanchao to watch her slowly disappear from view. Meanwhile, Chen was also speaking to Su Hong about these things. Su Li and Su Tao were nearby, eating melon seeds and occasionally interjecting. Fortunately, our two families aren't far from each other. If that Wang family eldest son bullies you, just come back home. Although Chen knew it was impossible, she still said this. Su Hong, okay. Chen, now that your father and brother are back, don't be afraid. Su Hong, I know, mother. Chen continued then. Su Tao couldn't stand it anymore, and couldn't help but say, Mother, you have to repeat the same thing over and over again. After all, it's not certain who bullies whom, my eldest sister or my brother-in-law. Ever since my eldest sister Su Hong agreed to marry my brother-in-law Wang Ergu, he's been treated like a nobody, practically holding him in his hands for fear of dropping him, holding him in his mouth for fear of melting him. A grown man, his voice has changed all the time. Every time Su Tao sees him, she can't help but rub her arms and get goosebumps all over her body. This was true, and Su Li quickly nodded in agreement. She, too, was a victim. Mrs. Chen seemed to have thought of this, coughing twice. You want me to say it? Only Su Hong blushed again. All right, aren't you two going to bed? Go now. Don't be an eyesore here and disturb your elder sister's rest. We sleep together tonight, Su Tao said. Mrs. Lian, I want to sleep with my mother too. Okay then. Don't talk too late. Getting married is exhausting. Mrs. Chen then instructed Su Hong not to spoil Su Tao and Lian. Su Hong smiled. Okay. Mrs. Chen then stood up and left. After the others left, Su Tao, like an unattended monkey, immediately embraced Lian and went to play on the bed. By the time they had finished, it was already late at night. Sister, are you scared? Su Li, sleeping next to Su Hong, suddenly asked. Su Hong hadn't slept yet either. Upon hearing this, she immediately understood what Su Li was asking. Speaking of which, when she married into the Li family, she'd been genuinely terrified and anxious. She only met her mother-in-law, father-in-law, and sisters-in-law once. Even though her husband was there, she only seen him a few times. So, the day before her wedding, she even considered not getting married at all. But the marriage was already decided, leaving her no room for hesitation. So, like other young ladies, she gone ahead and married, feeling apprehensive. Things played out much as she imagined. Her mother-in-law set the rules, her sister-in-law responded, and so on and so forth. But this time was different. For some reason, she felt no fear at all. Perhaps it was because Wang Ergu's mother had once given her a candy, or perhaps it was because she'd been around the Wang family for so long that she wasn't afraid at all. Su Li smiled sincerely upon hearing this. She must be truly happy to be able to say such things. As long as Big Sister is happy, that's all that matters. But what can I do, Big Sister? I'm already beginning to miss you before you leave. Su Hong, Big Sister, I miss you too. But Big Sister, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. If you're happy, we're happy too. Thank you, Fifth Sister. Su Hong was deeply moved. Big Sister, please bring Lian Gu and the others home often. Okay. You can't stop loving us just because you have a brother-in-law. Okay. The night passed quickly. When Su Li woke, it was still dark. Because Big Sister had to dress, she was forced to wake up with dark circles under her eyes. Miss Chan and Mrs. Wu came into the room. Seeing the dark circles under their eyes, they couldn't help but feel a little regretful. They hadn't agreed to let them sleep together. Now it was better. Fortunately, the hairdresser we hired today was skilled, and somehow, she used rouge to smudge it away, making it invisible. Otherwise, Chin would have cursed on this joyous day. 1 comb, comb all the way to the ends. 2 combs, comb until the white hair reaches the eyebrows. The hairdresser chanted auspicious words as she combed her hair. After she finished, applied her makeup, and covered her head with a red veil, she waited for the groom to pick her up. Su Li and Su Tao stayed inside, chatting with the relatives and friends who had come to see the bride, and also with their eldest sister. Chin and Mrs. Wu were outside entertaining the guests. With both her daughter's wedding and her daughter-in-law's marriage, she was truly overwhelmed. The sheer number of tasks was so overwhelming, and she had already felt a little dizzy that morning. Thankfully, the auspicious time arrived soon, and the Wang family, who were escorting Su Hong away. Her son, Su Qinghe, also led the wedding procession and returned with the bride. Fan Chao sat in the bridal sedan, feeling a mixture of emotions. She had thought she'd be happy after leaving that home, but when she finally left with the matchmaker, she felt a pang of sadness and reluctance. She listened to her motherland's choked voice, and before she knew it, tears began to flow. She heard the sound of water being poured from behind, And then she too boarded the sedan. The bride is here, the bride is here. A group of little kids ran to the Su family's house, shouting, to announce the good news. The gatekeeper grabbed handfuls of candy and distributed them to them. The sound of laughter echoed throughout the area, and everyone in several alleys knew that this family was celebrating. When Song Ling and Li Heng arrived, the wedding banquet had just begun. Neither of them had come alone, without their guards. Father Su and Su Qishan were waiting at the door to greet them. Upon seeing them, they nearly knelt, but Li Heng quickly stopped them, saying, "Old man, we're here to ask for a drink." Father Su understood perfectly well, and quickly swallowed the urge to prince, from his lips. He personally welcomed the two in, and seated them in a secluded corner, as Li Heng had requested. "Go on with your business. Don't worry about us." Li Heng had only come to join in the fun, not wanting to disturb others. Father Su then nodded and left, trembling with fear. "This ordinary family's wedding banquet is quite unique," Li Heng said, taking a sip from his glass. Song Ling remained silent, his gaze scanning for the figures of Lin and his nephew. Indeed, Lin had come today, even earlier than Song Ling and the others. Song Ling had originally not intended to come, but had been persuaded by Li Heng to do so. "What are you looking at?" Li Heng followed Song Ling's gaze, but saw nothing but Shujio. "Isn't that your servant?" Song Ling looked over, and sure enough, it was. "Who is he talking to? Who is that young lady?" Li Heng asked, a smile of interest on his face. Song Ling said nothing, looking away. "I don't know." But Li Heng refused to believe it. Don't think he didn't see that Song Ling looked at her differently than he looked at anyone else. When had his good friend ever looked at a young lady like that? Li Heng's interest was piqued. Coincidentally, Su Li heard that Song Ling had arrived and came over to say hello. Su Li was truly grateful to Song Ling, not only for their care for her father and brother, but also for the spices and seeds he gathered for her. She asked her grandfather to plant the seeds Song Ling had given her in the yard, and guess what? They actually grown. It was none other than the potatoes she'd been craving for so long. God knows how thrilling this was for someone with a potato-like mindset. She'd been thinking that if there were corn and peppers in this world, maybe there would be potatoes too. And now they actually had grown. It was a truly wonderful surprise. That very day, Su Li dug up all the potatoes with a small hoe. However, she didn't eat them all, saving some for seeds, and sautéing the rest to her heart's content. So, when Su Li saw Song Ling, she immediately thought she had to thank him profusely. Young Master Song. Chapter 147. Madame Su. "I'm his friend, Gu Sheng." Li Heng, not wanting to reveal his identity, made up a name. Su Li noticed the man beside Song Ling from the start. From a single glance, she knew he was special, just as she had been when she first laid eyes on Song Ling. The reason was simple. Both of them possessed an innate aura of nobility, always standing out from the crowd regardless of their surroundings. Add to that, having recently learned from her father and two brothers that young Master Song wasn't just an ordinary merchant traveling north and south, but rather someone close to Prince Ji, Su Li was even more certain that the people around him were no ordinary people. Since the other party didn't say anything, Su Li feigned ignorance. "Young Master Gu." Li Heng glanced at Song Ling with a sly smile, then at Su Li, and suddenly said, "Madame Su, hearing about you is worse than seeing you in person. I long admired your name." Su Li was a little puzzled by this, but he quickly dropped his smile and said, "I always heard Uncle Ming say your cooking is delicious." Su Li finally realized what was going on. She thought to herself, didn't I expect young Master Song would like her cooking so much? He even mentioned it to others? After a moment's thought, she had a plan for how to thank him, but for now, Su Li remained modest, saying, "It's just an ordinary meal. I don't deserve such praise from you." Su Li then told him about the seeds he had brought her, and how they grown them. She expressed her gratitude and invited him to the restaurant in a few days, so she could personally cook a meal to thank him. As soon as Song Ling said this, Li Heng beside him said, "That's great. I accept it for him." Song Ling could only say, "Okay." Seeing the other party's agreement, Su Li left without further interruption. After Su Li left, Li Heng immediately resumed his usual nonchalant demeanor. "Is this Madame Su?" Song Ling sat calmly silent, but Li Heng, as if privy to some profound secret, wore a persistent smile. What puzzled him was that Madame Su didn't look particularly beautiful. At best, she was pretty and elegant, but compared to the beauties he had seen before, she certainly wasn't the most beautiful. Why had Uncle Ming fallen for her? Puzzled, Li Heng decided to find out for himself. "I'm going tomorrow too," he said. He had heard from Shujio that Madame Su's cooking was incredibly delicious, and he wanted to see just how good it was. Song Ling remained silent, and Li Heng found it utterly dull. He couldn't help but miss the Song family's second son, who used to run around Chang'an with him, dazzled by his finery and fearlessness. How dull. The Su family's wedding was held, and the guests didn't leave until late at night. After seeing off the last table, everyone in the Su family was practically exhausted. According to traditional custom, they were supposed to make a scene in the bridal chamber, but no one had the energy. Furthermore, they didn't want to delay the bride and groom's wedding night, so they all tacitly returned to their rooms. In the bridal chamber, Fan Qiao, who had been very nervous, breathed a sigh of relief when Su Qinghe announced that everyone had dispersed. Brides are shy, and what they fear most is a group of people making a scene in the bridal chamber, or something like eavesdropping. Fan Qiao hadn't known what this meant before, but she heard it from her best friends before she got married. The thought of her and Qinghe being overheard in the room filled Fan Qiao with embarrassment. Fortunately, put out the candle. Okay. The next day, when Fan Qiao woke up, no one was around. She instantly woke up and quickly sat up, ignoring the aches and pains throughout her body. She forced herself to get dressed and head out the door. It was already bright outside, but no one was around. She felt a little uneasy. After all, she was marrying into another family. How could she get up so late? It would be displeasing to her mother-in-law. Thinking of her mother's words, even though Fan Qiao didn't want to hear them, she had to admit that her mother was doing it for her own good. She put aside her nervousness and tried to find her husband. After searching around, she only found Mei, who had just woken up and was still drowsy. "Second young madam, are you awake?" Fan Qiao looked at her, wanting to correct herself, saying she wasn't a young madam, but she was more concerned with something else. She simply asked, "Why aren't mother and the others here?" "Oh, you mean madam? She shouldn't be up yet." "Huh?" Now Fan Qiao was confused. "Still up? What about father? He probably hasn't gotten up yet either. Fourth young madam and fifth young madam haven't gotten up either." Mei wasn't used to waking up so late at first. After all, back at the master's house, she had to get up before dawn to work. But after coming here, she gradually got used to it. The reason was that the masters and young ladies were so kind, letting them get more sleep, saying that a good night's sleep gave them the strength to work. Mei had never heard of a good night's sleep. She only knew about a good meal. Speaking of which, since coming to the Su family, Mei had never gone hungry again. She was truly blessed. Every day when she woke up, Mei felt incredibly blessed. Fan Qiao was stunned when she heard this. She hadn't even gotten up yet? How was it different from what she imagined? And different from what her mother had said? Didn't the mother-in-law always set rules for a new bride on her first day? Just like her grandmother did with her mother? How? What surprised Fan Qiao even more was that after Qing got up, she didn't seem to want to do anything at all. Instead, she affectionately gave her a large jade bracelet during the tea ceremony. After dinner, she even dragged her out to buy her clothes and shoes. And even though she did this, her father-in-law didn't stop her, smiling and saying, "Go ahead, buy some more clothes for Sanlang's wife." So Fan Qiao was taken away by Chen, and from then on, she started to feel embarrassed by Chen's offer to buy her things, which she refused. On the day of the return visit, Chen had prepared a ton of things, pulling a whole mule cart. When they returned, the villagers were filled with envy and admiration. What family gives such a large return gift to their daughter-in-law? How much silver must they have earned, those in the village, who once looked down on the Su family, who were born into military families, now regret not marrying into the Su family sooner. If they had, would this 20-year-old, unmarried girl still be considered for marriage? It's too late to say anything. My sister-in-law has returned to her parents' home, and the long-lost maternal love has finally returned. Su Li listened to Chen's nagging and followed her fourth sister. After a few perfunctory words, she went out to the restaurant. Today was Su Li's special dinner for young Master Song, and she had to cook something delicious to thank him. She had already decided on what dish to make, potatoes. It was something new, and I wondered if anyone else had made it in this era. Su Li wasn't entirely sure, but that didn't matter, she knew once she made it. "Boss, what did you get?" When Lu approached with a kitchen knife, looking at the odd things Su Li had carefully placed on the chopping board, curiously asking. "These are potatoes," Su Li explained, recounting their origins. When Lu was confused, remembering only that they could be used as both a staple food and a side dish, and that they were quite delicious. He didn't understand anything else. But as he looked at this unassuming thing, a hint of doubt crossed his face. Hadn't they been treating guests to a meal today? Would this be okay for them? Su Li smiled and said nothing. They know once she finished. Today, she was preparing a potato feast. No one present had ever cooked before, so Suli didn't ask for help. She planned to make stewed pork ribs with potatoes, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, dry pot potatoes, potato pancakes, and wolf-tooth potatoes. She was used to preparing and chopping the vegetables, but her hands were still a little rusty. She'd been busy with the restaurant's front-of-house duties lately, and rarely visited the kitchen. It seemed she needed more practice, Suli thought to herself. But all her thoughts vanished as she placed the shredded potatoes in the pot, accompanied by a strange, unique aroma. Everyone in the kitchen gathered around, including Old Man Chu, who had been busy preparing other dishes. "What is this?" Old Man Chu asked, looking at the intertwined green, red, and yellow shredded potatoes on the plate. "Spicy and sour potato shreds." "Potatoes?" Old Man Chu looked at the shredded potatoes with a puzzled expression. How could he not have seen this dish before? Suli took chopsticks and poured the remaining shredded potatoes from the pot onto a plate, letting Old Man Chu and the others try them. Although the others, led by Wen Lu, were eager to try, they didn't dare to because Old Man Chu, the chef, hadn't touched his chopsticks yet. Old Man Chu didn't hesitate. He picked up a few shredded potatoes with his chopsticks and popped them into his mouth. The crisp, sour, and spicy flavors burst in his mouth, accompanied by an indescribable fragrance. It was a new experience for him, but he had to admit, it was delicious. "I call this potato?" Wen Lu was already anxious when he saw the master eat without commenting on the taste. He was even more anxious when he heard the master asking about irrelevant things. He couldn't care less. Since the master had already eaten, they all picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. Everyone was stunned after taking one bite. This taste was so delicious. It was so sour, spicy, and delicious. It felt like I could eat several bowls of rice. It was delicious. And it was different from the other dishes. This one was made of beans, very fragrant, crispy, and had a unique texture. But before anyone could explain why, Suli's second dish, the dry pot potato slices, came out of the pot. This time, the potato slices surprised everyone again. They were spicy, soft, and still had a light fragrance. Only Old Man Chu could discern the special flavor. He looked at Suli, as if asking, yet also confirming, these potatoes are delicious no matter how you cook them. He was a master chef, having already noticed after only 2 dishes. Suli nodded, yes, these potatoes are delicious no matter how you cook them. Old Man Chu's eyes lit up instantly. Only Wen Lu, listening to the 2 men's conversation, was completely lost, completely bewildered, completely unaware of the potato's value as a versatile side dish. But they understood Suli's next words. "Once the potatoes are planted this year, we can serve them in the restaurant." Wen Lu said, "That's wonderful. This dish is delicious." "Yes." Old Man Chu was also delighted. As a seasoned chef, with so many years of experience, he naturally understood the importance of a signature dish to a restaurant, especially since potatoes were something new and unheard of. He wasn't worried the guests wouldn't like them. "Congratulations, Madame Su." Suli smiled but said nothing. Only Wen Lu remained completely bewildered. "Okay, if you understand, you're the host. Go and serve the dishes to the distinguished guests." Wen Lu wanted to say, he's not a waiter. But he couldn't disobey his master, so he just carried the dishes up. In the private room, Li Heng looked out the window at the lake view, then at Song Ling, and said, "You've been looking at it for almost a month. Aren't you tired of it yet?" Song Ling looked away. "Is your highness tired of it?" The implication was that if he was, he'd come back again. Li Heng nodded. "I'm a bit tired of it indeed. Even the food in this restaurant, he'd been eating there for almost a month, and was getting a bit tired of it. If it weren't for his best friend's important event, he would have definitely changed restaurants. He heard there was a good place called Xiangmenlo in the county town, and he was thinking of trying it before leaving. After all, the food at every restaurant in the county town was so delicious, so surely it would be good too." As he was thinking this, a man with a sweat towel around his neck walked in. "Gentlemen, your food is here." Having heard that today's meal was prepared by Miss Su herself, Li Heng was somewhat interested. Although not very interested, he was stunned when he looked at the dishes on the table. "What is this?" Chapter 148. Li Heng had never seen this dish before, and was stunned. However, Wen Lu, who had brought the dish, quickly withdrew, leaving him unable to ask even if he wanted to. Luckily, Suli knocked on the door shortly afterwards. "Young Master Song, Young Master Gu." Li Heng's interest piqued. He looked at the dish before him and asked, "Madame Su, what is this?" I never seen it before." Suli didn't keep it a secret. She looked at Song Ling and said, This is something young Master Song taught someone to grow last time. They later discovered it tasted quite good, so they used it in a dish. Young Master Song and young Master Gu, please try it. Song Ling averted his gaze. This was exactly as he had suspected. Back in the north, Xu Jiu had brought this back from somewhere, claiming it was delicious. Song Ling had cooked it and tasted it, but he found it mediocre. Thinking Su Li would like it, he had someone bring it back with him. However, he had never eaten it this way before, so he didn't know it was possible. I see. Let me try it. Li Heng took a chopstickful of hot and sour potato shreds and put them in his mouth. This taste, Li Heng didn't know how to describe. Even though he had tasted countless delicacies from land and sea, this was a new taste for him. Then, he took a piece of potato from the pork ribs. It had a completely different flavor. The soft, sweet potato was mingled with the aroma of meat, and it was very flavorful. It was a completely different texture from the hot and sour potato shreds. Not bad. Li Heng tasted them one by one and found that this potato was delicious whether fried, stir-fried, or cooked. It was really good. But what surprised Li Heng even more was what Su Li said next. Last year, I asked my grandfather to plant it in the yard. It's a very good yield. Then Su Li recounted the harvest from the garden her grandfather, Old Man Su, had planted last year. Su Li didn't say anything else, believing the two people before her understood her meaning with just this one sentence. Li Heng's breathing quickened, and he put down his chopsticks. Are you serious? Realizing his own loss of composure, he calmed down. Madam Su, this is not something you can joke about. Su Li's main reason for sharing this was to thank Song Ling, and secondly, to ensure her father and two brothers' future careers were smoother and more respected by their superiors. Naturally, she wouldn't joke. If Mr. Gu doesn't believe me, you can ask. The neighbors all know about the potato harvest, and we still have plenty left at home. My grandfather and grandmother had good relationships with the neighbors, and they even asked others to help them dig the potatoes. Li Heng thought about this and decided, yes, I suppose the other party wouldn't dare lie to me, but to be on the safe side, it's better to ask. With this in mind, he said to the person behind him, Zhu Feng, go ask. Yes, master. The man quickly disappeared after hearing this. After this incident, Li Heng looked at Su Li differently. If this was true, it would be a good thing for both the country and the people, especially now, when there were still so many hungry victims in the world. And just now, the other party had said that potatoes could be grown on any barren land. What did that mean? It meant that they could also be grown in the mountains. Jizhou, which he governed, had the most mountains, and no matter what crop he planted, the yield was low, so he could only plant trees. If these potatoes were truly so abundant that they could cover the mountains, wouldn't his soldiers have enough to eat and drink? When marching and fighting, food and supplies come first. Li Heng felt a little restless at the thought that this might be true, but he would have to wait for his men to return to find out. He calmed himself down and continued eating, but this time, unlike before, he didn't just treat this as a novelty. Instead, he felt a different kind of excitement. Especially after eating more potatoes, Li Heng discovered that this dish was truly different from the others. These potatoes were extremely filling, and even with such a small amount, he felt about 60% full. It was truly remarkable. After finishing his meal, he waited for his men to return. About an hour later, the black-clad man named Zhu Feng returned. He looked at Li Heng without saying anything, but Li Heng understood his meaning. This was true. Li Heng understood, so he called Su Li over and told her his plan. I wonder when these potatoes will be ripe. Could you sell me some then? Su Li, knowing she was convinced, said, the potatoes will be ripe in about 3 months, and we can dig them around May or June. Li Heng nodded and agreed with Su Li that he would keep the potatoes for him, and send someone to pick them up. He glanced at the person next to him, who respectfully produced a silver note. This is a deposit. Su Li looked at the 1,000 liang silver note, and dared not accept it. She hadn't told him this for the money. However, Song Ling, standing nearby, said, take it, Madam Su. This is also a token of Master Gu's kindness, isn't it, Master Gu? Li Heng, ? You forget your friends for the sake of beauty, huh? You're such a good person, Song Ling. However, Li Heng thought for a moment. If this thing were genuine, its value far exceeded 1,000 taels of silver, so he didn't hesitate. Furthermore, he didn't feel bad about giving it away for Song Ling's sake. Thank you, Master Gu, Master Song. Su Li took the silver and left. She hadn't expected to have earned another fortune out of nowhere. It was a pleasant surprise. Back at the Su residence, Su Li didn't tell anyone about the incident. She only shared it privately with her father and 2 brothers. The three were deeply moved by Su Li's words. They knew she was doing this for them, and she was even more determined to make a name for herself and provide a good life for her family. Because of this thought, the group left for Jizhou 3 days later without the same reluctance as before. It was just a pity for the newlyweds to be separated. Don't cry. It's not like we won't be coming back. Master Song said we'd be back in 3 months. Su's father then comforted Chen and Mrs. Wu. Yes, mother, May will be here soon. Su Qing had consoled him, but his eyes were fixed on his wife, Fa Chao, hoping she wouldn't worry about him. Fa Chao, who didn't know if she heard him, was filled with tears of reluctance, and Su Qing couldn't bear to turn his head away. All right, we'd be running out of time later, so let's just leave it at that. With Father Su's words, the three of them, each carrying their bags, mounted their horses and departed. Over there, in the carriage, Li Heng looked across at Song Ling, who was sitting across from him, and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to get off and say goodbye to Madame Su?" Song Ling closed her eyes, still silent. This time, Li Heng kept quiet. Okay, she wasn't worried about anything herself, so why should he? Okay, let's go. Then, a second later, a female voice suddenly rang out from outside the carriage, "Young Master Song, Young Master Gu." Li Heng's eyes lit up, and he looked at Song Ling teasingly. Song Ling was also stunned. Why was she here? It turned out that Su Li felt that she hadn't truly thanked young Master Song for the meal she had promised him last time, so she had made some food to give him on the way. "Young Master Song, here's the food I made. Take it and enjoy it on the way." Su Li looked at the man before her. Honestly, such a good-looking man was a joy to behold. Every time Su Li saw him, she found him very pleasing to the eyes and ears. The only downside was that he was so thin, it was obvious he hadn't eaten well. So, the only difference between the food Su Li made for him and her father and brother was that the food she made for him was all meat, hoping he would eat more. If he could gain some weight, that would be good too. Su Li gazed at the person before her with pure admiration, but it was simply admiration, no other thoughts. This gaze was obvious, and Song Ling naturally felt it, but Song Ling didn't feel any resentment. It wasn't anything else, but rather this gaze, like looking at a flower or a cloud. This was the first time Song Ling had noticed something different about Su Li. This feeling was so strange that it made him want to explore the person before him. In fact, he couldn't help but have someone research everything about Su Li. It was then that he learned that this frail woman had, through her own efforts, made her way to where she was today, bringing her family from a life of poverty to a life of plenty. It was then that Song Ling was slowly drawn to her and realized that she was different from the average woman in the boudoir. She was intelligent, brave, and strong, like a weed, able to thrive anywhere. Her tenacious vitality was so dazzling that he couldn't take his eyes off her. Song Ling looked at Su Li and said, "Thank you, Madame Su." Su Li smiled, her dimple showing. "Take care, young Master Song." "Take care, Madame Su." With that, Song Ling turned around and boarded the carriage without stopping. Li Heng quickly turned his head back, pretending not to look. "What are you holding?" Song Ling didn't say anything, so Li Heng reached out to take it. However, the usually generous Song Ling refused to give it to him, deliberately moving it away. This stunned Li Heng. He hadn't expected Song Ling to act this way. However, he ultimately didn't force it. Instead, he sat aside and said disapprovingly, "You're getting even more stingy now." But he was met with silence again. As the carriage slowly moved, Su Li returned to Chen's side. Chen watched the departing figure and asked, "Did you give the things to young Master Song?" Su Li nodded yes. Chen replied, "That's good." Originally, she had wanted to see young Master Song off, but ever since her husband had revealed his identity to her, she'd grown a little intimidated and no longer dared to act as casually as before. "That's good." After Chen finished speaking, she had no other words. "Okay, let's go back." After that, Chen went to call Fa Chao back with him. On the way, she tried to comfort Fa Chao, fearing she might become upset. Fortunately, Fa Chao was resilient and eventually reassured Chen, telling her not to be upset. Su Tao's eyes were also red. She and Su Li walked behind, not wanting to be seen. "This sister, tell me, why can't our family stay together forever?" The past month or so since Dad and the brothers returned has been Su Tao's happiest days in years, even happier than the money she's earned. She feels completely at ease and happy as long as Dad and the brothers are around. She truly doesn't want them to leave. Su Li felt sad when she heard this, but she couldn't help but think, yes, why can't the family stay together forever? Yes. If Dad and the brothers go to Jizhou, they can go too. Now that the restaurant and food shop are running smoothly, they can definitely open a food shop in Jizhou too. Wouldn't that allow the whole family to stay together? Thinking of this, Su Li's mood brightened, and she was eager to tell Grandma and the others about this. However, it wasn't a simple matter. First, they had to grow the potatoes, and then they had to find a trustworthy and reliable owner for the restaurant. Chapter 149. Su Li kept this matter to herself, but she secretly considered the various possibilities after arriving in Jizhou. For the next 3 months, Su Li made drastic changes. First, she standardized the management of the restaurant and food shop to facilitate future management. Then, she worked with Old Man Chu to develop new dishes to enrich the restaurant and food shop's menu. Finally, she cultivated confidence so that she could continue running the restaurant in her absence. Su Li investigated several people, including Mrs. Liu, Mrs. Mo, Li Chunhua, and Linda and Mrs. Mo's 2 sons. Mrs. Liu and Mrs. Mo had both worked in the food shop for many years, so Su Li's first thought was to hand them over to them and promote them to managers. Li Chunhua, Linda, Zheng Daolong, and Zheng Erlang came later, so Su Li only taught them reading and arithmetic in their free time and had no immediate plans for them to do anything else. She decided to select a suitable candidate from among them to become the restaurant's manager after a while, and then choose someone to be the general manager. With the restaurant's arrangements almost complete, Su Li found an opportunity to tell her grandfather, Old Man Su, and her mother, Mrs. Chen, about the matter. Everyone was initially delighted, but the joy didn't last long before Mrs. Chen asked, "What about the restaurant?" As soon as she said this, the others also thought, "Yeah, what about the restaurant and the food shop?" Going to Jizhou was certainly a good idea, but would the restaurant and the food shop have to close? Su Li knew her mother and the others would be worried, so she told them her plan. Mrs. Chan and Mrs. Wu were still a little hesitant, but is this really feasible? If none of the family members were present, those below them would inevitably pretend to obey, but secretly disobey. While everyone might be hesitant at first, over time, it's hard to guarantee that something won't happen. Su Li had also considered this, which is why she planned to train more people, so they could supervise each other. She could then check the accounts from time to time. "That's an idea," said Mrs. Wu. However, at this moment, Su Hong, standing nearby, suddenly said, "Fifth sister, I won't go to Jizhou." Yes, although Su Hong had married into the Wang family, she was still the one who would discuss any important matters with the shop and restaurant. Hearing Su Hong's words, Su Li was stunned. "What's wrong, big sister?" Su Hong then shared her considerations. After all, the Wang family had already spent all their savings on buying a house in the county town. If they went to Jizhou, what would become of the house there? Furthermore, she had just found a private school for her son Su, and if he went to Jizhou, he would have to start all over again. Everyone was at a loss for words after hearing this. Emotionally, everyone wanted the family to stay together, but from a practical perspective, Su Hong's idea was not wrong. After all, she was no longer alone. The Wang family had relied on hunting for generations, and it wasn't appropriate for them to leave Xiaoxi village and Qinghe County to seek a living elsewhere. "Then you stay, eldest sister." It was convenient that she and second brother Wang were overseeing the restaurant and food shop, so Su Li felt relieved. After all, her eldest sister was steady, and not the type to act rashly. Su Hong nodded. "Okay, fifth sister, don't worry." With that, everything was arranged. Then, Su Li wrote a letter to Jizhou, informing her father and the others of the news, and asking them to help find a place to stay when they had time. At the end of May, a letter arrived from Jizhou, written by Su's father. It stated that a house had been found, and that they could move in any time. It also stated that they would be back the following month, and could take them with them. As for why they were returning, Su Li realized that the potatoes planted in the village would be ripe around that time, and everything became clear. Back home, Wu and Chen packed up the things they had been looking for at home. Meanwhile, Su Li took the opportunity to hand over the restaurant's management to Su Hong, detailing who to contact if anything was needed. By the beginning of June, everything was ready, and they were just waiting for Su's father's return. "Take the pottery jar too, so you don't have to buy it again when we get to Jizhou. And that wooden clothes rack, yes, that one." Chen was arranging for Songda to move things in the courtyard, even the magpie's nest under the eaves. Su Li, who had just returned from the restaurant, saw this and hurried forward to stop them. Oh my god! If she let her mother take everything with her, Su Li could imagine what the journey would be like. The journey to Jizhou already took half a month, wouldn't that double? Su Li persuaded Chen by saying they would be back in the future, so there was no need to take everything. Besides, They had agreed to let their eldest sister and the others stay from time to time, so wouldn't it be inconvenient to leave everything behind? After hearing this, Chen struggled for a long time, then gave in. Looking at all the things she couldn't take with her, she felt incredibly distressed. Thankfully, within 2 days, Su's father returned, along with Su Qingshan, Su Qinghe, and a few unfamiliar men. Su's father said they were there to deliver the potatoes. As soon as they arrived, they had to look at the potatoes, unable to stop for a moment. Fortunately, Su Li had dug up the potatoes and stored them 2 weeks ago. Seeing this, she took them to see them. The 5 of them looked at the potatoes piled in the warehouse, nodded, and immediately prepared to transport them away. Su Li did not stop them. After all, the other party had given them so much silver. But what Su Li did not expect was that the big man actually took out another 1,000 taels of silver note and gave it to her as he left, saying it was from Master Gu. Su Li couldn't refuse it, as the big man had placed it on the dining table without her noticing. When Su Li saw it, she was speechless. Chen was curious about who had given it, so Su Li said, "Master Gu gave it to me." Chen was about to ask who Master Gu was, but Su's father interrupted her, saying, "We're leaving now. We should invite my father-in-law and his family to dinner." Chen replied, "Of course." After all, they didn't know when they would be back. So, the day before leaving, Chen invited the Wang family and their son, along with Zhang Lada's family, to her home. In addition, she also invited her eldest brother, second brother, third sister, and 4 sisters' family, as well as her parents, Old Chen, and the Mo and Lu families, who were close to the Su family. They all came to the Su household. These people had long known that the Su family was leaving for Jizhou, and had already expressed their reluctance to leave, so their arrival wasn't a surprise. They treated it as usual, as if it were just a regular gathering. The women immediately helped in the kitchen, and the atmosphere was as lively and bustling as it had been back in Sioxi village. "Where do you put the washed cabbage?" "Give it to me." "Put it here. We're in for a treat today. We even get to enjoy Wu Ye's cooking. Isn't it?" The chatter reached Su Li's ears, and she smiled. "Then, ladies, please eat more later." "Of course you should." "Ha ha ha, don't worry." The laughter continued until Su Li poured the food into the large iron pot. With a sizzling sound, the aroma instantly filled the small kitchen, enveloping everyone's gaze. "Just smelling this makes my mouth water. It's absolutely delicious. We have to eat a few more bowls of rice later." Everyone sighed, taking a deep breath. How can we be hungry even before noon? Su Li's dishes today were primarily stir-fried, with stir-fried lamb and pork, braised pork and fish, and various cold and braised dishes. The soup was a fresh pig's trotter soup. The table had 10 dishes in total, a feast comparable to what you find during Chinese New Year. Everyone was stunned by the sheer size of the table as soon as they sat down. Almost everyone swallowed their saliva simultaneously. Wow, so much food! How can we finish it all? But regardless of whether they could finish it or not, once the meal began, everyone dove in. The stir-fried lamb is incredibly tender, with not a hint of mutton. And the braised pork is melt-in-your-mouth delicious. Delicious, delicious. The same thing happened at the 2 tables of men. Old man Su, Su's father, and the Wang family father and son were all drinking and eating, looking incredibly happy. Su's father said, "When we go to Jizhou, I'd be asking you to look after the family." Su's father said to Wang's father, who waved his hand, "No big deal. You can come back if you want. Jizhou isn't far away." Su's father said, "Of course." Then, they clinked glasses again, and everyone praised the meal. The sun shone into the courtyard, scattering light on everyone. A gentle breeze blew past. Su Li looked up, feeling the hustle and bustle. The meal lasted until late at night. After everyone else left, Su's father, still drunk, returned to his room to rest. Chen poured him a cup of hangover tea, and he took a sip. "Have you told Dia?" Chen, "Yes." "That's good." "Have you told your son-in-law?" "Yes." After all, this matter wasn't a big deal. If chaos really broke out, they would be fine in Jizhou, as it was under the jurisdiction of the king of Ji and heavily guarded. But Dia and the others would be in trouble if they stayed here. So Su's father and Chen discussed the matter, and decided to tell the Wang family about the cellar. If anything really happened, they could return to the village for shelter. Besides, the Wang family father and son are reliable people, and they'd be able to help his brother-in-law and mother-in-law when the time comes. "Okay." Chen sighed. "To be honest, I'm a little reluctant to leave. Here, I have family and friends, and everything is familiar. But in Jizhou, everything is unknown." Su's father also thought about this. He was silent for a moment. "Or else don't go." My son and I will come back whenever we have time, so it's the same. Chin shook her head. I go. Although she was reluctant to leave everything here, she also couldn't bear to be separated from her husband again. Only a few 5 years in a life can last. A lifetime flies by in a flash. Now that the family is no longer forced to separate due to lack of money like before, now that they have money, it's naturally best for the family to stay together. Moreover, it would be too cruel to separate her daughter-in-law and her son right after they got married. She didn't want her to suffer the same hardship as herself, separated from her husband for a long time. But, still don't you want me to go? Tell me, are you keeping another woman over there? Father Su, it's easy to find a pretext to accuse someone. He said, how could that be? What are you thinking about all day long? He's been training in the barracks all day, exhausted. How could he still be thinking about that? That's good. If I found out, Father Su said, don't worry. I only like you, no other woman. Now Chen was embarrassed. That's so corny. Father Su raised an eyebrow. Don't you like corny things? I do. Ha ha ha. Chapter 150. Since they were carrying quite a lot of stuff this time, and there were also women with them, Su's father thought for a moment and decided to take a boat instead of a carriage. While the boat was slower, it was safer, and they wouldn't have to sleep outdoors. Su Li had already started preparing her supplies for the trip, starting with fresh vegetables and various meats. Since they'd be on the boat for over half a month, fresh fruits and vegetables would likely be scarce, and even if they were available, they'd be expensive. So Su Li had songed to buy dozens of pounds of them and pack them in baskets. Meat would be difficult to carry in the cold weather, but the restaurant had made a lot of bacon last year, and there was still plenty left. Su Li had songed to pack that up and take it away. She also took the stove, pots, pans, and other utensils with her. Not only would they be useful on the trip, but she also didn't need to buy more once she arrived in Jizhou. With everything packed up, the Su family headed for the dock early the next morning. They boarded a merchant ship arranged by Su's father, a cargo ship. At this time of year, most ships were heading north, with few heading south. Su's father had put in a lot of effort to arrange for this modest ship to dock for resupply. The captain, a northerner and a generous man, had been waiting at the dock early. As soon as Su Li and the others arrived, he had them load their belongings into the cabin, with valuables placed in the rooms. While the ship wasn't large, it still had 3 floors. Su's father had spent a bit more money, so the best room was allocated to Su Li and the others. When Su Li and the others boarded, there were other passengers too. Judging by their attire, they looked like ordinary passengers. When they saw the captain leading Su Li and the others to the best room, a mother and son questioned, Captain, why are you letting them stay in that room? We want to stay too. Yes, Captain, why can they stay here and we can't? As soon as these words came out, Su Li knew the captain must be generally good-tempered, otherwise no one would ask such a question in public. Sure enough, the captain only chuckled, but the man dressed in plain clothes next to him said unhappily, you can stay here if you pay more for the fare. What do you think? Do you want to pay? This was extremely impolite, and the mother and son's faces immediately turned pale, but judging by their expressions, perhaps for some reason, they didn't say anything else. It's just a question. The Su family watched this show, but they didn't say anything, just found it extremely amusing. There are so many people like this. As soon as they see you get something good, they start to imagine that you have been treated unfairly, without considering the underlying reasons. But do they really not think about it? Or maybe they just want to take advantage of others. When they meet those who are easy to talk to, they can get rich rewards just by talking, so over time, it becomes a habit. Dealing with people like this is easy. Just be thick-skinned and pretend you don't know what they say, or else imitate their shamelessness and ask back. That's it. These 6 rooms are for you to stay in. You can take a look. The captain opened the 6 adjacent rooms one by one, revealing the furnishings inside. Su's father went in first, followed by the others. Chen looked around and smiled with satisfaction. It's quite nice. It might not be as fully furnished as at home, but for a boat, having a table and a boat is pretty good. It's quite nice. Mrs. Wu also looked around. The room was quite clean, which was good enough. Seeing the Su family's satisfaction, the captain smiled and said, here are the keys. Just give them to me when you disembark. Then, while handing the keys to Su's father, the captain added, if you need anything on board, come see me. By the way, if you need food and living supplies, you can pick them up downstairs later. You need a 500 yuan deposit, which will be refunded when you disembark. Finally, the captain explained where to buy fresh fruits and vegetables on board. Okay, we got it. Thank you, Captain, Sue's father thanked him. The captain smiled innocently again. Just call me Boss Zhao. They all call me that. Sue's father nodded, and the captain turned and left. After he left, everyone in the Su family went to their respective rooms. Father Su had booked 4 rooms in total. Su Li and Su Tao in one, Chen Fan Chao in one, and Old Man Su and Wu in one. Father Su and his 3 companions shared one, while the Wang family, father and son, shared one, and Wang and her daughter shared another. Originally, Father Su had wanted to book 2 or 3 more rooms to avoid such a crowded situation, but in the end, Father Su couldn't bear to do so. After all, he and his son had slept in all sorts of places in the barracks, so a little squeezing wouldn't hurt. Then let's go clean up the room first. You can come over for lunch later at noon. Okay. With that, Chen took Su Li, Su Tao, and the others to clean up the room. Actually, there wasn't much to clean. The main thing was to replace the bedding with what they had brought home. The things on the ship weren't as clean as at home, and sleeping there was quite uncomfortable. In the past, people would have been happy just to have a place to sleep, and wouldn't have been picky about such things. But these days, perhaps because life has gotten better and living standards have improved, tolerance has decreased. The dirty bedding wasn't thrown away either, but placed in a bag nearby. While Chen and Wang were changing bedding, Su Li and Su Tao went to light a fire and cook. After looking over the ingredients they had brought, Su Li planned to make a simple cold noodle dish for lunch. June was already summer, and the hot weather made eating less appealing, so cold noodle dishes were perfect for that. Cold noodle making was simple. The first step was to wash the dough, then soak it in water for a while. Then, knead it repeatedly until the water became cloudy and stopped changing color. Then, filter it and continue washing. Repeat this 3 or 4 times, leaving only the gluten. Then, let it sit for a while. While this was happening, Su Li began preparing the side dishes. She shredded the cucumber Su Tao had washed, sautéed the peanuts, minced the garlic, and blanched a chili pepper in water. After 3 or 4 hours, the flour and water were completely settled, and the white batter at the bottom was ready for the cold noodle dish. Because they boarded the boat early, the batter settled just in time for noon. Seeing it was almost done, Su Li asked Su Tao to light the stove and begin boiling water to steam the dough. Since there were 15 of them, Su Li made quite a large batch, using the large ceramic pots that Chen had finally abandoned at home. This made the scene quite impressive at first glance, causing the other guests on the boat who were cooking to think they were cooking something and crane their necks to look. What are they doing? I don't know, it looks weird. They must be steaming something. Wow, look! What's that food? It's transparent. One of them was surprised to see Su Li placing the steamed cold noodles on a plate. Honestly, no one had ever seen this before, and they were stunned. At this point, Su Li had already steamed the cold noodles. Then she added the gluten noodles. Only after everything was done did she start cutting them into pieces and adding the sauce. Su Li had limited supplies, so she only added chili oil, salt, soy sauce, sugar, garlic juice, shredded cucumber, and peanuts. Although the ingredients weren't quite complete, after mixing them together, they still looked quite fragrant. The rosy red color, the glistening chili oil coating the crystal clear cold noodles, and the shredded cucumber and peanuts added a touch of color, was so alluring that everyone watching gulped down their saliva. What should I do? It tastes so good. Someone who couldn't resist the temptation to indulge in a gluttonous and extroverted manner asked, "Young lady, what are you eating?" Su Li looked in the direction of the voice. It was a man who looked like Sue's father. Judging by his attire, he must be a servant in some mansion. She asked how she knew, because his clothes were embroidered with calligraphy. Su Li had also dealt with wealthy families in the county, and knew that servants in some mansions had their clothes custom-made with embroidered calligraphy. This was done for both management convenience and ease of transportation. It was usually only worn by prominent families, but that didn't concern Su Li. When she went out, she met everyone, neither provoking nor fearing trouble. "It's cold noodles." Su Li said the name. "So it's called cold noodles?" Li Si looked surprised. He had never heard of it before. It looked delicious. He swallowed and said that, to be honest, the boat had been docked in the county town for the past 2 days, and he hadn't eaten anything delicious. As soon as he got off the dock, he heard people say that the food at Xiangmenlo was delicious, so he specially packed some food and brought it back for the young master. However, it turned out to be terrible. Not only did he waste 5 taels of silver, but he was also scolded by the young master. It was really unfair. With this thought, Li Si cast his gaze back at Su Li's bowl of cold noodles, thinking to himself, "This looks delicious." Why not ask this young lady to buy a portion for the young master? Thinking this way, Lisi smiled and said, Young lady, are you selling these cold noodles? Could you give me 2 portions? Huh? Suli hadn't expected to have a business on a boat, but that was a good thing. Stunned for a moment, she said, I have a large family. I wonder if there will be any left. Not refusing meant there was an opportunity, so Lisi immediately said enthusiastically, Okay, if there is any, please give it to me. It wasn't Lisi's fault for being so servile. He was simply afraid that if he couldn't satisfy the young master, he would be finished back home. He had never been so humble before, so there was nothing he could do. Okay. Suli agreed. Chen and Wang also came out. They brought the packaged cold noodles into the house. After serving 15 bowls, there was still plenty left. Suli glanced at Lisi, who was standing beside her. That's all we have left. Big brother, if you want some, just bring some bowls. Lisi's face lit up with delight, and he turned and went back inside to get some. At this moment, some of the onlookers gathered around, saying, Young lady, can you sell me one? I want one too. There were 2 people talking, a man and a woman, and Suli agreed. 10 cents apiece. The 2 hesitated, then agreed. The families living on this floor weren't particularly poor. Okay. Suli then took the money and sent them to get the bowls. The 2 sighed and went back inside. After selling 4 bowls, there was still some left, but Suli didn't plan to sell any more. She knew she could still have more if her family wasn't full. Of course, no one else bought any more except those 3. Inside the room, Father Su and his friends devoured their cold noodles, praising them as they ate. These noodles are so delicious. Cool and refreshing, and they're so refreshing. Father Su had never tasted noodles like this before. They were truly delicious. Paired with the refreshing and delicious shredded cucumber, the summer heat seemed to melt away. What noodles? They're cold noodles. Chen corrected him. Chapter 151. Suli had made cold noodles a few years ago. Chun, Su Tao, and Wupa had all tried it before, so they knew the name. However, this was the first time for Su's father and the other 2. Cold noodles? Su's father repeated the name. It was indeed cold and delicious. He picked up 2 large pieces of cold noodles coated in red oil with his chopsticks and stuffed them into his mouth. Quickly, the whole bowl was gone. He then picked up the remaining peanuts and cucumber shreds from the bowl and ate them one by one. After finishing, he put the bowl down and wiped his mouth. Really good. Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe were the same. Both were young men in their 20s, at the peak of their appetite. They finished a bowl in no time. However, they were still not full after finishing the bowl, so they shared the rest with the brothers An and Au. An and Au ate with such bliss, their bowls in hand. Only after arriving at the Su residence did they realize that such delicious food could actually exist. It felt like they'd been eating pig food before. Furthermore, since arriving at the Su residence, they tasted many new and exciting things, like the cold noodles, which were so springy and smooth, absolutely delicious. Not only did they find it delicious, but the 3 people who had just bought food on the same boat were equally amazed by the taste. Lin Qingqing was truly fed up with the food on the boat, but her stepmother wouldn't let her disembark and spend her own money on food. Her father, too, was always partial, even siding with her stepmother and accusing her of being thrifty. Qingqing was furious, but she couldn't say anything. After all, she still depended on her father to choose a good husband for her. Once she found a husband, she could leave this home, and then she wouldn't have to see them again. Thinking of this, Lin Qingqing's steps lightened as she carried the cold noodles. Dad, I'm back. Lin Qingqing pushed open the door. The 2 men inside were already eating. They never waited for her, so she was used to it. Qingqing, where have you been? Why are you back so late? What are you holding? Lin Qingqing's stepmother noticed what Lin Qingqing was carrying and asked. Lin Qingqing ignored her. Since you didn't leave me any food, I bought it myself. Who would have thought that as soon as she finished speaking, Lin Qingqing's father, Mr. Lin, became displeased. You've been running around all day, and you blame others for not leaving you food. If you were sensible and obedient, you should have come and helped your mother when you saw her cooking. I don't know what your mother taught you. Lin Qingqing had wanted to endure it, but when she heard about her deceased mother, she couldn't help herself. You're sensible, the most sensible, and yet, you abandoned your wife and daughter. You? Mr. Lin's heart sank at this. How can you talk to your father like that? He was about to lose his temper, but Lu, seeing that something was wrong, quickly tried to smooth things over. Okay, master, stop talking. Qingqing has a childish temper, and you're just like her. Eat. The food will get cold if you don't eat. Mr. Lin immediately felt that Mrs. Liu was sensible. He felt even more critical of his daughter, with whom he hadn't spent much time since childhood. What a curse. However, looking at the boiled vegetables in front of him, he truly lost his appetite. Forget it, I'm already full from anger, I won't eat any more. Master, your health is more important. Come, have another piece of meat. With that, Liu picked up a piece of boiled meat and placed it in Mr. Lin's bowl. Mr. Lin felt his stomach churn. His new wife was great in every way, except for her poor cooking skills. She was also incredibly stingy and petty. Thinking of this, he began to regret preventing his daughter from getting off the boat to buy food. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Liu was also at fault. It wasn't her money, so why did she stop Qingqing from buying it? Really? Just then, Lin Qingqing had already started eating her cold noodles, devouring them with such relish. The wind blew the aroma of the red oil wafting over her, a truly delicious sight. Lin Juren felt hungry again. What? Are you eating? Let me try. Lin Juren had a certain shamelessness. One moment, he could be scolding Lin Qingqing, and the next he could act as if nothing had happened. If asked if he wasn't embarrassed, he'd just say, "She's my daughter, what's there to be embarrassed about?" Lin Qingqing despised this aspect of his, but she had to rely on him to find her a husband. Thinking of this, she could only bear it, and put some from her bowl into hers. Sister Liu, who was standing by, saw this and wanted some too, but Lin Qingqing, as if anticipating her thoughts, said the next moment, "No more. I don't even have enough for myself." This completely shut her down. Liu could only shut up and look at Scholar Lin, hoping he'd say something. But Scholar Lin couldn't care less about her, he didn't even have enough to eat himself. Not bad. Where did you buy this noodle? Mr. Lin wiped his mouth after finishing his meal, feeling refreshed. That's right, this is what people are supposed to eat. Lin Qingqing still had some left in her bowl, and when her father asked, she casually mentioned it. Mr. Lin murmured, "Oh, but he wasn't really interested," so he immediately said, "Bring me some when you buy some tonight." Lin Qingqing wanted to scoff, but she had truly had enough of the terrible food on the boat, so she agreed. Even then, Li Si entered the house carrying cold noodles. The man inside was still asleep in bed, so Li Si could only whisper, "Master, master, it's time for lunch." The young man was woken, and about to lose his temper, when he saw the food in Li Si's hands. He felt his stomach and realized he was indeed hungry, so he sat up. Li Si quickly stepped forward to support him and help him get dressed. What is this? The young man looked at the cold noodles in front of him, his face filled with confusion. He had never seen anything like it before. Could it be eaten? Li Si quickly said the name, "Liangbi?" What kind of thing? What a terrible name. He stirred it with his chopsticks, and the red oil of the cold noodles mingled with a faint fragrance. He picked up a piece and sniffed it. It smelled good. He glanced at the person in front of him suspiciously. "Have you eaten yet?" Li Si thought the other person was concerned, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart. He thought, "Young master, he's quite nice, even if he has a bad temper." But the next moment, the young man's words pulled him out of his warm feelings. "Not yet. You're giving it to me, if you don't have it? What if it's poisonous? You're trying to poison me, aren't you?" The young man slammed his chopsticks onto the table. Okay, he was overthinking it. A young master is a young master. When has he ever changed for anyone? Li Si quickly knelt down and confessed. Only after the young man's anger subsided, did he pick up his bowl of cold noodles and try it. It looked incredibly delicious. Li Si had actually wanted to eat it earlier, but he didn't dare to eat before his host, so he kept it until now. He picked up a handful of cold noodles with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. "How is it?" The young man looked at Li Si curiously. Li Si urged himself to swallow quickly, nodding his head. "Good, delicious." The boy finally picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. After the first bite, his eyes lit up. He tasted so many delicious things, but this was the first time he ever tasted anything like it. It was incredibly delicious. The cold noodles, smothered in red oil and crispy cucumber shreds, were incredibly refreshing in this weather. No wonder they were called cold noodles, they were truly refreshing. He loved the peanuts the most, they were fragrant and crispy, and his mouth lingered with their aroma. This meal was the most enjoyable he had in days. "You did a great job this time," the young man complimented him, a rare moment. Li Si's spirit surged again. "This is what I'm supposed to do. We have this tonight too." After enjoying something delicious, the young man didn't want to settle for anything else. But as soon as he finished speaking, Li Si felt a dilemma. After all, this wasn't something the young woman had made specifically for sale. What if she refused to make it again? If it were in Jizhou, it would be fine, he could just reveal his identity. But on this unfamiliar ship, he had to be extremely cautious, fearing the possibility of running into his enemy. Do you really need me to teach you how to make this? You useless fellow, figure it out yourself. I want this tonight anyway. The young man, completely unconcerned, looked at Li Si and threatened. Li Si was now truly devastated, and could only lead to figure out a solution on his own. After a long thought, Li Si finally found Su Li. Young lady, are you still going to make that dinner tonight? What's wrong? I'm not going to. Su Li, who had just finished a nap, and was about to start making dinner, saw the man who had bought her cold noodles and replied. Li Si exclaimed, then explained that his son had said it was delicious, and that he wanted to buy more. He then took out a tael of silver and handed it to Su Li. Young lady, I'm so sorry to bother you. Su Li looked embarrassed. I'm so sorry, I'm afraid we can't make it. We run out of the cucumbers we brought today, and if we start now, we probably won't be able to eat it until very late. If you had come earlier, maybe it would have been possible. Another reason was that there was only one pot, and once you were cooking, you couldn't cook anything else. Huh? Li Si was stunned upon hearing this. He originally planned to wait until the young woman came out before asking, but she never came out. Didn't he expect it to be so late? If he'd known, he would have knocked on the door earlier. Li Si felt like crying, but he couldn't even cry. He didn't buy what the young master wanted, and he was sure he'd be scolded again when he got home. It was over. Su Li ignored him and began washing rice and cooking. She planned to make potato, bacon, and green bean glutinous rice tonight. This was pretty simple, with both meat and vegetables in one pot, so there were no separate dishes to prepare. It was perfect for a chilly evening. Chop the bacon, peel the small potatoes, and add them whole, pick the green beans, and heat the oil to stir-fry. Once fragrant, add the seasonings and stir-fry until evenly combined. Pour the mixture into the pot, layering it evenly with the drained rice. Add the rice broth and simmer for about half an hour. For sister, there's no need to add any more heat. Just wait for it to simmer. Okay. Su Tao nodded and prepared to go back inside. Li Si, who was standing nearby, saw this and quickly stopped them. Young lady, could you please sell me 2 servings of tonight's meal? This was the best solution he could think of. He had just noticed that this young lady had some cooking skills, and her other dishes would surely taste good too. Su Li paused. I'm sorry. Please, young lady. Li Si's face pleaded. He still wanted to stay at the Chung residence. He had a mother at home who was waiting for him to support her. Okay. Su Li had originally wanted to refuse. After all, judging by what her family had eaten at noon, her 2 brothers were big eaters. Since the family had plenty of money, they naturally had to make sure their family was well fed first. However, the other person looked quite pitiful. She had also heard that in wealthy families, the masters didn't treat their servants as human beings. If a servant didn't do what the master told him to do, they would lose their job at best, or be beaten or scolded by the master at worst. If her simple action could help the other person, Su Li was willing to do it. Thank you, young lady. Thank you, young lady. Li Si was truly grateful to Su Li this time. He knew such a pretty young lady would be kind-hearted. He quickly shoved the silver in Su Li's hand, and quickly turned and left. Su Li was stunned by the silver in her hand. She wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but the man had already run away. Just as she was putting the silver into her purse, Lin Qingqing, who had bought food at noon, returned. She said the same thing as the man, wanting more cold noodles. Su Li repeated her previous excuse. Lin Qingqing said disappointedly, So? Okay. But just then, she suddenly caught a whiff of something in the air. It was a strong, rich aroma, bacon. She followed the scent to the covered pot of food behind Su Li. Madam Su, what's in that? Why does it smell so good? Su Li answered truthfully. Potato, bacon, and beans with rice? Lin Qingqing swallowed. The name sounded delicious. She quickly said, Can you sell me 1, no 2? Su Li, refused without a second thought. She had already agreed to sell the man 2 portions. Selling more wouldn't be enough for her family. Just then, Lin Qingqing started, Madam Su, don't you know? My mother just passed away, and I'm living with my stepmother and father, and they won't even give me food. Huh? They won't even give me food? Su Li's heart softened again, but before she could say anything, Su Tao, who hadn't left yet, spoke up, 5th sister, give her a bowl. She's so pitiful. I can have noodles later. Su Li also felt a pity for her, so she agreed. However, as soon as she agreed, the other party impatiently pulled out a piece of silver. He waited, and it was a full 2 taels. Seeing Su Li and Su Tao's strange expressions, Lin Qingqing chuckled and explained, I wasn't lying. I really was living with my father and stepmother, and they really didn't give me food. But my mother is quite wealthy. Okay. That's it, Madam Su. I be back first. I stay in that room. With that, Lin Qingqing turned and left, her steps looking quite brisk. Young lady. Accompanied by the overbearing aroma of food, more people arrived. No, there's no more. Su Li, seeing someone else asking, immediately declined. She had already given away 4 portions, and if she kept going like this, there wouldn't be enough for her family. The visitor, dejected, left. Chapter 152. Su Tao and Su Li, seeing everyone leave, hurriedly carried their pots and pans inside. Someone must have spread the word about Su Li's delicious cooking, but noticeably more people were coming tonight. It can't be helped. It's all because Fifth Sister's cooking is so delicious. Su Tao spoke up when she saw Su Li's surprise at the large crowd. In fact, Su Tao could perfectly understand their feelings. Anyone who had tasted her Fifth Sister's cooking would surely want it again. It was simply too delicious. Not only was it delicious, but there were also many dishes she had never seen before. Su Tao thought how lucky she was to be able to eat such delicious meals from her Fifth Sister every day. After saying this, Su Tao stepped inside, carrying the pot, and greeted the others. Dinner is ready. Come and eat, everyone. Fourth miss, give it to me. I get it. Seeing this, Wan Shi hurried forward to take it. Su Tao said, it's not heavy. Hurry and bring us bowls. Seeing this, Wang hurried over to help with the rice. Between helpings, she couldn't help but swallow as she took in the aroma of the cured meat rice. The glossy yellow rice, mixed with green beans, cured meat, and potatoes, a myriad of aromas and steam washed over her. The visual and olfactory impact instantly whetted her appetite. It smells so good. Yes. It smells delicious. Su Qingshan took the bowl, scooped a spoonful into his mouth, and immediately began devouring it with big mouthfuls. Hurry, Yuri! The rice in the cured meat rice was neither too soft nor too hard. It had just the right texture, with the right balance of saltiness. Combined with the potatoes, beans, and cured meat, the flavors were incredibly rich. Su Qingshan quickly finished his bowl and reached for another. Seeing this, Su's father frowned and said, Why are you eating so fast? No one's trying to snatch it from you. Su Qingshan showed his white teeth, He smiled, then ignored Su's father's words, and continued to eat. Seeing his second brother eating so quickly, Su Qinghe quickly handed the rice to his wife Fan Qiao, who was standing beside him, and signaled with his eyes that she should eat quickly before the others finished it off. Fan Qiao smiled at this, and gave him a look that said she understood. Speaking of which, Fan Qiao has been married for several months now, and the delicious food she's had at the Su family in those few months is more than she's had in the past 10 or 20 years. Her sister-in-law's cooking is especially delicious. Although she doesn't get to eat it often, it's truly unlike anyone else's. No matter how ordinary the dish, it's incredibly delicious in her sister-in-law's hands, like this cured pork glutinous rice. Her mother, Lan, often makes glutinous rice at home, but it's never as fragrant as this. It's hard to describe the aroma, just the smell makes me salivate. For example, this glutinous rice. The potatoes are soft and glutinous, and the saltiness of the beans and cured pork perfectly balances the flavor. The aroma fills your mouth. Eating a bowl of this on a cool evening brings a sense of complete happiness. Lin Qingqing and Lin Jiren were like Fan Qiao. She stuffed spoonful after spoonful into her mouth, barely able to utter a word. Her mind was filled with only one thought. It was so delicious, so fragrant. How could something so delicious exist? It was just a simple bowl of rice. How could it smell so good? Is it delicious? Lu, standing nearby, could smell it but couldn't taste it. She felt an itch in her stomach, but Lin Qingqing and Lin Jiren ignored her, preoccupied with their own food. Only after the last bite was finished did Lin Jiren exclaim, Delicious. So delicious. Lu's face turned pale upon hearing this, but Lin Qingqing even added, Oops, I forgot to save it for you. Lu often said this to her, and her face darkened even further. The 3 words, it's okay, seemed to be squeezed out between her teeth. Lin Qingqing couldn't help but laugh at this, feeling as if all the anger she'd been holding for days had dissipated. Elsewhere, Li Si took the confan back with a guilty conscience. Sure enough, the young man noticed that Li Si hadn't cut off the cold noodles he'd been looking for and immediately asked, What is this? Where's that skin? Hearing this, Li Si thought, this was over. What was coming had finally come. He nervously recounted the entire incident, omitting the details about his late arrival and emphasizing, the young lady said this is very complicated to make, and takes a lot of time to prepare. After that, Lisi smiled flatteringly. Sir, you can try this rice. It was also made by the young lady. The young man frowned at the delicious rice on the table. It looked delicious, and this time, he didn't get angry again. Instead, he picked up his spoon, scooped up a small spoonful, and took a bite. What a flavor! The young man's eyes lit up instantly. Unconvinced, he scooped another mouthful into his mouth. It was delicious. What kind of rice is this? How could it be so delicious? The young man devoured it, mouthful after mouthful, unable to stop. Lisi, watching nearby, felt a sense of relief. That's good, good. It seems the young master enjoys the food. At this point, his stomach began to growl, but he couldn't eat until the young master had finished. He waited until the young master finished, only to find he wasn't full. Any more? I want more. Lisi quickly said, There's more, young master. I have another portion. With that, Lisi hurried back into the house, and brought his portion back to the boy. The boy took it, and began to devour it again. Lisi had to swallow repeatedly to relieve his craving and hunger. Only after the boy finished eating did he take the bowl out to wash it. While washing, Lisi looked at the few remaining grains of rice on the edge of the bowl, and couldn't help but grab some and stuff them into his mouth. What a flavor! No wonder the young master loves it. What a shame, there's so little. Tomorrow, I have to ask the young lady to buy more so he can have some too. At the Su family, Suli also took this into consideration and made extra food the next day. If anyone wanted to buy, she could have more. After all, business is about business, no matter where you are. Today's dishes are pickled fish and fish head stew. Early this morning, Su's father, Old Man Su, and the two brothers Su Chi Shan went to the boat and brought back a large basket of lively fish. I heard that the boat captain had caught a lot of fish with the net he cast tonight, so Su's father bought some. This fish is really fresh. Yes, and it's big too. Think about what to make with it. Suli looked at the large fish head, thought for a moment, and decided to make a fish head stew and a pickled fish dish. If it weren't too much trouble, Suli would also like to make chopped pepper fish head, but the conditions here are still too simple, so it's just a thought. Okay, then I go kill the fish for you, Su's father said, and asked Su Tao to get a knife. Suli watched his father's movements, reminding him, Dad, remember to save the fish roe and fish intestines for me. Okay. Then, Father Su went to kill the fish. About half an hour later, he handed the fish, cleaned and slaughtered, along with the fish intestines, to Suli. Suli received the ingredients and began to prepare lunch. She first removed the simmering rice from the stove and set it aside. Then, she heated up some oil in a pan and fried the fish head and tofu. Once the fish head and tofu were set, she removed them and set aside. She then added more oil and sautéed the ingredients until fragrant. Finally, she added the fish head, the secret sauce, the fried tofu, and added water to simmer. While this was simmering, Suli began to fillet the fish for the sauerkraut fish. Where did you get this tofu? Su Tao, who had come to help, asked when she saw the tofu. Suli, still buried in her work, replied, Dad said I bought it from the captain. Typically, cargo ships like these would stockpile a lot of supplies when they arrived at a certain place, so tofu was probably there too. Won't it spoil if it stayed out for a day? Su Tao wondered. It was hot this time of year, and tofu would go rancid easily if left out for even a day. There should be ice. Suli thought for a moment. The Wei dynasty, a dynasty with a flourishing overseas trade, had developed a wide range of technologies, including ice. Suli had bought some to use as a starter, but it was a bit pricey. However, there seemed to be cheaper seller ice, which was cheaper. Perhaps there was some on the ship as well. I see. Su Tao suddenly realized. Oh my god, what's that smell? It smells so good. That young lady is cooking again. Which young lady? That family that came aboard 2 days ago. That's them. Let's go and see. I know. This young lady's cooking is delicious. I bought her something called cold noodles yesterday. It was absolutely delicious. I better go early, or it'd be gone. Really? Then I go check it out? For a moment, the mood on the boat was agitated, and many people who had smelled the fragrance headed in that direction. The captain on the deck also smelled the aroma, and couldn't help but ask the boatman next to him, Where does this smell come from? Why is it so fragrant? It sounds like someone on the boat is cooking. The captain looked over, but couldn't see who it was, but he saw many people heading in the same direction. What's going on? The captain frowned. As the captain, he was responsible for all matters on the ship. Seeing this scene, he thought it was a fight. He quickly instructed another assistant, and then led his men in that direction. Make way, make way. What's going on? The captain asked, looking at the people gathered in front of him. Someone in the crowd saw the captain approaching, and those gathered outside quickly said, I don't know. I just came because there were so many people. Me too. The captain was speechless, and raised his voice again. Then, someone who knew the situation finally told him. At the same time, the people inside, seeing the captain's arrival, made room, allowing the captain to see what was going on inside. It turned out the young woman was cooking. He thought there was something else, but this aroma. Why is it so fragrant? It smells like fish and pickled cabbage. The captain couldn't help but look more closely at the young woman. He realized that the basket under her feet was the same one he used to store fish. So, those fish were bought from this young woman's family. Suli, unaware of the captain's arrival, looked at the group before her and said, both the fish head stew and the pickled fish are 10 cents each. You can bring a bowl if you want one. She made extra portions today, perhaps 20 extra. Should that be enough? Suli looked at the group before her, uncertainly wondering. Why does it feel like there are so many people? There were only a few just now. Suli was struggling to figure out how to divide the food, when the captain suddenly said, Young lady, give me one of each. I get a bowl. Everyone, ? Chapter 153. The man behind the captain quickly pulled him aside and whispered, Didn't we have fish for lunch today? The ship had a cook, responsible for the meals for the crew and other personnel. So, this man said this because he was worried the captain would forget to have fish for lunch today. However, how could the captain forget? He had been the one who had ordered the fish to be brought up, but the fish cooked by old Yang was simply too unpalatable. A change of taste, haha. The captain said this and stopped talking. The man seemed to have missed old Yang's cooking skills and stopped talking. Would you like to have some too? The captain asked his companions, holding out the fragrant fish cooked by Suli. Most shook their heads. After all, they weren't as well off as the captain. While old Yang's fish might taste a bit unpalatable, at least it didn't cost money. Only one young man couldn't resist and bought a portion of fish head stew. He loved fish heads. The cheek meat was so tender. He'd just seen that the young woman hadn't removed the meat from the fish head stew. It was still there. A portion contained half a large fish head and plenty of tofu. It looked delicious. Hey, give me more broth. Okay. Su Tao scooped another spoonful of the milky white broth for the other person. Thank you, young lady. The man thanked him and left with his bowl. The captain had already returned to his resting place. Everyone looked over at what he was carrying. Captain, what are you serving? Fish, the captain replied. Old Yang made it so early today? It smells delicious. Perfect, I get 2 bowls too. The man stood up and walked out. Perhaps because he was too hungry or something, he took 2 quick steps, and the captain couldn't stop him. I can't blame him. The captain thought to himself, looking at the delicious meal in front of him. Then he began to slowly enjoy the food. Based on his experience traveling far and wide, and having tasted countless delicious dishes, he knew the fish the young woman cooked was something special. Just by smelling it, he could tell it was something special, so he immediately ordered a portion. The captain started with the fish head stew. He picked up a piece of the tenderest fish, smothered in broth, and put it into his mouth. Sure enough, it was just as he expected. No, it was even better than he expected. The fish was tender, smooth, and fragrant, with a hint of chopped pepper and the delicate fragrance of tofu. It tasted tender and smooth, fresh and not fishy at all. It was absolutely delicious. He quickly grabbed another piece of tofu. It was also soaked up the fish broth, tender and smooth, sliding down his throat in an instant. Could even tofu be this delicious? The captain sighed inwardly as he swallowed the tofu. He then ate several pieces before, contentedly, reaching for another dish of pickled fish. The captain had tried this stewed fish before, but he hadn't had any expectations, simply eating it to relieve the greasiness of the pickled cabbage in the summer heat. However, after he actually ate a piece, he realized that nothing he had tasted before could compare to this. The fish was tender, spicy, and fragrant, with the numbing numbness of the Sichuan peppercorns, the sourness of the pickled cabbage, and the aroma of the chili peppers all blending together. Absolutely, truly amazing. Where did this young woman come from who could cook such delicious dishes? She could probably run a food stall with such skills, right? At that moment, another man who had bought the fish head stew returned, followed by several boatmen who worked with him. They'd been complaining all along the way about how young and foolish he was, having too much money to spend and instead buying a meatless fish head. This infuriated the young man, but due to their seniority, he couldn't say anything. When he returned, the onlookers still wouldn't let him go, telling the young man's uncle about the incident, who scolded him again. In the end, the young man was furious before he even finished his meal. But these people wouldn't leave, insisting on watching him eat, asking questions like, "How does it taste? What else can it be? It's just a fish head. How can it be better than that braised pork?" Someone interrupted before the young man could even begin to speak. "That's right, haha." The young man nearly rolled his eyes at this, but he finally held back and began to concentrate on eating the fish head stew. He didn't eat the meat or the tofu at first, but instead sipped the milky white broth with a spoon. He wanted to drink it on the way, but the bowl was too hot. Now that he was back, the first sip was the broth. But the moment it entered his mouth, he was stunned. This broth was so delicious. Right? It was completely different from what he imagined. He never had such a delicious fish broth before. It had the savory flavor of the fish meat combined with a hint of the fragrance and sweetness of the tofu. The combination of these flavors was so overwhelming that he couldn't think of any other adjectives to describe it, only the word delicious came to mind. He was stunned for a moment, and someone nearby noticed and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you quiet? Is it so unpalatable that you can't even speak?" The man's voice brought the young man out of his daze, but he didn't reply. Instead, he blankly picked up a piece of fish and put it in his mouth. This tasted incredible. How could fish be cooked so well, without even a hint of fishy smell? You know, although he loved fish, what he hated most was the fishy smell. Many people's fish cooking couldn't suppress the fishy smell, but to his surprise, this fish had no fishy smell at all. Unconvinced, the young man took another large piece of fish. No, really, aside from being tender, smooth, and fragrant, the fish had no other flavor. It was absolutely delicious. Not only that, but the tofu was also smooth and tender, with a rich bean aroma without any beany smell. After 2 bites of the fish and tofu, followed by a sip of the soup, all the pent-up anger dissipated with the warm broth. "It's delicious," the young man said. He had never tasted fish so delicious before. The people nearby were skeptical. The man who had just laughed at the young man was about to say something when the captain behind him chimed in, "It's indeed delicious. The pickled fish is also good." The captain's words finally convinced everyone. Someone looked at the young man and said, "Let me try it. Let me try it too." The young man instinctively hugged the bowl in front of him and reluctantly handed the chopsticks to the person who had spoken. He had no choice, after all, they were his elders. "What's going on? I haven't eaten yet. What's the rush?" The man with the chopsticks picked up a piece of tofu and blew on it. "Hurry up, we're still waiting." Okay. The man finally put the cooled tofu into his mouth. Why is it so slippery?" "How? Then let me taste it. I have another piece." "No, it's my turn." "Yes, you eaten it all." The crowd pushed the man aside, grabbed their chopsticks, and began to eat. "This is so delicious." "Yes, it's so delicious." Everyone took a piece, and the young man said, "At least leave some for me." However, one bowl wasn't much to begin with, and 4 or 5 grown men had already finished it with a chopstickful of their own. Looking at the bowl, which had even the soup gone, several people felt embarrassed. This, snatching food bought by a younger person, and then having it eaten up by someone else, it was not a good thing to say. So one of them said, "It's okay, I buy you another bowl to fill it up." "Yes, I buy one too." This made the young man feel better, but by the time they got there, the young woman had already sold out. Suli hadn't expected so many people to come today. In the end, there wasn't enough food to sell. Some even wanted her to sell some for her family. Seeing this, Suli quickly called her father and 2 brothers to take the leftovers back home and then close the door. Goodness! She had only wanted to eat some for herself and sell some, but she hadn't expected it to sell so well. It was incredible. Even more surprising was that even more people came that evening, but Suli still hadn't made much, so much so that a fight almost broke out over a spot. Of course, it wasn't entirely about Suli's food, but more about both of them having bad tempers. Seeing the other person cut in line made them angry, and when they got angry, they started fighting. The rumor spread ever more and more, until it was even spread that a young woman on the boat was making delicious food, leading to a fight over a bite. Suli was speechless when she heard this. She couldn't explain it, it was too outrageous. But people just loved these outrageous rumors, so more and more people came. As a result, during the next half-month on the ship, Suli felt no more relaxed than she had been at the restaurant. It felt like she was being forced to work. Luckily, she wasn't seasick, and she had help, so it was okay. But precisely because of this busy half-month, by the time they left, almost everyone on the boat knew them. "Madame Sue, you must open a restaurant in Jizhou. We come eat there." The young boatman reluctantly said to Su Li and the others, and the group behind him echoed, "Yes, Madame Sue, you must open one. We take care of the business." "Okay, we definitely open one when the time comes. You're staying in Liuya Lane, right?" "We remember that." "Okay." During their time on the boat, thanks to Madame Sue's delicious meals, they had found a glimmer of hope amidst the dullness of life, adding a touch of color to their lives. But having experienced such beauty, it became even more difficult to imagine life without it. The boatmen couldn't help but feel a little sad when they saw Su Li disembark. Aside from the boatmen, the same thing happened to everyone else on the boat. Not all of them disembarked in Jizhou, many were continuing south to Songjiang Prefecture. Upon learning that Su Li and her companions would be disembarking in Jizhou, they couldn't help but lament, wondering what they would do after Madame Su left. They have to eat those awful meals again, and the thought of them being unhappy made them unhappy. The only happy ones were Lin Qingqing and Mr. Lin's family, as well as Li Si and the young man's group. When they heard that Su Li, like them, would disembark in Jizhou and open a food stall there, they all took note. Lu, in particular, had been secretly buying Su Li's food lately, and was amazed by it. She didn't mind it being street food or the dirtiness. She even wrote down the address before leaving, planning to have her maid buy it for her later. "Everyone's welcome to come and support us when the food shop opens," Su Li said to the group seeing her off. While a fortnight wasn't a long time, they spent so much time together that they developed a bond. Especially since the ingredients on the ship were limited and simple, and the dishes were the same over and over again, these diners didn't seem to mind at all and kept praising her. One even said the food was even better than the imperial chef's. Su Li vaguely remembered him as a handsome and elegant young man, but she just thought they were joking. After all, how could the food really be this delicious? It must be because there wasn't enough food on the ship, so the taste, originally rated 80 points, was elevated to 100. "Okay, I definitely come and support you, don't you agree?" "Of course. I'd bring my wife and children to Jizhou to visit Madame Su someday." "Me too. Me too." Everyone chatted back and forth, saying things that most likely wouldn't come true, but smiles spread across their faces. Everyone was delighted and made promises to Su Li to support her food shop in the future. Su Li also agreed with a smile. A warm breeze blew over them, and the sun shone brightly on their bodies as the Su family carried their luggage onto the deck. Until the boat docked. Jizhou City, they arrived. Chapter 154. Looking at the bustling Jizhou City wharf, the towering city walls in the distance, and the merchant ships of all sizes docked at the pier, countless people came and went. Everything was like a picture scroll, making everyone who saw it sigh in admiration. Su Tao even exclaimed, "Wow!" But no one present mocked her. On and Oz stood by, stunned. Although they had fled all the way from the north, they had traveled through mountainous roads and had never seen such a prosperous place. Jizhou City is really big. Yes, there are so many people and so many ships. At this moment, the person next to them suddenly said, "Why is it different from when I came here last? What was it like before?" Su Li looked at the older brother who had spoken, curious. Seeing someone asking, the man thought for a moment and said, "Before, Jizhou didn't have this dock, there weren't so many ships, the city gates weren't repaired, and there were very few people. In short, it looked less prosperous than a county town in Jiangnan." Who could have imagined it would have changed so much now? However, as soon as he said this, the people around him started to mock him. "You're talking about ancient times." The man's face changed, but he didn't say anything. He only said that it had indeed been a long time since he last visited, last being 10 years ago. "That's right, our Jizhou has changed a lot over the years." Then he began to talk about the changes in Jizhou City since Prince Ji arrived, praising the safety of his rule and the peace and prosperity of the people. He looked like a fanboy of the prince. Su Li also learned a piece of information from this. Jizhou was quite safe. Although she thought the man's claim about people not picking up lost items on the road and leaving their doors unlocked at night was a bit exaggerated, it was still quite good, otherwise the locals wouldn't have boasted so much. In addition, Su Li learned from the older brother, who ran the camel business, that Jizhou City's commercial taxes were very low, which was particularly important. Remember, in Qinghe County, the annual taxes were incredibly high. If business wasn't booming, it would be impossible to pay. If Jizhou City's taxes were truly low, it would be perfect. It would also be cheap for her to open a food stall. Su Li pondered this as she followed the Su family off the boat. After disembarking, they were quickly surrounded by porters, asking about their services. Since the Su family had many men, they didn't hire any, but instead found an ox cart at the dock. Su's father, Su Qinghe, and Su Qingshan walked on either side of the ox cart, while Su Li and Chen sat atop it. As they walked, Su's father kept talking about the rented house. Although Father Su had mentioned this in his previous letter, his explanation wasn't very clear. This time, he slowly recounted the details of the house, and it was then that Su Li, Chen, and the others learned all about it. The house was located west of the city, close to the oil mill, making it convenient for everything. It was about the same size as the one he had previously bought in the county, also facing south. The owner of the house was in the spice business in the city and had many houses, and this was just one of them. Father Su talked as he walked, occasionally introducing the places he was passing. He stopped talking just as they were about to enter the city. The reason was simple. He had run into someone he knew, so he stopped and chatted with the patrol leader. "Is this my sister-in-law and niece?" The large man, wearing armor and holding a weapon, asked with a smile. He and Su's father were both soldiers of the Tiger Head Battalion and, like Su's father, would lead patrols within the city. Su's father nodded, then asked Su Tao and Su Li to greet him. They both called out, "Uncle," and the large man replied, pulling out 2 strings of money from his pocket and handing them to the two, apparently as a greeting gift. Su Li and Su Tao looked at Su's father a little embarrassed, only accepting them after he nodded. "Thank you, uncle. Thank you, uncle." The large man, seeing this, was even happier and began to smile. That smile actually softened the fierceness on his face, making him look less menacing. Su's father, seeing it was getting dark, smiled and said, "Ingzhou, come visit us when you have time." The large man smiled and agreed, and then told the guards to let them pass without further inspection. The old man driving the ox cart witnessed this scene and took it to heart. So much so that after escorting the Su family to their door, he refused to accept any money, and only after Su's father forced it into his mouth did he finally accept it. "We're finally here." Over here, Chen looked at the house with the brick carving of a Rui on the door, a look of relief on her face. The fortnight on the boat had been so long, so excruciating. The bed was harder than the straw bed she used to have in Siosi village. Not only that, but there was also a smell. She didn't notice it when she entered the house, but she could smell it while she slept. It frightened her so much that she fetched water and scrubbed it vigorously several times the next day. She also scrubbed her in-laws' and daughters' beds before she finally gave up. But even so, living on the boat was extremely uncomfortable and inconvenient. Bathing and using the toilet were extremely difficult. Fortunately, we finally arrived. Su Li and Qinsher felt the same way, sighing inwardly, "We finally arrived." Then, Su Li's father went forward and opened the door. A group of people began moving things and cleaning the house. Su Li looked at the layout of the house before her and realized her father hadn't lied. It was indeed similar to the houses in Qinghe County, with a courtyard that stretched out to the horizon. There was also a persimmon tree and some flowers and plants in the courtyard, and it looked quite nice. "Let's live in this house temporarily. If it doesn't work out, we can move on later." After finishing unloading, Su Li's father said to Qinsher and Mrs. Wu, "It looks good. No need to move." Qinsher and Mrs. Wu had already gone around the house and inspected it. Aside from the long unoccupied smell, everything was fine. "By the way, how much does this house cost per month?" Qinsher suddenly asked. Everyone's eyes fell on Father Su. Su Li only then remembered that her father hadn't mentioned the amount, and she had never asked about it. Father Su hesitated and said, 10 taels. Chen was shocked. "What? 10 taels? This house costs 10 taels? Mrs. Wu frowned. 10 taels a month, that would be 120 taels a year. That's too expensive. In Qinghe County, you could buy a very nice house for 300 or 400 taels. You're being scammed, aren't you? Chen asked suspiciously. How else could they rent a house like this for 10 taels? In her opinion, 5 taels at most would be plenty. No, it's true. We looked at all the houses here according to Fifth Sister's requirements, and this is the lowest we can get. Yes. Su Qingshan and Su Qinghe suddenly spoke up for Su's father, recounting what they had learned recently in Jizhou City. It turned out that with the development of Jizhou City over the years, its economy had been booming, attracting countless newcomers to settle here. The population had risen from tens of thousands to over 100,000. Consequently, the price of houses in prime locations within the city had also risen, from a few hundred taels to 1,000. The same was true for rent, From a few taels to a house like this starting at 10 taels. Sue's father had only been able to rent such a good place with 10 taels of silver, and it was only through connections that he secured it. Sue Lee, who was standing by his side, hearing this. Isn't this just modern-day real estate speculation? It seemed like something that had already existed in ancient times. It was a shame she didn't have enough money, otherwise she could have bought a few houses to rent out, with a much higher return. Isn't there anything cheaper? Chin still felt a little distressed. It was 10 taels. Yes, but it's in the south of the city. In a city this large, there are bound to be affordable houses. But, as always, location determines price. The south is cheaper, but it's crowded, with all kinds of people. While the residents here aren't the rich, they're more moderately well off, and safer. This is one of the reasons why Father Sue gritted his teeth and decided to rent after hearing the price. But it's about 5.6 taels over there too. Mrs. Chin was completely at her wits' end. This was too expensive. Sue Lee, hearing this, immediately felt the price of Jizhou City. It seemed like settling down here wasn't going to be easy. Dad, how much silver would a house like this cost? Father Sue looked at Sue Lee and said, it cost at least over 1,000 taels. So expensive. Sue Lee only had a little over 2,100 taels on hand. Wouldn't that cost half of that to buy a house? Sue Lee was completely stunned, and so were everyone else. They didn't know whether coming to Jizhou City was a good or bad thing. It was then that everyone's previously happy mood began to sour. But despite their gloom, they still had to eat dinner. The food they brought on the boat had long been eaten, so they had to go to the city to buy groceries to cook tonight. The entire Sue family went there, not only to buy groceries, but also to check out the prices of vegetables, fruits, rice, noodles, and other food items. Thankfully, there hadn't been any significant changes, which relieved Chun and the others. Over the next few days, led by Father Sue, Sue Lee and Chun took another stroll through Jizhou City, getting a general idea of the local dining habits and shop rentals. Shops are like houses. Those in good locations are generally more expensive, and the closer to the center, the more expensive. Sue Lee looked around and ultimately decided to open a shop near the provincial school. After all, the flow of people was large, and the crowds were constant. Having made her decision, Sue Lee didn't hesitate and went straight to find a broker to rent a shop. Isn't it too hasty? Seeing her daughter frantically looking for a shop, Mrs. Chen worried that she hadn't gotten enough rest. It's okay, Mother. Sue Lee wasn't tired at all, she felt energized. It was hard to blame her. A couple of days ago, she thought about it and discussed it with her father and the others. They decided it would be better to have her own house, making it more convenient for everything. So she bought it from the owner. It wasn't a big deal. After a lot of haggling, she spent 1,200 taels of silver, more than half the price of her previous purchase in the county town. But while it was expensive, the peace of mind she felt was something no amount of money could buy. Sue Lee still felt a bit distressed after spending almost half her savings. So she quickly decided to open the food shop. Earning money was the real business. Ladies, this shop you're interested in is really nice. It's spacious, and whatever they sell is good. The man who showed Sue Lee and Chen the shop started praising it after opening the shop. They were on a street called Changle Street, and this shop was the second one facing it. This shop is really nice. How much is the monthly rent? Chen had seen this shop before, so she asked directly. The man then said, compared to other shops, the rent isn't much. Only this much per month. He then extended his right hand and made a one tael. Chapter 155. Haha, this lady is such a joker. It's 11 taels. The man laughed. 11 taels? That's even more expensive than renting that house. This shop must be made of gold. Ms. Chen looked at the shop in front of her, stunned. Why don't we rent the one we just saw? Ms. Chen whispered to Sue Lee. After all, the shop just now was only 5 taels, half the price. Sue Lee looked around the shop and was quite satisfied. This shop had a large courtyard and a well, and it could be used for living. The attic above could also be used to entertain guests. It was quite nice. This is it, Sue Lee decided. How much silver would it cost to buy this shop? Sue Lee looked at the man and asked. The man wasn't expecting Sue Lee to ask this question. After a pause, he replied, I don't know. If you're interested in buying, I go ask. Some of his shops were rented out for rent, others were sold exclusively. He wasn't sure if this one was for sale, so he had to ask. Sue Lee nodded. Then please ask. It's not a big deal, it's not a big deal. The man smiled. How could making money be a big deal? This was a big customer, he just bought a house and a shop. Suli smiled but said nothing. With that agreed, they split up. Suli and Chin went to the market, while the man went the other way. Wasn't that shop good? After Chin and the others had left, Suli asked Suli. Suli then slowly analyzed the advantages of this shop with Chin. First, it was large, and second, the location was much better than what they previously considered. Don't underestimate the distance between the streets. Suli observed that the difference in traffic flow was quite significant. Chin agreed, but there was one more thing. Do you mean to buy the shop? If the price is right, then buy it. If not, rent it. You can renovate your own shop in any way you want, but it's not always the case with someone else's. Also, if you rent someone else's shop, it's not impossible for them to suddenly take it back if they see your business is booming. Since the family still has some money, if the price is right, buying it would be more cost-effective. This confirmed Chin's point, so she stopped talking and focused on thinking about lunch. Sue's father was hosting a few colleagues for lunch today, so he could use the opportunity of moving into a new house to bond with them and get to know them better. Buy 2 fish, a pig's trotter, and a chicken. That should be enough. Okay. Suli thought for a moment. Since there weren't many people to invite today, a braised fish, a white-cut chicken, a braised pig's trotter, and a few vegetarian dishes would be enough. What kind of chicken is white-cut chicken? This was the first time Chin had heard of this dish, and it was also the first time Suli had made it since arriving. The reason was simple. Suli knew so many dishes, and she didn't always have time to cook them all. She was making white-cut chicken today because the weather was hot, and hot dishes inevitably make things hotter, but white-cut chicken wouldn't, making it perfect for summer. It's also easy to make and doesn't take up too much time. If Suli hadn't thought it was a bad idea to serve all cold dishes at a banquet, she would have wanted them all cold today. That way, they wouldn't be hot, and neither would the people eating them. How wonderful. So it was cold mixed chicken. Chin had listened for a while, figuring it out for herself. But when Suli made it, she realized it wasn't that simple. If it were cold mixed chicken, she could just cook it in the pot and then shred it by hand. But this white-cut chicken was quite a hassle, requiring spices and salt. And best of all, it didn't need to be cooked all the time. It only needed to be simmered for half an hour. Chin looked at the chicken in the pot, skeptical of whether the meat was done. Would there still be blood inside when she cut it? But in the end, Chin realized she overestimated her suspicions. The chicken was not only cooked, but also incredibly tender and juicy. As she cut it with her knife, the juices flowed down the knife, and the air was filled with the aroma of the chicken. Chin couldn't help but swallow her saliva at the aroma. It was so delicious. Alright, take it out. Suli butchered the chicken, set the secret sauce aside, and handed it to Mei, who was standing nearby. Mei, her mouth watering at the sight of the chicken, quickly responded and took the dish out. The thought of having this delicious chicken for lunch quickened Mei's pace. Besides that, the braised fish and braised pork trotters on Suli's stove were also ready. Finally, they needed to stir-fry a few vegetables and make a soup. Normally, the dishes should be light in the summer, but considering that the guests usually have strong tastes, they prepared something heavy today. I wonder if they'd be satisfied. At that moment, up ahead, Sue's father was drinking and chatting with a few colleagues. Congratulations, Mr. Su, on your new home. Let's have a toast. One of the burly men raised his glass and addressed Sue's father and the others. Yes, congratulations, Mr. Su. Thank you very much. Sue's father raised a large bowl of wine and emptied it in one gulp. Seeing this, the other 3 cheered. Good, Mr. Su, you can hold your liquor well. After that, the 3 of them also picked up their bowls and emptied them. Sue's father had finished 3 bowls in a row, feeling a bit overwhelmed, so he quickly said, "Don't just drink. Eat some food." Only then did the 3 of them turn their gaze to the dishes on the table. Speaking of which, having spent years with Father Su through thick and thin, they long heard him boast about the delicious food his youngest daughter cooked. But until then, they simply assumed he was exaggerating. After all, back in the north, food was scarce and the flavors were unfamiliar. They undoubtedly assumed their own home-cooked meals were superior, so they ignored him. But when they saw the table laden with the vibrant, colorful, and fragrant food, they realized that Brother Su had been telling the truth. He hadn't lied to them all along. He always eaten so well at home. The 3 of them thought to themselves, but didn't show it on the surface. Eat, eat. The man named Zhang Feng said, reaching for the braised pork trotter. The color was simply too tempting. He noticed it the moment it arrived, but he'd been too busy drinking to eat. He took a bite of the trotter, then froze. This was too delicious. Not only was the pig's trotter coated in rich broth, but the skin and tendons remained intact. It wasn't greasy at all, melting in your mouth with a slight spiciness and a hint of sweetness. You couldn't stop eating it. And then Father Su asked, "How was it?" Zhang Feng nodded excitedly. It's delicious." The two people beside him, seeing his expression, couldn't help but wonder, could it really be that delicious? Even if it was just a show, it was too much. Or maybe it was just too bad to say so. So he was just saying it on purpose? The two men exchanged glances, and then the large man named Luo Yingzhou also picked up a piece of braised pig's trotter. He first put it to the tip of his nose to sniff it, and only took a bite after finding no unusual odor. There wasn't even a single odor. You know, the reason he wanted to smell it first was because he once eaten a pig's trotter without smelling it, and ended up with a mouthful of pig feces. He told his parents about it, and they scolded him, saying he was picky and couldn't taste anything else. And then, almost every pig's trotter he eaten had that same smell, which he slowly come to accept as normal. Who knew today he actually have a pig's trotter without any odor, and it was cooked so deliciously. His first thought was to tell his parents he truly had a pig's trotter without any odor. That alone was enough to win him over, not to mention the flavor. He couldn't even find a word to describe the texture. "It's really delicious," Luo Yingzhou praised as he ate. Seeing this, the other person beside him couldn't help but pick up a piece of the trotter and started eating. He was stunned. It was incredibly delicious, and most importantly, the texture was incredibly soft and glutinous, melting in his mouth. For a moment, the three of them stopped drinking and focused on chewing the pig's trotter. After finishing, they moved on to the braised fish, which had a different flavor and was equally delicious. It was so good that only a bone remained on the plate, and they even used the broth to soak up their steamed buns. After finishing the braised fish, the three of them finally moved on to the boiled chicken. The reason was simple. The chicken didn't look very appetizing. Despite the sauce on the side, everyone, including Sue's father, automatically ignored it until the very end, when someone finally grabbed a piece. But once they ate it, they realized how delicious the chicken was. The meat was tender and juicy, with a rich aroma. It was even delicious without any seasoning. The chicken's natural flavor was palatable. It was truly delicious. "This chicken is delicious too." The man praised it after finishing his meal. Seeing him like this, the other two couldn't help but pick up a piece of chicken and take a bite. Like him, they were stunned by the taste. How could the chicken be so tender? It was nothing like the old, tough, and unpalatable cold chicken they had before. And the chicken dipped in the sauce had a whole new flavor, even better than just eating it on its own. However, Father Su preferred eating it on its own. He felt it was already flavorful enough. No need for dipping in the sauce. In short, everyone was incredibly satisfied and content with the meal. Those who had previously thought Father Su was exaggerating were now completely convinced. Upon learning that the Su family was planning to open a food stall, they even offered to help out with the business. "Okay, I remember that. You definitely come when the time comes," Father Su said, walking them to the door. Of course. The man wasn't joking. He genuinely wanted to taste these delicious meals again. He'd been thinking about what to do if he craved them later. He couldn't just keep visiting the family all day and ask the young woman to cook for him. That would be a mess. Who knew he'd hear the news that the family was opening a food stall? That was fantastic. He could go whenever he wanted. "Yes, I'd definitely go. Don't worry. I'd bring my wife along to show you around." "Haha, okay." After a few more words, Father Su sent them off. Sure enough, they went home and told their families about the news, then went around the barracks and told everyone about it. They talked about two things: the Su family's food stall, and the deliciousness of Father Su's daughter's cooking, boasting that it was better than the food in the provincial capital's restaurant. No one took them seriously, after all, because everyone knew they had a good relationship with Father Su. Chapter 156. However, everyone still kept in mind the Su family's plan to open a food shop, preparing to support it when they had the time. However, the Su family didn't receive a response until the third day. The agent explained that the shop owner had been away from the capital for a few days, and had only recently returned. He also said that the owner was in urgent need of money, and wanted to sell the shop. Upon hearing this, Chin quickly inquired about the proposed sale price. 600 taels. The broker said, then added, "But there's one request. It has to be quick." 600 taels? So cheap? So cheap that Su Li and Chen Shi were momentarily incredulous. After all, Su Li and Chen Shi had checked with the surrounding shops over the past few days, and almost none of them were charging less than 1,000 taels. 600 taels? How could that be possible? Their immediate reaction was that they had been scammed. How could such a good thing happen to outsiders like them? Despite this thought, Suli didn't directly refuse. Instead, she asked, "Can we go to the government to sign the deed?" "Of course, my lady, don't worry. We can guarantee there won't be any problems with the shop and house I bought here. If you have any questions, just come to our brokerage firm. We've been open for 30 years. The broker seemed to understand what Suli and the others were worried about, so he spoke. Suli and Chen exchanged a glance. Chen said, "You said it, don't lie to us. Our husband also serves in the Jizhou military camp." Chen didn't elaborate, but the threat was clear in her words. The broker smiled. "Don't worry, madam. I wouldn't dare," he grumbled inwardly. Not to mention her husband serving in the military camp, he couldn't even afford to offend the owner of this shop. "Since my wife is fine, then." Chen looked at Suli, who nodded. Then she said, "Okay, wait for us. We go get the money." The broker nodded, and Chen and Suli entered the house. "Wu Ya, do you think this shop is trustworthy?" Chen was a little worried. After all, it was so cheap, almost too cheap to be true. But there was no reason for the broker to lie to them. If something went wrong, their brokerage firm wouldn't just run away. Suli was also a little unsure. While some people found bargains when buying shops and houses, they were still a minority. They had no connections with the brokerage firm, so even if they did, it wouldn't be their turn. "Why don't we go and take a look? If he really agrees to go to the government to sign the contract, we won't be afraid." Chen thought for a moment and said, and Suli nodded. After discussing it, the two of them got the money and left. The broker was drinking tea. When he saw the two of them come out, he quickly put down his cup and stood up. "Mrs. Chen, let's go." "Okay." So the group headed towards the tea house the seller had agreed to meet. In the tea house, when Suli and Mrs. Chen arrived, the seller was already there, sitting there drinking tea. He was a man in his 40s, looking quite prosperous, and not someone who needed money. "Let me introduce you. This is Madame Su and Madame Chen, and this is Manager Song." "Manager? Isn't that him?" "Madame Su, Madame Chen." Manager Song's eyes lit up when he saw Suli, and he smiled kindly. "Our master can't come today, so he asked me to handle this for him. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Suli nodded, then reiterated the questions she had asked the broker regarding the price of the shop and whether the deed could be signed with the government. Finding that her answers were similar to the broker's, Suli said, "Manager Song, we have a general understanding of the situation now, but there's just one question I'm not quite sure about." Steward Song was very patient. "Madam, tell me. You can ask why we're selling this shop so cheaply?" Steward Song was stunned for a moment, then replied with a patient smile, "It's not that we can't tell Madame Su. The reason is that our master has too many shops and is too lazy to manage them, so he wants to sell some off." Suli considered many possible explanations, such as losses in business, moving to another place, or a crime and having his property confiscated. But she hadn't considered this. How wealthy must this family be to do such a thing? Suli wouldn't do that, anyway. "I see." Suli chuckled twice, thinking to herself, "I don't believe that." Then she said, "Can you give us 2 days to think about it?" Manager Song took a sip of tea. "Of course. Then we take our leave. Goodbye, Madame Su." Outside the tea house, Chen said, "Did we find anything wrong?" Suli shook her head. "No." But it was only when there weren't any problems that Suli felt there was something wrong. She wasn't one to believe in free lunches. If there were, then there must be something wrong with it. Chen didn't understand. If there wasn't anything, why wouldn't her daughter buy it? Suli had to explain herself. Then she said, "It's safer to ask around." Chen also felt it was safer, so after they returned, they sent Song and his father and son out to investigate. They primarily sought to find out if there were any problems with the shop, whether there were any conflicts with the neighbors, if there had been any offenses, and who the owner was. Yes. Upon hearing this, the father and son, Song De and his 2 companions, immediately turned around and went to inquire. They were gone all afternoon, returning only for dinner. However, according to the information they brought back, the shop was surprisingly fine, and had previously been rented out to someone else. This was something Suli hadn't expected. But ultimately, it was a good thing. Perhaps, as the manager had said, their master's family was rich and stupid. In short, after making sure there were no problems, Suli and Chen went to the broker and the manager the next day to buy the shop. After receiving the official seal of the title deed, Suli finally felt relieved. Everything could be fake, but this title deed with her name on it couldn't be fake, right? "Congratulations, my lady. Congratulations, my lady." After the deed was signed, The broker received his share of the silver, and his face became even more smiling. Su Li was also very happy. She could finally open the food shop. However, she still had a question in her mind. Yesterday, she had asked someone to find out who the owner of the shop was, but they couldn't find out. She shared her doubts with her broker, who smiled awkwardly and said, "Madam, please don't embarrass me." He had promised not to tell anyone else about this. But Su Li was quite clever. From his words, she could tell that this person must be someone she knew. Then, Su Li began to connect the dots between the events of the past 2 days. Song, the manager's surname was Song. Su Li remembered someone she knew named Song. Song Ling, young Master Song? Yes, it had to be him. Young Master Song? Mrs. Chen was stunned by this. Yes, it had to be him, Su Li said with certainty. After that, Su Li hurried after the housekeeper, Song. At the entrance of the restaurant, Steward Song was about to board his sedan chair when Su Li chased him out. "Madam, do you have anything else to say?" Su Li took a deep breath and asked, "Steward Song, may I ask if your master is young Master Song Ling?" Steward Song looked at the girl before him, thinking to himself, as the young master said, "Madam Su is indeed exceptionally intelligent." Since the young master had already done what he had been told, Steward Song made no secret of it. Indeed, Su Li, upon hearing this, was convinced. "Madam, don't worry about it. As the young master said, the shop is empty anyway, so why don't you use it for business?" This, how could she not worry? It wasn't just a few dozen taels of silver, it was several hundred. Su Li had initially thought the other party was a fool, but she hadn't imagined it was intentional. Young Master Song was truly overly polite. Speaking of Shaoan, he already personally visited her to express his gratitude. He'd given her so many gifts, including spice seeds, and had even taken such good care of his father and brother. He had repaid that favor long ago, so why resort to this? "Could you please take me to see your young master?" Su Li asked, looking at the person before her. Manager Song was stunned again. Young master truly had foresight, even anticipating that Madame Su would ask to see him after learning of this. Of course. At the Song mansion, Shu Jiu was sitting at the courtyard gate, his chin resting on his hand, gazing at the distant sky. As he gazed, he realized that the clouds looked an awful lot like Madame Su's chicken legs and roast duck, practically drooling. Young master said that Madame Su had arrived in Jizhou, and he didn't know when she'd be able to open the food stall. Sigh. But, why did that person look so much like Madame Su? Shu Jiu accidentally spotted a figure eating something in the nearby corridor. His sleepiness and greed instantly faded. He quickly stood up, rubbed his eyes, and then took another closer look. It was indeed Madame Su. Master, something's wrong." "No, master, Madame Su is here." Song Ling was practicing calligraphy. Upon hearing this, his brush tilted, and he frowned and put it down. Seeing this, Shu Jiu realized he had offended the master. He quickly suppressed his excitement, stepped forward to replace the rice paper, and stood aside, silent. But his smile remained. Madame Su was here. He would definitely ask her when the food stall would be open. "Go down and receive your punishment later." "Yes." At that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside, announcing, "Master, Madame Su is here. I arranged for her to stay in the main hall." Song Ling responded, then changed his clothes before leaving. In the main hall, Su Li had just taken a sip of tea from the waiter when Song Ling arrived. Su Li quickly stood up, "Young Master Song." "Madame Su, long time no see." It hadn't been long, just a few months, but seeing him again, Su Li felt as if she hadn't seen him in ages. "Young Master Song, I know everything about the shop. You really don't have to be like this." Then Su Li launched into a long stream of talk, basically saying things like, "I'm embarrassed to have received such a great favor from him," and asking him not to feel guilty. "Is that what you think, Madame Su?" Song Ling laughed twice, his laughter so small and fleeting that he turned away and disappeared. His words were so quiet that if you weren't listening carefully, you could barely make them out. It sounded like he was mumbling to himself. Su Li thought she had misheard and looked at him, only to see his calm eyes. That's right, she must have misheard. At this point, Song Ling spoke again. "To be honest, that shop is really of no use to me. If you feel embarrassed, Madame Su, just treat me to a simple meal when the shop opens." His expression was incredibly sincere, as if he genuinely thought Su Li's cooking was delicious. Could he be a die-hard fan of her restaurant? Su Li thought. Yes, Su Li remembered that he really did like her cooking, otherwise he wouldn't have asked Shu Jiu to come to the shop every day to buy food. That must be the case. Su Li's logic clicked, and seeing that he was determined not to charge her more money, she stopped worrying. Since he liked her food so much, why not just not charge him for meals from now on? The more Suli thought about it, the better the idea, so she told him about it. Song Ling agreed. Then I send an invitation to Master Song when the shop opens, Suli said with a smile. Song Ling said, then I wait for Madame Su's invitation. He paused, then said, if Madame Su encounters any difficulties, please feel free to come to me. Okay, thank you, young Master Song. Suli thanked him and looked at the young man before her. She was impressed by his good looks, his good character, and his kindness. Although she had initially seemed aloof and distant, she discovered that wasn't the case. She even suspected that his behavior was due to family misfortunes. However, none of this concerned her anymore. After settling the matter, Suli returned home and told her family what had happened. Her father had just returned and was washing his hands in the yard. Upon hearing this, he remarked, young Master Song is indeed a very kind person. He truly helped them a great deal over the years. If it weren't for him, the three of them, father and son, wouldn't have been able to establish themselves so quickly in the military camp. Su Qinghe nodded in agreement. Yes, young Master Song is a very kind man. Only Su Qingshan curled his lips, not quite agreeing. He once gone to deliver something to him, only to witness him slice a man alive with his own sword. That day, the man's face, etched with an inexplicable smile, stood in stark contrast to the mangled remains in the tent, leaving a lasting impression on Su Qingshan. He paled with fear and vomited for a long time after returning. Since then, Su Qingshan had been inquiring about Song Ling, both intentionally and unintentionally, and discovered that he was truly adept at disguising himself. He appeared to be a modest gentleman in public, but behind the scenes, he acted like a complete lunatic. Yes, in Su Qingshan's eyes, he was a lunatic, enjoying torturing prisoners, especially skinning people. No wonder he was so thin and so unwilling to eat. Even he couldn't eat. In short, this is a dangerous person. It's best to avoid contact with him. Who knows what crazy things he might do? You know a person's face, but you don't know his heart. If you don't understand him, what if he's a beast in disguise? Su Qingshan said. And little sister, you better avoid going to his mansion alone. What if he's a bad guy? What if he's a bad guy? Second brother, what are you talking about? How can you say that about young Master Song? Before Father Su could say anything, Su Qinghe spoke up. Father Su followed suit. What are you talking about? Are you starving? I'm not stupid. You've been deceived by his appearance. Su Qingshan spoke again. Erlang, we should have a conscience and be grateful. Have you forgotten what they've done to us all these years? Su's father couldn't understand why his second son would say such things. After all, they've been in the military camp all those years thanks to young Master Song. Otherwise, they wouldn't be where they are today. But he also knew his second son wasn't the type to speak without thinking, and he certainly wouldn't harbor such a prejudice against young Master Song for no reason. Sure enough, the next moment, Su Qingshan recounted what he had witnessed. As soon as he finished speaking, the courtyard fell silent. How could that be possible? Did you see it wrong? It was Chen who spoke. She couldn't understand how such a refined young man could do such a cruel thing. You're right. I saw it with my own eyes. Father Su fell silent after hearing this, then said, even if that's the case, it has nothing to do with us. They've been kind to our family, and we shouldn't be ungrateful. Old man Su also said, that's right. One thing is one thing, but don't imitate those ungrateful people. We don't have that in our Su family. But, Su Qingshan wanted to say something, but Father Su stopped him. All right, stop talking. Wash your hands and go eat. Only Suli suddenly looked at the corner of the clothes outside the door and froze. That's young Master Song. Suli called out to the man not far ahead, feeling extremely flustered. Why was he even in her house? Could he have heard everything she just said? Suli walked up to him, feeling somewhat apologetic. Just as she was about to say something, she heard the man in front of her say, as usual, Madame Su, you dropped your sachet. With that, Song Ling handed the sachet to Suli. Suli then realized she had lost the sachet she had been carrying without realizing it. Thank you, Master Song. Just now. It's okay, Madame Su. You don't have to explain. I understand. Song Ling stood there quietly, his usual demeanor, but Suli felt even more embarrassed. Master Song. I'm so sorry. But just as she finished her words, Song Ling asked, Madame Su, are you afraid of me? Afraid? Suli was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. No. Why? Song Ling was puzzled. After hearing such things, People's first reaction would be fear, right? Why wasn't she afraid? But he knew she wasn't lying, because there was no fear in her eyes. Why should I be afraid? Everything in this world happens for a reason, and no one knows the reason. Besides, Suli believed that he wasn't the kind of person who would kill innocent people, so naturally, she wasn't afraid. You should be afraid of me, Song Ling said softly, her voice more like a whisper. What? Suli was a little confused. Song Ling smiled. Nothing. I mean, Madame Su, don't forget the invitation. Suli came to her senses. Huh? Oh. Okay. Then she watched him leave. Night, Song Mansion. You mean, she didn't react after learning all this? Li Hung put the chess piece away, somewhat surprised. Song Ling hummed, and Li Hung was astonished. You see, his wife's younger sister had fallen for Song Ling and insisted on marrying him, but after finding out, she vomited for a long time, and then hid from him. He hadn't expected there to be a woman in this world who wasn't afraid of Song Ling. It was quite unusual, and it made him look at her with new eyes. So what do you think? Li Hung asked. He was genuinely worried about Song Ling's marriage. After all, his son was almost 8, and his good brother was still single. How could he not be worried? He had assumed that with his personality, he wouldn't fall in love with anyone, but unexpectedly, someone had appeared. This was truly rare. Let it be. Song Ling simply said these few words. Madame Su didn't like him, so he couldn't force her into marriage, and he certainly didn't like using his power to coerce others. So let it be. Hearing this, Li Hung was completely speechless. Go after whoever you like. What's the point of letting it be? If that day really came, their child might already be in private school, Li Hung thought wistfully. Don't ask. He experienced this before. Fine, as long as you have your own plans. Just don't regret it. He was truly eager to see her regret. The thought brought a smile to his face. Meanwhile, upon learning of young Master Song's arrival, the Su family, especially Su Qingshan, fell silent. After his family's lecture, he felt a bit paranoid. After all, young Master Song had been kind to him and his father in the military camp, yet he treated him like this over a single incident. He was truly unheralded. It's okay. Young Master Song is a magnanimous man. Just apologize to him tomorrow, said Mrs. Wu. Yes. Mrs. Chen nodded. Really? Indeed, Suli said. He didn't think young Master Song was the kind of person who would be so stingy. Su Qingshan finally felt relieved. Sure enough, the next day, after returning to the military camp, he found Song Ling and apologized for what he had done the day before. As Suli and the others had said, Song Ling didn't give him any trouble. Instead, he gave him the spear he had long desired. This further changed Su Qingshan's mind about Song Ling. He felt that his previous attitude towards him was truly shameless, and that he should be doubly nice to him in the future. Meanwhile, Suli began to busy herself with the opening of the food shop. After acquiring the shop, Suli immediately found a reliable craftsman to renovate it, and then ordered a batch of tableware and bowls. This time, they weren't in Qinghe County, so prices had to be negotiated one by one. Suli wasn't very good at bargaining, so he left the negotiation to his mother, Chen, and his nanny, Wu. Sure enough, after a lot of haggling, Chen and Wu always managed to get the lowest price. Madam, don't forget to introduce us to other people later. The carpenter was a 50-year-old man. When he finished his work, he didn't forget to ask Suli and the others to introduce him to other jobs. Don't worry, I definitely do it. Mrs. Chen agreed without hesitation. She discussed the rest later, but if the same job came up again, she'd naturally contact him. Besides the carpenter, the other bricklayers, and the kiln owner who delivered the bowls all said the same thing. It's easy to imagine how low Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Chen had pushed their prices to get them to say that. After the shop was almost completely remodeled, Suli's custom-made wok was ready. This time, Suli wasn't going to specialize in stir-fries like she did in Qinghe County, but rather grilled fish. Autumn was the perfect time, so grilled fish wouldn't be too hot. After deciding to grill fish, Suli even took the time to make it for her family. How's it taste? Is there anything you need to improve? Suli looked at the people in front of her, all absorbed in their food, and exclaimed, delicious. Su Tao was the first to speak. She already had enough of this fish during the past 2 weeks on the boat, and didn't want to eat any more. But as soon as the grilled fish was ready, she was captivated by the aroma. It was so fragrant, fresh, spicy, and incredibly delicious. She quickly picked up her chopsticks and began digging. Unexpectedly, she couldn't stop. The fish was tender and smooth, the skin had a crispy aroma, and there were few bones, making it incredibly easy to eat. Dipping it in the broth was incredibly delicious, so delicious that even after sweat broke out on her forehead, she couldn't stop eating. Not only Su Tao, but also Su Qingshan, who had been complaining about having enough fish, couldn't stop eating. His favorite wasn't the fish itself, but the potato, lotus root, and bean sprouts inside. They were crispy, flavorful, and delicious, and paired beautifully with the grilled fish broth. It's so delicious. Just this taste is enough. Everyone was full again by the end of their meal. Only Old Man Su spoke up. I think it doesn't need to be so spicy. The grilled fish was delicious, but a bit spicy. He was getting older, and couldn't handle too much spicy food without getting a stomachache. He figured if there were customers his age, it would probably be a bit uncomfortable. Also, the people of Jizhou City probably couldn't handle such spice, unlike the people of Qinghe County. Yes, Old Lady Wu agreed, taking a swig of water. Su Li thought for a moment. Indeed, that's a good idea. We can make it mild, medium, or extra spicy. You can choose whatever level of spiciness you prefer. That's a good idea, Chen said. Good, sure. The others agreed, thinking it was a good idea. So the grilled fish business was settled. After everything was ready, the Su family grilled fish shop, Jizhou branch, opened with a bang on an auspicious day. Grilled fish shop? What's that? Passers-by looked at the shop setting off firecrackers with puzzled expressions. What else could it be? A grilled fish shop. Someone else onlooker asked, Madam, how much is a serving of your grilled fish? Sir, our grilled fish is 35 when a serving. We just opened and we're offering a buy one get one free deal. Would you like to order one? It's really delicious, with lotus root and bean sprouts. 35 one? So expensive? The listeners frowned. After all, 35 one could buy several fish. It wasn't a good deal. Sir, take a look. Our fish portions are all quite large. The man heard this and looked at the fish on the table of the people inside. It was indeed quite large, and the way they were eating it was quite unique, heating it over charcoal while eating. It looked quite delicious. Is it really buy one get one free? Well, I didn't finish it this time. Can I come back next time? Of course, sir. It's good for a month. Okay, give me one then. The man thought it was quite good, and the aroma wafting through the air made him a little hungry, so he said. Okay, one grilled fish, table 3, Fa Chao said to Su Li inside. Su Li, while applying sauce, handed the nearly grilled fish next to her to An, warning, be careful with the heat. Don't worry, boss. An responded, carrying the grilled fish and leaving. Luckily, An's family was helping out, otherwise they'd be overwhelmed. Sir, your grilled fish. An placed the fish in front of the man and then went back to greet other customers. At this point, more and more people gathered around, attracted by the aroma. Coupled with the buy one get one free promotion, more people entered the shop, but many were also hesitant. 35 when wasn't much, but it was a day's worth of food for their family, so it was hard to spend it casually. How was it? How was it? The people next to them didn't want to eat in, so they asked those who did. But no one responded for a long time, because the grilled fish was so delicious. Not only was the fish tender and smooth, but the vegetables inside were also delicious, and the flavor was superb. Once you start eating, you can't stop. Delicious, absolutely delicious, said the customer, whose mouth was swollen from the spiciness as he ate. Really? The people around him were a little confused. He looked like he wasn't enjoying the food. Really? It's just a little spicy. Don't try to copy me, go for mild. The man wiped his tears, took a sip of water, and spoke. He hadn't believed the shop assistant's advice to order mildly spicy, but after taking a bite, he realized it was indeed spicy. It was just that the fish was so delicious, both numbing and spicy, that he couldn't stop eating. The people around him were still a little skeptical. But then, everyone else who had entered the shop also started eating the grilled fish and began praising it, saying, "This fish is so delicious. So fragrant and flavorful. Yeah, it's really good. And I never seen it served this way." Hearing these words, the onlookers couldn't help but say, "Then I have one too. I want one too." This immediately attracted several more people into the shop. Over here, his colleagues from Su's father's camp had also changed their clothes and arrived. "Suji Fish Shop?" the big man asked, looking at the sign. "You're stupid. That's Su Li Grilled Fish Shop." "Oh, a grilled fish shop. That should be it," the big man said, looking at the grilled fish shop sign. "It's quite crowded." "Yeah, let's go in." Okay. Chapter 157. Would you like to go say hello to my sister-in-law and the others? After sitting down, One of the men poured tea for the others while looking at them. Let's wait a moment. The shop is so busy right now, let's not delay their business. Zhang Feng, who had visited that day, said. That's fine. After that, a waiter greeted the group, and they ordered 2 grilled fish and 2 jars of wine. They sat down to drink and eat the accompanying boiled peanuts while chatting. All the while, everyone around them praised the grilled fish. Seeing it, the group was a little puzzled. Is it really that delicious? Yes, they looked like they were eating something. Zhang Feng had been visiting the Su family that day. Seeing this, he took a leisurely sip of tea and kept the conversation going. You know, after you eat it. Ever since that day, he'd been craving this dish, even losing his appetite for anything else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come just after hearing that the Su family had opened a food shop. You're just bragging. Huda laughed at him. The other 3 laughed too, all thinking Zhang Feng was exaggerating. Gentlemen, your grilled fish. The grilled fish was finally served. The charcoal basin was about to reach them, and Zhang Feng asked Huda to move aside. Grilled fish, please make way. Huda stepped aside, allowing the charcoal basin to be safely lowered. After placing the grilled fish, Songda soon brought over a plate of braised vegetables. Gentlemen, this is something our wife sent. Please enjoy it. Suli had already seen the group and, naturally, recognized them as her father's colleagues. She had Songda cut a plate of braised vegetables for them to enjoy with their wine. Zhang Feng smiled sheepishly at this. I'm so sorry. Thank my niece for me. Seeing this, the other people who had come with him also thanked him. This made the roughnecks feel incredibly comforted. After all, although they were all colleagues of Su's father, not all of them were close. Some still harbored a certain amount of jealousy over the Su family's opening of a food stall so soon after arriving in Jizhou, but that had now largely dissipated. Come eat! Zhang Feng greeted everyone and took up his chopsticks first. This braised dish was his first time eating, and it looked quite good. Zhang Feng picked up a piece of pork head and put it in his mouth. The braised meat had a rich, fragrant aroma. Every bite was like a celestial experience, so delicious that he wanted to stamp his feet. However, Zhang Feng didn't do so. Instead, he quickly took a sip of wine. Ha! A sip of wine, a mouthful of braised meat, he felt happier than even a god. The others around him didn't hesitate either. They all picked up their chopsticks and began to eat. However, their reaction was the same as Zhang Feng's. They all subconsciously took a sip of wine. The aroma of wine mingled with the aroma of the braised meat, making it truly delicious. This meat dish is delicious. Indeed. The group ate and commented, their hands never stopping. Soon, the entire plate of braised meat was gone. After some discussion, they decided to buy another, but when they called the waiter, they discovered the braised meat was gone. After further inquiry, they learned that the Su family had braised the meat for themselves today and hadn't prepared much. They were a little disappointed, but at the same time, they felt a sense of pride. After all, they could enjoy something no one else could. Alright, if it's gone, it's gone. We can come back for more next time. Didn't the waiter just say they sell it later? Zhang Feng smoothed things over. Let's eat the grilled fish first. It should be ready. Their eyes shifted to the grilled fish. The waiter had just said that the grilled fish was done, only the vegetables inside weren't. It would be ready once the lotus root was ready. The lotus root slices in the ceramic bowl looked almost done. Okay, let's eat the fish. Huda picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of fish. The aroma of the grilled fish had been wafting towards him. Now he could finally eat it. With the delicious taste of the braised meat, Huda had been looking forward to the grilled fish even more. However, when he actually ate it, he realized he hadn't expected enough. The fish was incredibly delicious. The skin was crispy and spicy, while the fish meat was tender and flavorful. It immediately whetted his appetite. Not only that, but even the side dishes were incredibly flavorful, especially the lotus root slices. The spicy and fresh aroma was balanced by the sweetness of the lotus root slices. It was truly delicious. Hurry up and eat. This fish is delicious. Let me try. It's even better with the broth. At his words, the others rushed to the grilled fish, and after taking a bite, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Delicious. Really good. The fish was so delicious and fresh. You could tell it was freshly killed right away, otherwise, it wouldn't taste this way. Plus, the blend of seasonings gave it a surprisingly neutral, spicy, and savory flavor, leaving no fishy smell at all. The more you ate, the more addictive it became. The 2 fish were devoured in no time. Not only that, but the side dishes and broth were also consumed by the group, along with the rice. What do you think? Did I lie? Zhang Feng looked at his colleagues with a smug look. Delicious, delicious. Hu Dai and the others, their bellies full, were now convinced. They had to admit, it was indeed delicious. Since it's delicious, you guys should pay today. Zhang Feng stood up and left, leaving the others behind. Barracks, how was it? Finished eating, how was it? Those who hadn't made it to the barracks today saw them return and surrounded Zhang Feng and the others. Delicious. Really? Really? What did it taste like? Tell us. Smell my clothes, they still smell. Ha ha ha. Get lost. Then I'm leaving. If I leave, there's no more. I brought you 2 fish. Good brother, give me a bite. I'm starving. For a moment, the tent was filled with all sorts of flattering voices and exclamations. Even the Su family members at Su's grilled fish shop had finished their lunch break and were sitting in the courtyard eating. The grilled fish is selling pretty well, but we're out of fish. I have to buy some more after lunch. Wu Ya, how many fish do you think we should buy? Chen asked as she served herself some rice. She was quite excited that business was so good this morning, the first day of opening. Su Li swallowed her rice and thought for a moment. I better buy 50 fish. We sold about 40 fish this morning, so the number should be similar tonight. Okay, Chen replied. By the way, Mom, you and Grandma should go back and rest later. The shop doesn't need so many people. Too many people would make it too crowded. The shop wasn't big. 1 person could butcher the fish, 2 people could serve the dishes, 1 could take the cashier, and 1 or 2 people in the kitchen could prepare the ingredients. That's enough. We don't need too many people. The same goes for the future. We can rotate morning and afternoon. That way we won't get tired. The purpose of earning money is to live a good life. Su Li didn't want anyone to exhaust themselves over this, especially her grandparents, who were already old and wouldn't be healthy if they were tired. Just let your grandparents go back. I stay in the shop and help out. Chen instinctively refused. Mrs. Wu, let's go back together. You can accompany me to buy a few chickens and ducks to raise for the new year. Old man, you should come back too. And buy some vegetable seedlings to plant in the backyard. Vegetables are expensive in Jizhou City, so it's cheaper to grow them yourself. Okay. Mrs. Wu had no choice but to agree. At this moment, Su Tao suddenly spoke up, Mom, you and Grandma, please stop raising chickens and ducks in the front yard. It's stinking. Mrs. Chen, I know. You enjoy eating them, but raising them is a problem. Su Tao smiled, hee hee. Over here, after deciding who would take shifts, Su Li addressed the Songda family nearby, Uncle Song, Aunt Wang, and brothers An and Au, and Sister Ame. I give you an extra monthly salary for working in the shop. If you don't want to help in the shop, I hire a few more people. You can also focus on the chores around the house. It's up to you. Just let me know what you choose. Songda, how can that be? Mrs. Wang, yes, young master, we don't want a monthly salary. But Su Li had made up her mind. More work, more pay. She couldn't treat them as less than human beings just because they had signed a contract with her family. Not only did she have to do the chores around the house every day, but she also had to come to the shop. Even a donkey would get tired. Seeing Su Li insist on giving it, the Song family was extremely excited. This was truly the best employer they had ever had. Not only did he provide them with food and shelter, he also gave them a monthly salary. He also never mistreated or scolded them at home. Why don't you kneel down and thank the employer? Upon hearing this, Aw and Aw and the 2 sisters quickly knelt. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Su Li quickly stepped forward to stop them. Uncle Song, Auntie, please stand up. We're all family. Don't kneel so easily. Yes, stop kneeling. Stand up. Songda, however, refused to stand. Your kindness is so great. We, the Song family, will never forget it. We will repay you in our next lives by working like slaves. Uncle Song, stop kneeling. To be honest, seeing someone older than her kneeling before her with tears of gratitude made Su Li feel quite uncomfortable. She didn't think she had been particularly kind to them, merely giving them what they deserved, yet they treated her like a lifesaver. Just imagine how perverse this world is. Yes, please stand up. Aren't you shortening her lifespan? Mrs. Chen stood by with a stern face. As soon as these words were spoken, Songda and the others jumped to their feet in shock, looking at Su Li with a reassuring look. They had no intention of doing that. My mother was just joking. Uncle Song, Auntie, don't be so reserved. Now that you come to our house, we're family. In our family, as long as you work, you get paid. That's what you deserve. The more you work, the more you earn. Yes. We listened to the young master. Su Li finally breathed a sigh of relief when they finally stopped kneeling. After dinner, everyone rest up and get your spirits up. We work hard tonight. The future of our grilled fish shop depends on you all. Today is the first day of opening, and the success of the business depends on the reputation we built over the past few days. So Su Li had to encourage everyone to do everything to perfection. Okay. Li Mingzhou had been in Jizhou for 2 months. Because he escaped unnoticed, his eldest brother had imprisoned him in his mansion. Today, unable to bear it any longer, he instigated his subordinates to help him escape. He first wandered around Jizhou city, then went to the city's largest restaurant for dinner. However, after taking just one bite, he spat out the steamed sea bass in his mouth. Master, what's wrong? Is this dish not to your liking? Li Si, observing this, spoke with concern. This fish is awful. It's not even as good as what we had on the boat, Li Mingzhou complained. Seeing this, Li Si instantly understood his master's intention. Should we go and take a look? Didn't the young lady tell me her address? Chapter 158. Well then, since you want to go, I mercifully accompany you. Li Mingzhou put down his chopsticks and raised his head, a proud expression on his face. Yes, yes, it's me who wants to go. You're kind-hearted, Li Si said, almost flatteringly. The young man's lips curled up at the words. Let's go. As they walked and asked for directions, they finally found Willow Leaf Lane, but the young man's patience had already worn thin. If I can't find you, I have you beheaded when I get back. Li Si wiped the sweat from his forehead and bent down, saying, Young master, please wait here in the shade while I go ask around. After that, Li Si went to the alley to inquire. Coincidentally, he ran into Chen and the others, who had bought a few cages of chickens, ducks, and geese. Li Si often interacted with the Su family on the boat, so he naturally recognized them. Seeing them, he happily called out, Madam Chen. Madam Chen. Mrs. Chen heard someone calling her, and turned to see Li Si. Manager Li, why are you here? I came here specifically to look for you. By the way, where's Madam Su? Li Si finished, glancing behind Chen. He thought for a moment. His young master had such a bad temper. If he still couldn't get what he wanted after such a long journey, he'd probably take it out on him again. So no matter what, he had to find Madam Su and cook her a delicious meal. Oh, she's at the grilled fish shop. After Chen finished speaking, she went on to tell Li Si about her family's grilled fish shop and finally gave him the address. Li Si was overjoyed to hear this. After thanking him, he returned to find Li Mingzhou and went to Su Liji grilled fish shop together. When Li Mingzhou arrived at the grilled fish stall, his face was sullen. But the next moment, upon smelling the aroma of grilled fish and seeing Su Li, his expression unexpectedly calmed. Li Si finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. It was strange. His young master had never had a strong appetite before, so why was he so obsessed with the food cooked by Madame Su? It was truly strange. Of course, he couldn't deny that Madame Su's food was indeed excellent, but for his young master, who had tasted every delicacy in the world, this shouldn't be the case. It was beyond his comprehension, so Li Si gave up on it. Madame Su, long time no see. Li Si greeted Su Li. Since there were few guests at the moment, Su Li came over to greet them personally. Actually, Su Li hadn't expected the guests from the ship to actually come over, and she was quite happy. Long time no see, Stewardly and Masterly. After greeting them, Su Li asked what they wanted to eat. Li Si looked at Li Mingzhou and asked, Master, how many grilled fish would you like? Li Mingzhou felt awkward for some reason. Anything is fine. 2 then. Li Si thought for a moment. If it wasn't enough, he could just order more. Okay. Su Li responded and went to prepare the grilled fish. Like Su's father and his colleagues, Su Li also gave Li Si and his wife a plate of braised pork head. The braised meat looked strange, not like mutton. Li Si, remembering his own son, only disliked pork, immediately tried to move it aside, but Li Mingzhou stopped him. He certainly didn't eat pork, but strangely, he did eat what Madame Su cooked. This time, Li Mingzhou didn't let Li Si test the poison. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The moment he took a sip, he knew he had made the right bet. The braised meat tasted really good. The pork head was fatty but not greasy, with a rich braised flavor. Even eaten plain, it wasn't salty at all. It was quite good. Li Mingzhou thought to himself, this pork isn't as bad as others say, it's quite fragrant. After finishing the braised pork, the grilled fish arrived, and Li Mingzhou began to eat the grilled fish again. Honestly, he almost vomited from eating fish on the boat, but that didn't stop him from devouring it with such gusto that his mouth was swollen and his face was covered in sweat. Suli came over and saw this and almost couldn't help laughing, but she didn't. After all, she knew that young men his age had strong pride, as did her friend's younger brother. "Mr. Lee, how is it?" Li Mingzhou's eyes evaded him. "Not bad, just so." He quickly stood up, pulled out a silver ingot, and placed it on the table. "Here's the money for the meal." Su Li, knowing the size of the ingot must be 10 taels, immediately offered to take it in for the change. Li Mingzhou, however, bluntly replied, "No need for change." With that, he left with Li Si without looking back. Su Li had no choice but to accept the money, and went back to the backyard to tell the others about the situation, telling them not to accept the money if they saw young Master Li coming. "Okay, young master, we got it." The others agreed readily. At this moment, Su Li remembered something else. "Has the fish arrived?" "It has just arrived." "On, and we have gone to carry it," Songda replied. "Okay." The fish had arrived, and the next step was to butcher it and arrange it in order, waiting for customers to arrive. However, to everyone's surprise, business wasn't very good that evening. Su Li thought for a moment, perhaps because of the firecrackers and lion dance performances at the opening at noon, there were many people. Since there were no other activities that night, naturally no one came. It wasn't entirely true though. Some people who had saved some fish at noon brought their families to eat, but they were still a minority. "What should we do, young boss?" Songda looked at the few people in the shop, feeling a little worried. Su Li thought for a moment, and finally came up with an idea. She asked Songda to bring a few dozen dollars, and found 7 or 8 children to go door to door promoting their grilled fish. And it worked. Soon, several customers came. "I heard you have a buy one get one free deal on grilled fish here?" "Yes, sir." "Are the side dishes free too?" "Right." "Okay, give me one then. I heard your grilled fish is delicious, and I want to see what it tastes like." The man sat down with his friend. Several others, like him, said they had heard people say the fish at this fish shop was delicious, and so they came. "I don't know if it's really that good. We know after trying it." There were more than one person who had this thought, but they all shut up completely after the waiter brought the grilled fish to them. The grilled fish was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, smelling both spicy and numbing, truly enticing. The flesh was even more tender, bouncy, and flavorful, and the accompanying side dishes complemented the fish perfectly. For a moment, the chatter in the grilled fish shop dropped significantly. This grilled fish is so fragrant. Dipping it in the broth makes it incredibly delicious. The lotus roots are also delicious, so crispy. After finishing their meal and paying their bills, they left, praising the fish as they went, telling everyone they knew how delicious it was. In addition to these people, Song Ling and Li Heng also arrived that evening. However, seeing how crowded the crowd was, they didn't sit down. Instead, they had their staff pack up a few grilled fish in lunch boxes for them to take away. Before leaving, they generously gave Su Li a piece of silver, about 20 taels, and departed. When Su Li settled her accounts that evening, she discovered she earned a staggering 45 taels of silver, including the 30 taels, of course. Despite this, the profit from selling grilled fish was still quite substantial, exceeding her initial target. If only she could earn this much every day, it wouldn't be long before she had enough for the shop and the house. After her dream, Su Li put the cash box away and prepared to wash up. Honestly, she was exhausted after a long day and wanted to just fall asleep, but she was stinking and couldn't help but wash. So Su Li forced herself to shower before returning to her room. For the next 2 weeks, Suji Grilled Fish Shop's business boomed. Anyone who had eaten there became its ambassadors, telling everyone they met that they had opened a grilled fish shop there, and that the food was delicious. However, the majority of visitors were colleagues from Su's father, second brother Su, and third brother Su's colleagues. Ever since they tried the grilled fish, they'd fallen in love with the flavor. They come every day off, and even on other days, they ask Su's father and his 2 sons, who had to return daily, to bring it in. It was clear how much they loved grilled fish. Of course, good business meant a lot of money, but it also made Su Li and the Su family incredibly tired. Fortunately, Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, so Su Li thought about it and decided to take a 2-day break and cook something delicious to celebrate. Mid-Autumn Festival is coming up so quickly. Mrs. Chen was a bit taken aback when she heard it was almost time. "Yeah, it feels like time has flown by so quickly this year. It's already September." Wang agreed. Chen looked at Su Li seriously. "By the way, Wu Ye, isn't it too late to make mooncakes this year?" Chen suddenly remembered that they hadn't made mooncakes yet, and immediately asked Su Li. Su Li nodded. She actually wanted to make them, but the shop was so busy she couldn't pull her hands away. Chun, then we can buy some and share them. The advantage of having money is that you can buy whatever you want without having to be stingy. Okay. No one in the Su family objected. Speaking of which, this was the first Mid-Autumn Festival they all been together since Su's father and his 3 children returned. Everyone was there except for the eldest sister, Su Hong. What a pity, the eldest sister isn't here. If the eldest sister were here, their family would be truly reunited. Su Li, who said she's not here? My eldest sister wrote to us a while ago, saying she'd come over to celebrate Mid-Autumn Festival with us. Really? Don't lie to us, will ya? Grandma, do I look like a liar? Everyone perked up at the news, especially Chin. Is it just your eldest sister, or is your brother-in-law and the others coming too? They should all be coming. After all, it's hard to leave anyone alone, especially with the 2 little ones. That's good, that's good. Did your eldest sister say when she arrived? According to the time, she'd be here the day after tomorrow afternoon. Su Li's estimate was based on the time they arrived, but she forgot that each boat travels at a different speed. As a result, Su Hong and the others arrived in Jizhou that afternoon and then asked for directions all the way to the Su family's house. When the Su family saw the group, their jaws dropped. You're here. My eldest sister's husband, Uncle Wang, and Aunt Lian are here. Su Li was napping in the room when she heard Su Tao's loud voice. She didn't care about anything else, but quickly dressed and went out to greet her. In short, everyone in the Su family was delighted by Su Hong's arrival, and they surrounded her with questions. Old man Su, did you encounter any danger along the way? Su Hong, no, it was calm, but I was a little seasick. My mother and I felt really bad on the boat too. We felt much better after getting off. Chapter 159. That's right. We were also feeling dizzy from the boat ride when we came here. Old man Su agreed with a smile. Okay, let my father-in-law and the others rest first. Don't start talking non-stop as soon as you get here. Mrs. Wu couldn't help but interrupt the conversation. Old man Su, haha, yes, my father-in-law, you should go and rest. The house is ready for you. I'm sorry to bother you, my aunt-in-law. Father Wang felt a little embarrassed. He had originally been reluctant to come, but he couldn't resist his daughter-in-law's persuasion. Old man Su held Lian Gu in his arms and led the way. What's the trouble? We're so happy you're here. We wish you and Lian Gu could stay here forever. Old man Su was speaking from the heart. He was used to living together as a family and couldn't get used to anyone being missing. Moreover, Lian Gu had practically grown up with him all these years. The 2 of them had a deep bond. After not seeing each other for several months, he missed her terribly. Auntie Lian, do you miss Grandma? Old man Su looked at Auntie Lian and said. Auntie Lian counted on her fingers as she spoke. Yes, I miss my aunt, my 4th aunt, Yuan Bao Heihu. She called out everyone in the Su family. Su Li came out and heard this, and couldn't help but smile. She stepped forward to take the bag and the mountain goods from her eldest sister, and greeted Wang's father, Wang Ergu, and Auntie Su Honglian. 5th sister. Wang Ergu was still his simple face, his face darker than before, unchanged. He held Su Sun, who had grown considerably taller. Perhaps from the long boat ride, his face looked a little pale. He was leaning against Wang Ergu's strong chest, looking dependent. Su Li took a few more glances, a bit surprised. What had happened in the past few months? How did their relationship become so close? But this was a good thing, after all, so Su Li didn't say anything. Brother-in-law, you guys rest first. Mother, and I will make you something to eat. After settling everyone down, Su Li spoke. Wang's father quickly said, don't bother. Wang Ergu said, yes, 5th sister, don't bother. At this moment, Su Hong, standing by, chimed in, saying that she had already eaten lunch and wasn't hungry yet, so she asked Su Li not to cook. Su Li then gave up, thinking only of returning early that evening to cook a delicious meal to welcome her elder sister and the others. Su Hong's visit this time, besides celebrating Mid-Autumn Festival, was also because she wanted to show Su Li the account books. After chatting about old times, Su Hong sent Su Li off alone to another room to review the books. Su Li glanced through the notes. No problem, big sister. You can keep an eye on me in the county, don't worry. Su Hong felt embarrassed by the compliment. She'd been busy between the restaurant and the food shop for the past few months, fearing any mistakes would come up. Fortunately, nothing had gone wrong. By the way, 5th sister, this is the money I earned these past few months. I converted it all into banknotes. Su Hong pulled out 1,200 taels of silver notes and handed them to Su Li. Su Li only took 500 taels, telling her to keep the rest at the restaurant for future expenses. After all, she needed money to pay the higher-ups or make purchases. If she gave it all to Su Hong, what would the restaurant do if it wasn't enough? Then Su Li discussed with her big sister, Su Hong, that half of the money earned would remain in the account and the rest would be given to her. The grilled fish shop in the state capital was doing well now, and there weren't many other places to spend money. Unless she opened a restaurant later, she wouldn't need so much. Su Hong said, "Okay, write me when you need it, and I have your brother-in-law bring it to you." Su Li nodded, and the two sisters chatted about recent events. They then went out to chat with Mrs. Wu and Mrs. Chen for a while. Soon, it was time for dinner. Considering that tonight was a welcome for Su Hong and her group, Su Li had specially prepared a large table of fine wine and food. Su's father had also been summoned back from the military camp by the Song family, and everyone sat together for a lively meal. During the meal, the Wang family father and son chatted about another reason for their visit. It was then that Su Li and the others learned that Wang's father had another purpose for bringing Su Hong to visit one of his sisters. Actually, Wang's father didn't have many relatives. He only had one brother and one sister. His eldest brother died early, and his sister-in-law remarried, so they stopped communicating. His younger sister married far away, in Jizhou, making travel inconvenient. Gradually, the two families lost contact. It was only because of Wang Ergu's marriage that they resumed contact. Plus, Su Li had just opened a food shop in Jizhou, and Su Hong was also coming, so Wang's father decided to visit his sister. "That's right. I know where it is. I take you there tomorrow," Chen said to Wang's father. Wang's father thanked her profusely. So, the next day, Chen led a few people to buy some things, and went to Wang's third sister's home. This time, unexpectedly, Chen struck up a friendly conversation with Wang Sanmei. After their meeting, she repeatedly praised Wang Sanmei's son to Su's father. "You haven't seen him. He's so handsome, so refined, so clean, and so polite." The more Chen looked at him, the more she liked him. Her smile never faltered. Su's father nodded. "Hearing you put it that way, it's quite good. He passed the imperial examination at the age of 20, and was still studying at the provincial academy. He sounded promising. His only drawback was his father's early death, leaving him with a widowed mother and a poor family. That's nothing really. As long as he's a good person, that's all." Chen defended her. "That's true." Su's father had no objection. Indeed, the most important factor in marriage was character. A person with good character wouldn't have a bad life no matter what. "But, so it sounds like you're saying she's interested too?" "Of course not." The third sister of the Wang family was concerned about her only son's marriage, while Chen was concerned about the marriages of her two daughters. The two of them got along better and better. After comparing their ages, they were both very satisfied. They even agreed to go out together to admire the moon on Mid-Autumn Festival, so the two children could meet and get to know each other. As for whether Su Tao or Su Li should go, Chen had already made up her mind. Jiao Li was 21, 4 years older than Siya, a perfect match. He had a gentle personality, and was a better match for Siya. You can arrange it, but there's only one thing, Siya has to like it. If she disagrees, forget it. Su's father didn't want his daughter to marry someone he didn't like. Chen rolled her eyes, as if she weren't their biological mother. "I know. I know you love them. I'm glad you know." Even then, Su Tao had learned about this from her eldest sister, Su Hong, that evening. Why another scholar? I don't like scholars. To be honest, Su Tao wasn't very happy. Ever since the scholar introduced by the matchmaker stood them up in Qinghe County, Su Tao had harbored a lingering dislike for scholars. She felt that scholars were just like him, pretentious, hypocritical, and constantly looking down on others. Some of it was unspoken, some hidden within her heart. Su Tao didn't want to find someone who looked down on her. And I heard that guy was studying at the provincial academy. Wouldn't that make him even more arrogant? Su Tao's head ached at the thought. It's okay to meet him. Su Hong naturally knew why Su Tao disliked scholars, but this guy was her husband's cousin. She had met him in person, and had met him twice. He seemed different from other scholars. She thought he was quite good, and it would be a shame to miss him. I don't want to meet him. Su Tao was just throwing in the towel. She felt that not getting married was fine, so why would she make herself unhappy? Then tell mother, Su Hong said after a moment's thought. Of course, the result of telling Qinshi was the natural outcome. She was dragged away. Qinshi didn't say anything else, just told her to go and see him. If she didn't like him, she wouldn't force her. Su Tao thought about it and went. Meanwhile, Jiao Li was reluctant to visit the Wang family. His reason was simple: his family was too poor, and he didn't want to delay the marriage of another young woman. However, he couldn't persuade his mother, Wang, and ultimately went anyway. It was fate that brought them together. That day, the moon was high in the sky, and Jizhou City was ablaze with lights, colorful lanterns flickering, and people were bustling about. Su Tao accidentally got separated from Su Li and the others, and unexpectedly ran into Jiao Li, who had come alone, on a street. The two glanced at each other, and then looked away. Su Tao apologized sheepishly, and Jiao Li fumbled and said it was okay. Neither dared to look at the other for a second. It wasn't until they met in person that they realized they had seen each other. Su Tao stopped saying she didn't like scholars, and lowered her head shyly. Jiao Li, no longer claiming his family was poor, and didn't want to get married, had red ears and stuttered. Thus, the two of them met for a date. After the marriage, Chen Shi was the happiest. She had always liked Shui Li, and thought he was a good child. The second happiest person was Su Tao. She was truly moved this time. After returning home, her mind was full of him. Whether she ate or slept, she could only think of his face, and the words he had said that day. It was a wonderful experience she had never experienced before, and her heart beat so fast that it felt like it was no longer hers. Su Li watched the whole thing, and felt that her fourth sister was truly finished. She had fallen in love. However, she was still happy for her because in this era, most marriages were blind and silent, and it was extremely rare to find someone you liked and who liked you. Moreover, the other person knew her background well, being the son of Uncle Wang's half-sister. So far, they had gotten along quite well. Su Li felt that her future mother-in-law was understanding and her husband was sensible and considerate. As for money, her family had money, and her fourth sister could earn it, so it wasn't a problem. So, under these circumstances, Wang Samei, before her second brother returned to Qing'an County, invited a matchmaker to her home. With everyone's witness, the two families officially married. How could this not be considered a closer relationship? Fourth sister, aren't you going to deliver lunch to fourth brother-in-law today? Su Tao sat in the food store, looking at Su Tao jokingly. The wedding was still 6 months away, but Su Li had already started calling him that privately. Which fourth brother-in-law? What are you talking about? Su Tao felt a little embarrassed at the address. Su Li continued to tease, who are you talking about? Who else could it be but our brother-in-law Jiao? I'm too lazy to tell you. Su Tao stamped her foot and turned away. Seeing she was genuinely angry, Su Li stopped teasing. If you don't go now, everyone in the academy will be gone. Su Tao then said, I'm not going today. She actually wanted to go, especially seeing the man she loved getting thinner and thinner, but Jiao Li wouldn't let her go. He also told her not to send her food anymore, and said a lot more, basically meaning he didn't want to spend her money, and wanted to earn it through hard work. Su Tao knew he was doing this for her own good, and she was incredibly happy. Su Li hadn't expected her brother-in-law to be so principled. After all, there were actually quite a few men who lived off their wives, especially scholars like him. Isn't that what they always wrote in opera scripts? Scholars love nothing more than having someone sponsor them for the imperial examinations. This Jiao brother-in-law was quite unique. Chapter 160. But this is also good. When fourth sister gets married, she won't have to worry about her husband constantly calculating her family's dowry. Even then, after Su Tao's marriage was settled, perhaps seeing hope, Chen began arranging the marriages for Su Qishan and Su Li. But for some reason, perhaps Su Qishan and Su Li weren't destined to have a romantic partner, so finding a partner was particularly difficult. Su Qishan, in particular, had dated many girls over the past 6 months, but they were all frightened by him, finding him too tall and imposing, with a menacing look. One time, for some reason, he even frightened a young woman to tears. After that, Su Qishan practiced his smile for a month in his backyard, making it even scarier. Su Li happened to wake up early one morning and witnessed the scene. Her yawning hand froze in midair. Second brother, you better stop laughing. Standing under the tree so early in the morning was eerie. From a distance, it looked like a black bear grinning at you. TSK. However, Su Qishan pretended not to hear. He saw Su Li happily emerge from under the tree. Fifth sister, you're up. Look at my smile. Su Qishan bared his perfect 8 teeth. Su Li suppressed her anger and forced herself to swallow it down. Very good. Su Qishan was indeed pleased to hear that. Then I practice some more. Okay. Su Li hurried back to her room. The weather was getting colder, and she just wanted to curl up in bed in the morning. Fortunately, the shop didn't sell breakfast anymore, only lunch and dinner. Everyone could wait until they were well enough to go back to the shop, so they still had time. As the weather got colder, the grilled fish sales grew. Every night, everyone worked late into the night. Jizhou City had no curfew, so people were still out and about late at night, and when they were hungry, they would come to the grilled fish shop to eat. It wasn't cold in winter. Besides that, Su Li occasionally accepted banquets. Initially, it was from Madame Lin's residence, and later, through Madame Lin, she secured more. Today was the day she was heading to one of those banquets. Yes, Madame Lin's family, originally from Qinghe County, had also moved to Jizhou City, reportedly in preparation for Wen Lin's trip to Jizhou to participate in the imperial examination next autumn. It's cold, and you're wearing so little. You might catch a cold. At the dinner table, Chen looked at Su Li with concern, then took a spoon and prepared to serve her a bowl of porridge. Eat more. You be hungry later. Su Li could no longer eat, and quickly covered the bowl. That's enough, mother. I'm full. As they say, there's a kind of cold that makes a mother feel cold, and a kind of hunger that makes a mother feel hungry. Although it's for your own good, it's truly a sweet burden. Eat more. You lost weight lately. Chen still refused to give up. That's enough. We won't eat until she's full. Su's father couldn't bear to watch this any longer and interrupted. Chen had no choice but to give up, but then she remembered something and said, by the way, Wuya, don't forget to come to the tea house this afternoon according to the time. It's 3 p.m. Come early, and don't keep us waiting. Su Li paused, but still said obediently okay. Chen was finally satisfied and turned to Su's father. The appointment was at 3 p.m., right? You heard correctly, didn't you? Su's father put down his chopsticks. It was 3 p.m. How could I have remembered it wrong? Chen said, that's good. She was worried that the time might be wrong. If she arrived too early, she'd just sit and wait, and if she arrived too late, she'd leave a bad impression. After all, this was a lifelong event that would determine her daughter's happiness for the rest of her life, and she couldn't afford to be careless. Don't worry, that young man is quite good. I met him. Su's father said, knowing what his wife, Chen, was worried about. Of his daughters, Su's father loved his youngest, Su Li, the most, so he couldn't just pick a husband for her. This man was the nephew of his colleague, Lu Yingzhou. He had personally seen him. He was incredibly handsome, 8 feet tall, the kind of guy any young woman would admire. Furthermore, he had good character, and was a capable young man. Su's father was very satisfied with him, and felt he was a good match for his daughter. Hearing this, Chen felt relieved. She still trusted her husband's judgment. If he said it was good, it meant it. The two chatted animatedly, but Su Li, alone, looked nonchalant, as if she wasn't the one they were meeting that afternoon. Su Li didn't really take the matter seriously. After all, it was just a meal, like a college social, so whether it would work out was still a question. But seeing her parents happy, she didn't say anything to dampen their spirits. Well, parents these days are still quite traditional, believing that daughters should marry when they reach a certain age, and sons should have wives. Su Li couldn't change that, so naturally she wouldn't change it. As long as they didn't force their will on her, it was fine. The same goes for blind dates. If it's unavoidable, then don't. Su Li isn't someone who's determined to remain single forever. If she finds the right person, she's open to it. I'm leaving Mom and Dad. After finishing the last mouthful of porridge in her bowl, Su Li stood up and left. Today, Madame Zhu was having a small get-together with friends and had asked Su Li to make some pastries, so Su Li didn't invite anyone else to join her. Arriving at the Zhu residence, Su Li was led to the kitchen as she knew the place well. Today, Su Li planned to make various small candied fruit cookies, a modified and upgraded version of snow meringue, and rose milk tea. These were all desserts she had experimented with over the years, and could make quite delicious. Snow meringue uses lard instead of butter, and the filling is filled with mashed yam or potato with some jam instead of cream. It's incredibly delicious, and everyone in the family loves it. However, Su Li doesn't make it often, so it's quite difficult to get a taste of it. Today, the main reason was that she had enough money, and Su Li couldn't refuse. Madam, if you need anything, just call us. The housekeeper politely addressed Su Li. Su Li nodded and thanked them, then contentedly assigned 2 of the servants to help peel the yams while she began making cookies. Making cookies was quite simple. All she had to do was mix the pork and sugar, then stir briefly to combine. Whipping was done manually, of course, and Su Li asked someone nearby to help. Once the mixture was smooth, she added egg yolks, flour, and preserved fruit, kneading the mixture into a dough. Finally, she rolled the dough into small, evenly thick round cookies, and baked them in the oven. The good thing about wealthy families is that they have everything they need, and Suli was adept at making them. Soon, the unique aroma of cookies filled the kitchen. After making the cookies, Suli made milk tea even quicker. She started by frying caramel, then tea leaves, and finally added milk tea, rose, dried red dates, and goji berries. These ladies prefer sweet food, so Suli added more sugar. Alright, bring it over. Suli placed the biscuits on a plate, and a plate of fresh fruit and candied fruit beside it. It looked so delicious that the maidservant beside her was stunned. She had never seen these pastries before, and her wives were sure to love them. The maid happily carried them to the pavilion in the backyard. In the pavilion, 3 or 4 women were sitting, walking, or standing, feeding the fish with food or trimming the flowers on the table with scissors. The maid's arrival caught everyone's attention, especially Zhu, who glanced nervously. The reason she had asked Suli to make pastries today was entirely out of respect for Madame Lin. She had also tried Suli's cooking at Madame Lin's house the other day, and found it quite novel and delicious, so she invited her. But the next day after inviting Suli, she regretted it. After all, she had only heard from Madame Lin that Suli's pastries were good, but she had never actually tried them. What if they weren't good? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? But she had already said it, and it was hard to go back on her word, or else it would be even more embarrassing if it were shared. So, she just had to accept it. However, the moment Suli entered the mansion, she couldn't help but have her personal maid keep a close eye on them. If they looked unpleasant, she wouldn't serve them. Fortunately, they looked fine, so they should taste okay. Zhu examined them calmly for a few more times, trying to identify the pastries. However, she couldn't recognize them after several attempts. One of them looked like a peach cake, but not quite as large, and it had dried fruit on it. Another was even stranger, a flour cake, a small white cake, and a truly bizarre one. Come, sisters, take a seat and have a few cakes. Zhu invited everyone to sit. She herself, sweating, watched the others pick up their cakes. I never seen this kind of cake before. Qishir took a small cookie and sniffed it, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. The small biscuit had a faint aroma of milk and wheat, still slightly warm in her hand. She took a bite, and the biscuit melted in her mouth instantly, with a rich sweet aroma and the perfect tartness of the dried fruit. It was a surprisingly harmonious blend, not at all greasy. The biscuit was small, and she finished it in 2 bites. This pastry is delicious. Come and try it. As she finished speaking, the others gathered around, washed their hands, and took a biscuit to eat. Zhu, feeling relieved, also took a piece. But after 1 bite, Zhu was stunned by the taste of the biscuit. It was simply too crispy, even crisper than the peach pastry, and melted in her mouth, with a rich milky aroma. Unable to resist, she devoured several pieces. The other women did the same, eating piece after piece. Seeing that there were only 2 or 3 pieces left on the plate, no one was too embarrassed to take more. At that moment, everyone's attention shifted to the nearby pastry. It wasn't very large, shaped like a flower, and adorned with dried fruit. It looked quite appetizing, and she was once again the first to pick it up. She took a gentle bite, her eyes instantly lighting up. How could this pastry be so soft and glutinous? A gentle bite revealed a filling, like a steamed bun. Not only that, but the filling also contained jam, osmanthus jam. The combination of jam and yam, combined with the soft and glutinous texture, made this sweet treat simply irresistible, bringing an utterly blissful experience. She couldn't help but squint her eyes, savoring the delight. The others noticed this too, and for a moment, no one in the pavilion spoke. What kind of pastry is this? It's incredibly delicious. Someone asked Zhu. A subtle flicker of pride crossed Zhu's face. After all, the ladies present were all prominent figures in Jizhou, one of them the younger sister of the prince of Ji's wife. Even their praise was truly impressive. Zhu recounted the story of how she met Suli, and how she cooked delicious meals. She secretly made a note of this. Her sister's birthday was coming up in a few days, and it would be a nice idea to have this person prepare some snacks for the guests. We've been talking for so long, I'm thirsty. Come, sisters, have some tea. Zhu asked the maid next to her to pour some water. Chapter 161. The maid responded and stepped forward, picking up the pot of milk tea and pouring it. Mrs. Zhu was stunned when she saw that the milk pouring out of the pot was milk. After all, she had tasted milk like that before. It had a strong, pungent smell that was only best when added to pastries. There are rose petals in it. Not only that, but also goji berries and dried red dates. What is this? The other ladies came over, and one, named Gao, even picked it up to examine it carefully. It smells so good. Let me try it. Mrs. Gao took a sip, her expression instantly changing to enjoyment. It's delicious. I try it. I try it too. Several of them drank from their cups, and Mrs. Zhu was even more impressed. The milk didn't smell fishy at all, but rather had a sweet, rose-like fragrance. It was perfect for the cold weather, it warmed my internal organs. Mrs. Zhu was completely impressed by Su Li's ingenuity. After the banquet, she gave Su Li an extra 5 taels of silver as a tip. Su Li left the Zhu residence with 25 taels of silver in her pocket. She weighed her purse, a smile on her face. Earning money felt so good. At that moment, in the tea house, Chen, a woman, and a young man were sitting together, drinking tea. "Auntie, have some tea." The young man had beautiful, affectionate eyes and a handsome face. Chen glanced at him, feeling incredibly satisfied, her smile never leaving her face. "Thank you, young master." "Auntie, you don't have to be so polite. Just call me Sanlang." "Okay, then I call you Sanlang." Chen took advantage of the situation to build closer ties. Seeing this, the woman next to them smiled and jokingly said, "I think you shouldn't call him Sanlang, sister. Just call him Mud Monkey, haha." Chen was curious. How could that be possible? Sanlang is so handsome, how could he be anything like a clay monkey? Luo covered her mouth with a smile, and the next moment she was about to bring up the man's past. "You don't know." "Mother." Jiao Fu quickly stopped her, feigning anger. "My son is already this old, and you're still saying these things in front of outsiders. Aren't you afraid that Auntie will laugh at you?" He was handsome, and even though his tone tinged with anger, it didn't sound effeminate, but rather added a touch of elegance. At this moment, Chen's sharp eyes caught sight of Su Li, and fearing she might pass by, she quickly stood up and greeted her. "Wu Ya, over here." The voice was so loud that everyone in the tea house looked over. When Su Li approached, she turned and introduced Luo and her son. "This is my youngest daughter, Su Li. Su Li, this is your Aunt Luo, and this is your third brother Zhao." "Aunt Luo, third brother Zhao." Su Li greeted them politely. "Wow, you must be the 5th girl, right? You're so pretty, just like your mother." Luo's words were sincere. She known Su Li must be pretty the moment she saw Chen, but she hadn't expected to see her in person, even more so than she imagined. Xiao Fu, standing nearby, was also stunned the moment he saw Su Li. When he heard he was being introduced to a young waitress, who worked as a food vendor, he hadn't been particularly pleased. He always imagined waitresses, who worked as food vendors, to be dusty and plain-looking. While he didn't have high expectations for his future wife's looks, he didn't want to face that kind of face all day. Later, his father had persuaded him to meet her first, and he never expected such a big surprise. On the other side, seeing her son stunned, Mrs. Luo gently nudged him. "Sanlang, what are you doing?" Xiao Fu, waking from a dream, bowed and said, "Fifth sister." Su Li returned the greeting, and the group finally sat down. However, just as they sat down, Mrs. Luo and Mrs. Chen, as if by appointment, left to use the restroom, leaving them alone. As soon as they left, Su Li felt a little awkward. She had never been on a blind date before, and she didn't know what to do. Thankfully, Jiao Fu was outgoing and humorous, and he soon had Su Li laughing. "Across the tea house, sir, look, isn't that Madame Su? Who is she with?" Xu Jiao pointed in Su Li's direction, and casually said to Song Ling. Song Ling followed his gaze, and saw the scene. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Xu Jiao touched his arm. Why did he feel the weather suddenly turn colder? "Young master, it seems there's no empty table." Xu Jiao looked around but couldn't find any. Young master. "Hey, young master, where are you going?" Xu Jiao was about to say something when he saw his young master heading towards Su Li. What was the young master doing? Xu Jiao was puzzled, but he quickly realized. The young master was smart. Isn't there an empty seat at Madame Su's place? By the time young Master Li arrives, Madame Su might have already left, and that seat would be theirs. The more Xu Jiao thought about it, the better idea he found, and he quickly followed. "Madame Su, you're here too?" Su Li was listening to Zhao Fu's chatter about interesting things in the military camp. When she heard the voice, she looked up and saw Song Ling had arrived. Young Master Song. "Mr. Song." Zhao Fu also noticed Song Ling, and quickly stood up. "I hope I didn't disturb you." Song Ling had walked over for some reason, and when he realized he was already in front of him, a hint of annoyance flashed in his eyes, but it faded in an instant, and he quickly returned to his usual demeanor. Zhao Fu quickly replied, No, Mr. Song, please take a seat." Zhao Fu had never come into direct contact with someone like Song Ling before, and he was so excited that his words were even somewhat flattering. "Waiter, bring another pot of good tea." The waiter brought the tea, and Zhao Fu stood up and poured it for Song Ling himself. "Mr. Song, have some tea." "Song Ling, are you under Sheng Feng? I remember you." Zhao Fu was somewhat flattered. He hadn't expected the other person to remember him. "That's right." Song Ling nodded and said nothing more. Zhao Fu, seeing this rare opportunity, naturally didn't want to miss it. "Mr. Song, what brings you here today?" But before Song Ling could answer, Shu Jiao, standing behind him, spoke up. "Our young master is waiting for someone." Zhao Fu tactfully avoided asking who they were waiting for. At this moment, Song Ling looked at Su Li and suddenly asked, "Madame Su, have you met my aunt?" "Huh?" Su Li was stunned. "Yes, Madame Lin invited me to a banquet at her house a few days ago." "Well, my aunt has been thinking about you." Su Li smiled and thanked him. They chatted for a few more minutes before parting ways. Outside the tea house, Zhao Fu looked at Su Li and asked, "I didn't expect Madame Su to know Mr. Song." Zhao Fu was a little surprised, but even more delighted. Su Li didn't like discussing things behind others' backs, so she gave a vague response. But it was clear the other party didn't want to know. They just asked and moved on to other topics. Just then, Chen and Luo returned. After exchanging pleasantries, they each went home. "How was it? How was your conversation?" After they separated, Chen asked Su Li, implying she wanted to know how she felt about him, so she could decide whether to continue contact. This was part of the dating process. Su Li thought back on her interactions with him. He seemed okay. He was good-looking, tall, polite, and quite humorous. So he was pretty good, right? She honestly described his strengths to her mother, Chen. The more Chen listened, the more she felt something was amiss. Normally, a young lady would be shy about talking about someone she liked. But why did we speak as if she were discussing someone else's affairs? But Mrs. Chen thought for a moment. Her daughter had mentioned so many good qualities, so she must be attracted to him, right? Probably not, right? She tentatively asked, "Do you want to get in touch with him again?" Su Li nodded, still nonchalantly okay. For some reason, Mrs. Chen didn't seem particularly happy to hear this. Instead, she felt a hint of worry. It seemed her little daughter hadn't caught on. "Never mind, let's take it slow. Perhaps getting in touch with her again will help." Elsewhere, Mrs. Luo asked her son Zhao Fu a similar question. "You're old now. If you keep picking and choosing, I'm afraid you won't find someone as suitable as this." Mrs. Luo was quite satisfied with the Su family. They were wealthy, and the dowry was generous. And the Su girl had a culinary skill, so she wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing in the future. She had inquired about it, and the Su family's current situation was entirely due to her little girl's culinary skills. If she married into her family, wouldn't it be like marrying into a mountain of gold? Just thinking about it filled Mrs. Luo with satisfaction, eager for her son to settle down with the youngest daughter of the Su family. "My son, I follow your mother's arrangements." Zhao Fu was also quite pleased with this marriage. He had dated several women over the years, but none of them appealed to him. Zhao Fu had his own plans for the marriage. First, she couldn't be too ugly, as he would find it uncomfortable to look at her. Second, the dowry couldn't be too small, and ideally she could be helpful. Now, the young lady of the Su family met all his requirements. It was a match made in heaven. The only catch was that she wasn't always in the spotlight. After the wedding, she would be able to stay home and take care of her husband and children, which would be ideal. Seeing her son's understanding, Mrs. Luo was overjoyed. "Okay, then let's go get some pork to thank our uncle and discuss the rest of the matter." With that, the two of them headed to the Luo family's house together. "Ha ha ha, you mean, you told them your aunt missed them?" In the tea house, Li Heng laughed loudly, then, realizing he laughed too loudly, quickly stopped. After a long pause, he finally finished laughing and said, "See, I told you that if you didn't act quickly, you regret it sooner or later." Song Ling remained silent, his lips still unpursed as he stared coldly at him, as if waiting to see when his laughter would finally subside. He began to regret telling him about this. This wasn't the first time he'd known he wasn't trustworthy. Seeing this, Li Heng, fearing she'd run away, quickly suppressed his smile and changed the subject. "But there's still time. From what you said, it seems we're just seeing each other. You still have a chance." After saying this, Li Heng glanced at Song Ling, knowing he never pursued a young lady before, and had finally come to appreciate someone. Li Heng offered a kind look. "Forget it. Let me teach you. First, you need to understand what the young lady likes, then offer her what she desires." In my years of experience, young ladies, the things they like are usually the same: hairpins, rouge, snacks, and the like. After giving them the gifts, the next step is to ask about their well-being. Young ladies love this. If it's cold, you ask them to dress warmly. If it's hot, you ask them to stay warm. In short, you have to care about their well-being and their mood. Beyond that, the most important thing is to make them accepted by their family and please their future parents-in-law. Li Heng's words grew more and more excited, and Song Ling's expression grew grim as he listened. Chapter 162. Unable to bear it any longer, Song Ling stood up and walked away. After leaving, Song Ling didn't buy rouge or look for Su Li. He first returned home to change clothes, then rode out of the city. By the lakeside, a jujube-colored Fergana horse leisurely paced, nibbling on the fresh grass. Song Ling lay on the grass, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. To be honest, Song Ling had almost forgotten how long it had been since he relaxed like this, or how long it had been since he galloped freely. He remembered that when he was young, whenever he felt upset, he would ride out of Chang'an, find a secluded spot, pick up a piece of grass, lie quietly for a while, and wait until the sky darkened before leading his horse back in the afterglow of the setting sun. Back then, Song Ling never imagined he'd be separated from his parents, his older brother, and his older sister-in-law. Nor did he imagine he one day become the person he hated most: dull, hesitant, indecisive, and full of calculations. Even more, he never imagined he one day fall in love with a young woman, yet he couldn't even dare to express his affection. The young man who once dared to love and hate, so bold and outspoken, would surely laugh at him now, wouldn't he? Song Ling could even imagine what he looked like. He'd surely hold his head high, squinting at him with disdain, and then say, "Coward." Song Ling knew he would. He might even curse, "You're hiding your true self. What a coward you are." He knew him so well, and missed him so much, that in the years that followed, he practically prayed to heaven to freeze time at that moment forever. If he could, he would pay any price. But perhaps heaven was simply too busy to care for the suffering of countless beings in this vast world, and his prayers ultimately proved to be nothing. Song Ling could only occasionally see him in his dreams. He was still full of vigor, clutching a silver spear, looking incredibly self-aware. Then, catching sight of Song Ling hiding in the shadows, he sneered, "Song Ling, how did you become like this?" Song Ling pressed the corners of his eyes before opening them. He lay there for an unknown amount of time. The sky had turned gray, and a chill wind blew through the woods. Recalling his dream, Song Ling was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. He stood up, called his pony, hesitated for a moment, and finally spurred his horse to the Wen residence. "Uncle Ming, why are you here? Have you had dinner? Why don't you stay and eat together?" Ms. Lin looked at Song Ling with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She hadn't expected Song Ling to come so late. "Aunt, I'm here to take Chang'an back home for a few days." Song Ling refused, stating her purpose directly. Lin didn't try to stop him. After all, it was understandable that Uncle Ming missed his nephew after so many days. After all, there were only two of them left in the Song family, so it was normal for them to feel a deep connection. She called the maid to bring the child over. When the man arrived, he happily jumped at Song Ling upon seeing her. Although the child couldn't speak, Lin knew he missed her dearly. "Look how happy he is," Lin said with a smile. The maid beside him also smiled kindly. "Yes." Before leaving, Lin asked again, "Are you really not staying for dinner?" "No, I'm taking Chang'an to Su's restaurant." Song Ling paused before speaking. When Lin heard this, something flashed through her mind. A flicker of disbelief crossed her mind, but she quickly recovered and said happily, "It's time to go. Go ahead and eat more." Song Ling's ears flushed slightly at this, but he didn't shy away as usual. Instead, he feigned composure and nodded, leading the horse and supporting Chang'an as they left. Lin watched the two men and their horse disappear down the street until they were out of sight. As dusk fell, Lin suddenly felt like crying. She took out her handkerchief and wiped her eyes. He's finally figured it out. The maidservant next to her comforted her. "That's good news." "Don't be sad, madam." Lin smiled. "I'm not sad, I'm happy. I still have to prepare the betrothal gifts for Uncle Ming." Suji Grilled Fish Shop, young Master Song. "Shaoan, you're here. Long time no see." Su Li greeted Song Ling first, then squatted down to greet the little boy next to her. Speaking of which, Su Li hadn't seen him in ages since their last meeting at the Wen Mansion. Back in Qinghe County, the little boy would come to the restaurant almost every day, rain or shine. As Su Li's youngest and most loyal customer, she loved him, and would often prepare delicious meals for him and Lian Gu. Seeing their eyes light up at the food filled Su Li with a sense of accomplishment. Sadly, Lian Gu now stayed in Qinghe County, and little Chang'an no longer came as often as before. Su Li felt a little sad. Just as Su Li was sighing, a cold voice suddenly spoke from above her. "He bought you a gift." "A gift?" Su Li looked over and saw Song Ling holding a box. Song Ling's voice echoed again. "He told you to open it, and see if you like it." Su Li stood up, took it, and opened it. Inside, she saw a peachwood hairpin. This surprised Su Li somewhat. She thought it was a child's handicraft, but it turned out to be a hairpin. However, Su Li was still very happy, and turned to Xiao Chang'an. "Thank you, Xiaoan. I like it very much." A wooden hairpin shouldn't be a very valuable item, so Su Li accepted it. Then, returning the favor, she went to the kitchen to prepare something delicious for the two of them. After Su Li left, Xiao Chang'an looked at the man before him, speechless. He couldn't understand why his uncle claimed he bought the gift. It was clearly his own doing. But what surprised Xiao Chang'an even more was that for several days, his uncle bought gifts every day and gave them in his name. That day, Song Ling, using the name of Xiao Chang'an, once again brought Su Li a bunch of red plums. These plums were extremely rare in Jizhou City, and Su Li initially didn't want to accept them, but she couldn't resist. "Xiaoan, young Master Song, please don't send me anything anymore from now on." Su Li felt a little embarrassed to accept them. These days, the two of them have been giving her cute clay figurines, rouge, powder, hairpins, and other small gifts every day. There are so many that her dressing table at home can't even fit them all. If she didn't clearly understand the gap between her and young Master Song, she would have suspected he was pursuing her. But that shouldn't be possible, right? Not only Su Li didn't believe it, but neither did the Su family. Even though Song Ling's behavior was extremely obvious, and even Chinshur had noticed something, Su's father still said, "It's probably just the child who likes Wuya." Su Qingshan, "Yes, mother." "How could young Master Song possibly like Wu Mei?" Su Qinghe, "Yes, mother." "You must be mistaken." Seeing that her usually clever third son thought she was overthinking it, Chinshur couldn't help but wonder if she was really overthinking it. Could it really be just the child who likes Wuya? No, that's not right. As a woman, Chinshur still felt it wasn't right. Fang Qiao, who was sewing, stood by Chinshur this time. "I think what you say, mother, makes sense." Fang Qiao had met young Master Song a few times. She's seen the way he looked at Xiao Mei, a look that was different from the way he looked at other people. She never found the evidence, but now she had. "Sister-in-law, you're meddling in this with mother too." Su Qingshan was a little dissatisfied, thinking Fang Qiao and her mother were overthinking things. Young Master Song hadn't done anything. He was just accompanying his nephew. Hearing this, Fang Qiao fell silent. Su Qinghe was displeased. "What do you mean by meddling? You're the only one who can speak, and we Fang Qiao can't, right?" Su Qingshan, When did he have such intentions? Isn't he? Oh, he couldn't explain himself. Su Qingshan stood up and walked out. Coincidentally, he ran into Su Li, Song Ling, and little Chang'an. Young Master Song? Little sister? Su Qingshan was stunned. Why were they together? Su Li was also at a loss for words. Thinking back to her impulsive decision, she began to regret it. Why had she offered to take the initiative to let them go back home for the new year just because they felt sorry for her? What the hell was going on? But whenever Su Li thought of the man's dejected expression and the child's expectant look, she couldn't bring herself to ask them to go back. Forget it, just consider it a good deed. After all, strictly speaking, young Master Song and little Chang'an were orphans. During the new year, their only relative, Madame Lin, had returned to Qinghe County. They were truly pitiful. Su Li recounted the whole story to Su Qingshan. Su Qingshan uttered an "oh," clearly having not fully recovered from the incident. Seeing this, Su Li led Song Ling and little Chang'an back into the courtyard. Seeing her mother, she repeated what she had just said to her second brother, Su Qingshan. The entire Su family was stunned. In the end, it was Mrs. Wu who reacted quickly. "Come in, warm your hands." Qingshan's mother, "Go make some tea." "Sorry to bother you all." Song Ling acted like a well-behaved child, as did little Chang'an beside him. Mrs. Wu loved children, and her heart softened when she saw them. She quickly brought little Chang'an over, offering him candy, warming his hands, and giving him water. Song Ling's situation was similar. Old Man Su and his father, once they realized what was happening, quickly stepped forward to welcome him into the house. "Young Master Song, have some tea." "Young Master Song, have some candy." "Young Master Song, have some candy." "Young Master Song, here's a hot water bottle." For a moment, everyone in the Su family gathered around the two of them. Seeing this, Song Ling quickly told everyone to stop. Over here, Su Li was preparing dinner in the kitchen, with the Qin family helping out. By the way, Wu Ye, how are you and Zhao Sanlang doing lately? Chen asked casually. Although what she really wanted to know was what was going on between Su Li and young Master Song. Su Li paused her cooking and thought seriously. He's nice, but I don't think he and I are a good match. At first, Su Li actually thought Zhao Sanlang was quite nice. He was good-looking, had a good sense of humor, and was generally a nice guy. But after a few interactions, Su Li discovered that he was actually quite chauvinistic at heart. Especially his casual words and actions made Su Li feel a little uncomfortable. It was then that Su Li realized that this world was still a feudal dynasty after all, and many things were ingrained in people, such as men's contempt for women and their perverse demands on them. And these were things Su Li didn't want. If she married someone like that, Su Li couldn't imagine what the future would hold. There was a chance she'd be stripped bare by the Zhao family, left with nothing left, but it was more likely she didn't want to be skinned and torn to pieces, resulting in a mutually devastating loss. In short, after Su Li seriously considered the fact that a relationship between them wouldn't end well, she mentally passed him over. Chapter 163. In that case, it's not good to keep them hanging. It's best to clarify things sooner rather than later. Relationships can't be forced. Qin didn't want her daughters to be unhappy. Okay. Su Li nodded. She had intended to clarify things the last time she met the third young master of the Zhao family, but he seemed to have guessed what she was going to say and kept interrupting. Then, with the new year approaching and the shop busy, they had less time to see each other, so Su Li had forgotten about the matter. She had to find time to clarify things. Su Li took the matter to heart, and Qin said, "Let your father go and talk. You don't have to go." Although the customs of the Wei dynasty were open-minded, marriages were still decided by the parents and elders of the family. Su Li said nothing after Qin's words. "Hey, little Chang'an, why are you here?" Qin suddenly asked. Su Li looked over and saw the little boy standing quietly at the door, looking at her. It was sleeting, and still a bit chilly outside. Su Li quickly invited someone in to sit by the stove to warm themselves. Then, with a few tongs, she poked around in the oven and pulled out a sweet potato. Winter was the season for roasted sweet potatoes, especially during Chinese New Year. Burying a few sweet potatoes in the stove, and taking them out after the New Year's Eve dinner, eating them while listening to the adults' conversation was one of Su Li's childhood joys at her grandmother's house. "I don't know what's going on with you, little girl. You treat sweet potatoes like treasures." Qin shook her head, genuinely puzzled as to why Su Li loved roasted sweet potatoes so much. Hadn't their family been so poor back then that eating sweet potatoes every meal wasn't enough? She still loved them. Anyway, the sight of sweet potatoes now made her nauseous, and she couldn't eat a single bite. With her appetite, it was more important to eat more meat. But speaking of this, Qin couldn't help but sigh. How naive people are. She always dreamed of eating meat, but now, after eating too much, she felt sick and wanted vegetables. Really? This sweet potato is sweet. Mother, would you like to try one? Su Li peeled the sweet potato and handed it to Qin, who quickly waved her hand away with a look of disdain. No matter how delicious it is, I won't eat it. Su Li smiled and offered it to little Chang'an. Is it delicious, little Chang'an? Little Chang'an nodded, pecking at rice like a chicken. Su Li patted his head. If it's delicious, eat more. By the way, sister-in-law, would you like one? Su Li looked at Fan Qiao, who was picking vegetables nearby. Fan Qiao quickly shook her head. No, fifth sister, eat it yourself. Fan Qiao didn't like it either. Well, only she and little Chang'an would get to eat this delicious roasted sweet potato. By the way, why hasn't your fourth sister returned yet? Didn't I tell her to come back for dinner? It was almost midnight, and there was no sign of anyone. Qin looked toward the courtyard gate. Today was the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Xiao Daolong had come early in the morning to take her away to see a variety show. Originally, it was best not to see each other before they were married, but country folk weren't so particular, so she went along. And yet, she still hadn't returned. I see how I deal with her when she returns, Qin muttered to herself. Su Li also looked toward the courtyard and noticed that the snow had intensified. The goose feather-like flakes fell thicker and thicker, unnoticed, coating the trees and stone slabs in the courtyard with a layer of silver. Madam, I go check at the gate. At this moment, Wang, who had been quietly working nearby, suddenly spoke up. Qin was the most stubborn. Don't worry about her. But her eyes were still filled with concern. As if she knew what Qin was thinking, Wang handed the dishes to her 2 daughters to wash, then stood up and went outside with an umbrella. But then Suli said, I see it's snowing so hard. It's possible for sister and then won't be able to hire a carriage. Let's have brother On or brother Ah drive the carriage to the nearby tile house to have a look. Jizhou City isn't small, but the tile house in Nanshur is quite far away, and it would take at least half an hour to walk back. Chen thought of this too, but remained silent. Then I go get them. With that, Wang went to the backyard to call for help. She went to pick up Su Tao, while Su Li continued cooking. When the dishes were ready, An finally returned with Su Tao. As expected, after Su Tao returned, she explained that it was indeed the heavy snow that had prevented them from hiring a carriage. Chen scolded her while warming her hands with a hot water bottle. Su Tao, accustomed to her mother's nagging, smiled and nuzzled her waist. Mom, 3rd sister-in-law, 5th sister, you don't know, that acrobatics were spectacular. There were people breathing fire, monkeys and guns. Chen. This clueless girl. She didn't even hear what she was saying. Fang Chao, on the other side, couldn't help but feel a little envious after hearing Su Tao's words. She and her husband hadn't been out for fun in all these years. Su Li noticed this and suggested, in that case, why don't we all go together on the first day of the new year? Okay. Su Tao, still not having had enough fun today, immediately agreed. Chen was also a little hesitant, having barely rested in 6 months, so she said, that's fine. Fang Cao's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Alright, let's eat. The food was ready, Chen said, and they all went to the front hall with the dishes. In the front hall, when Su Li and Chen entered, Su's father, Su Qingshan, and others were drinking with Song Ling. They were having a great time, which Su Li had not expected. Amid the clamor, Su Li could hear the man's cold voice, I have a few jars of Yicheng wine in my house. I'd bring them tomorrow for you and your uncle to drink. Yicheng wine was famous in the previous dynasty. It was a tribute wine, only the royal family could have the opportunity to drink it. The common people had only heard of it in rumors. Old man Su, how can I do that? Father Su, yes, my dear nephew, you absolutely cannot. Keep it for the guests. However, Song Ling acted pitifully, insisting that Su's father accept it, and even said that if he didn't, he wouldn't dare bring his nephew tomorrow. With that said, Father Su couldn't refuse, so he accepted without a second thought. Additionally, Song Ling said he had a set of armor perfect for Su Qingshan, a spear perfect for Su Qinghe, and several rolls of silk in colors no one else liked, which he wanted to give to Mother Wu. I don't have any other elders at home, and the material would just get eaten by moths if left there. Hearing this, Mother Wu felt truly sorry for the poor child. If you don't mind, you can make this your home from now on. Ahem. Su Li heard this as she entered from outside. How could this house become someone else's just moments after she left? Song Ling's eyes flickered as he saw Su Li enter. He stood up and took the dish from her hand. Sister Ailey, let me help you. Sister Ailey? Su Li was stunned. When did they become so close? But the next moment, she called Su Tao's sister Atao, too, leaving Su Li with nothing to complain about. It's okay, young Master Song. I take it myself, Su Li said. At this moment, Su's father suddenly spoke up, why call him young Master Song? Given his age, you should call him Brother Erlang. After that, Su's father proceeded to tell Su Li, and the others to treat Song Ling like their own brother. It was Chen who interrupted, are you drunk? After saying that, Chen turned to Song Ling. I'm so sorry, young Master Song. He's drunk. Uncle is right. Annie, from now on, just call me Erlang. Song Ling interrupted, surprisingly easygoing. Look at you. Erlang didn't even say anything. Su's father was genuinely drunk, and his words were halting. Seeing this, Chen didn't bother to argue with him and invited everyone to eat. After a while, she served some food to Song Ling. Since that's the case, I call you Erlang. Erlang, eat more. This dish is delicious. Erlang, have some soup. It's made with old hen. Finally, she slapped her 2 sons' hands away and said, you two, don't force him to drink too much. Su Li watched the scene with amusement. Meanwhile, Su Qingshan, drunken and aggrieved, asked, who is your biological child? Chen rolled her eyes at Su Qingshan and said nothing. She didn't want to admit she had given birth to 2 such sullen children. They looked uglier the more she looked at them. She didn't know if it was the weather or something else, but her 2 sons had gotten tanned in the summer and hadn't gotten any whiter. Song Ling was still the prettiest. Fair-skinned and handsome, like a figure in a painting, who wouldn't love him? Ms. Chen remained silent, yet her words spoke volumes. Su Qingshan could only curl his lips and stealthily stretched out his arm to compare it with Song Ling's. He discovered his own arm was several shades darker, and his expression instantly darkened. At this point, Su Tao joined in the fun. "Brother, stop comparing. You're practically as black as charcoal. If you don't believe me, ask little Chang'an." Su Qingshan, Su Tao, little Chang'an you say, is that so? Little Chang'an smiled happily, neither nodding nor shaking his head. But the child's expression spoke louder than anything else, leaving Su Qingshan speechless. He could only pour himself 2 more glasses of wine. And so, the meal lasted until dark. In the courtyard, the snow continued to fall heavily. The Su family warmly offered Song Ling a place to stay, but Song Ling left, hand in hand, holding little Chang'an. Su Li escorted the people out and saw Shujiao, who had come driving a carriage to pick up Song Ling and the others. "Go slowly." "Okay," Shujiao replied, helping the people onto the carriage before driving off. The next day, Song Ling came again, but unlike yesterday, he brought a large cart of gifts to the Su family. There were so many that even an ox cart could barely hold them. Shujiao led the oxen, followed by 2 servants. "Carry the gifts in carefully," Shujiao instructed the servants while he helped the dozen or so jars of wine on top. Su's father hurried forward. "Song Erlang, this is too much." Although he had agreed to accept them yesterday while drunk, Su's father hadn't expected the other party to send so much so early in the morning. Before Song Ling could say anything, Shujiao said, "Master Su, please accept this. This is a token of our young master's love." Shujiao was actually quite surprised to learn that his young master had fallen in love with Madame Su, but he quickly accepted it. Madame Su's cooking was truly delicious, and she was also very kind to him. Unlike the other young ladies, who looked down on him while expecting him to speak well of them, that expression annoyed Shujiao. Fortunately, the young master had no other feelings for them. Su's father was somewhat embarrassed, but it was Aunt Wu who came out and said, "Everyone's watching. Let's go inside first." Seeing that many neighbors were indeed looking in, Father Su had to have the things moved inside. "Erlang, you're here. Come on inside." Mother Wu truly loved Song Ling. Especially after learning about his background, the way she looked at him changed. From then on, she looked at him as if he were her own grandson. Chapter 164. And so, Song Ling and the gifts he brought with him entered the Su residence without a hitch. Over here, Su Li was still in the kitchen preparing today's New Year's Eve dinner with Chen and the others. They said they were preparing together, but in reality, they were just sitting together chatting and keeping each other warm. The food had been prepared days earlier, and only needed a little preparation before it could be eaten. Chen said, "Just stir-fry some vegetables. I've been eating too much meat these past few days during the New Year, and I feel a bit bloated. I want some vegetables." "Okay," Su Li agreed. Even if her mother hadn't told her, she would have done it. "Or maybe we should just have hot pot tonight," Su Tao suggested, saying hot pot was great. Eating a hot pot meal in the middle of winter would definitely be very comforting. "That's a good idea." Chen nodded. "Then ask your grandparents if they want some." "That's great." Su Tao was happy. Su Li thought for a moment. It seemed like she hadn't eaten hot pot in ages, and the weather was certainly suitable, so she voted in favor. Fang Chao nodded in agreement. It was only after coming to the Su family that she realized there were so many delicious foods in the world. Meat, which she had never been able to grow at home, was now readily available. She even felt like she gained a lot of weight, especially her waist, but Fang Chao didn't take it to heart, silently resolving to eat less in the future. "Then I go ask your grandparents," Mrs. Chen said, wiping her hands and leaving. However, upon her departure, she brought little Chang'an back with her. As soon as he arrived, he ran to Su Li and pointed at the stove. Su Li instantly understood. Little Chang'an had eaten sweet potatoes yesterday and was craving more today. So Su Li buried 2 more small sweet potatoes in his jar. "Let's go eat first and come back afterward, okay?" Su Li lowered her head to seek Xiao Chang'an's opinion. Xiao Chang'an blinked his eyes, as big as Song Ling's, seemingly confused as to why he couldn't eat now. Su Li patiently explained, "Look, today is Chinese New Year, and we made so many delicious dishes. If you eat the sweet potatoes, you won't be able to eat them later." Xiao Chang'an reached out and made a gesture to break them apart. Su Li asked, "You mean, eat half and wait until dinner is over before eating the other half?" Xiao Chang'an nodded. Su Li stroked his head. Xiao Chang'an didn't move, letting Su Li touch him. Seeing his understanding expression, Su Li's heart softened. "Okay, then, let's eat half." Xiao Chang'an sat down again, obediently staring at the fire. Mrs. Chen couldn't help but sigh at this scene. Such a good child, yet he was speechless. Su Li was also feeling a bit upset. She asked young Master Song, and he explained that little Chang'an's condition stemmed from a childhood shock. She's seen many doctors, but they all said they could only wait and see when he felt like speaking. There was no other way. But little Chang'an seemed to have no desire to speak at all. No matter how others coaxed or induced him, he refused to speak. Thinking of this, Su Li sighed and treated the boy in front of her even more gently. Honestly, Su Li didn't like children. They were so noisy and annoying, and incredibly annoying. But the little boy in front of her was so smart and sensible. He was truly one in a million. Okay, now that we're done eating, let's go to the front. Su Li wiped little Chang'an's hands clean and picked him up. The little boy didn't seem comfortable being held. His face flushed red, and he struggled briefly before finally yielding and resting his head on Su Li's neck. Song Ling saw Su Li just as he was watching this scene. He calmly stepped forward and took her over. Let me do it. Thanks for your hard work, Sister A Li. Su Li looked at Song Ling before her. Today, unusually, he wasn't wearing his blue shirt. Instead, he wore a moon-colored brocade robe, his hair tied up with a jade crown. He truly lived up to the saying, a gentleman who is a bandit is as beautiful as a jade ear and as charming as a star. Su Li was momentarily distracted, then quickly looked away. The Su family was considered quite good-looking. There were hardly any ugly people, including Su Li's entire generation. But when it came to looks, Song Ling and Cheng Gur were of a different kind. Song Ling, in particular, had a distinct air of dignity and aloofness that made him stand out, making him impossible to look away. Mrs. Wu invited them. Sit down and eat. Today was New Year's Eve, and Chen had rarely agreed to let Su Li and Su Tao have a drink. At first, the Su family was a little reserved about the presence of Song Ling. After all, the Su family had always celebrated New Year in their own home, but this year, there were 3 strangers. But soon, as the wine flowed, the atmosphere became lively. The Su family didn't have the custom of separate tables. Everyone sat together, chatting and laughing as they ate. May we have this day every year, every year. Old Man Su stood up and raised his glass, and everyone followed suit. Su Li had said this casually earlier, but since then, it has become everyone's mantra every New Year. May this day every year, every year. Every year has this day, every year has this morning. Everyone stood up and clinked their glasses, then sat down again. Today was different from every other year, not only because everyone was together this year, but also because this year we were away from home, and because there were other people present. But despite all these differences, what remained the same was that we stayed up together to celebrate the New Year's Eve, and we still set off fireworks after dinner. As the fireworks exploded above the courtyard, almost everyone was filled with hope for the future. Su Li also made a wish in her heart, hoping that her loved ones would be safe and healthy. After secretly making this wish, she opened her eyes, but when she turned, she saw Song Ling looking at her as well. Suddenly, Su Li's heart began to churn. To be honest, after these past 2 days, Su Li hadn't been completely unaware of Song Ling's feelings. Although she initially believed he had nowhere to spend the new year, she realized on reflection that it was impossible for someone of his status to not have a place to spend the new year. Furthermore, he had been so flattering to her parents and elders, and had just given her a jade hairpin as a New Year's gift. Su Li, no matter how foolish she was, understood the situation. However, despite this, she could only feign ignorance. Given the disparity in their family backgrounds, being together might be even more miserable than being with that Zhao Sanlang. Su Li didn't want to live without freedom for the rest of her life, so she could only pretend she didn't know. Thankfully, the man didn't bring it up explicitly. He simply visited frequently in the days that followed, sometimes accompanying Old Man Su fishing, sometimes drinking with his father, and sometimes giving Su Qinghe and Su Qishan pointers on their marksmanship. He captivated everyone in the Su family. As for Su Li, she remained cowardly, pretending to be oblivious until something devastating happened. It was near the Qingming festival, and a flood struck the south, submerging several cities and adding hundreds of thousands of victims overnight. Just then, Mrs. Wu, Old Man Su, and Mrs. Chen were returning to Qinghe County to pay respects to their ancestors when they encountered this wave of refugees. Furthermore, Qinghe County itself was surrounded by refugees. When Su Li received the letter, she learned that her eldest sister, her uncle, and the others were trapped in the city, unable to leave. To make matters worse, Father Su and her 2 brothers had recently joined the army in disaster relief efforts in the south. This terrified Su Li, and she immediately wanted to take Ah Wen and Ah Wu back with her. Jiao Li said, "Little sister, There's nothing you can do if you go back. You better stay here and see what happens. Jiao Li and Su Tao's marriage was already set for next month, and they had originally planned to bring their relatives from Qinghe County for the wedding banquet. Who knew they would encounter something like this? Fang Chao agreed. Yes, fifth sister, let's wait and see. Maybe things will get better in a few days. Fang Chao was pregnant and didn't go back this time. Su Li sighed. She knew going back wouldn't do anything, but she was still terribly panicked. Su Tao was just as anxious as Su Li. You don't have to go back. Fifth sister and I will go back together. After hearing this, Jiao Li didn't dare say anything else. Su Li calmed down after hearing this and began to seriously consider what to do. But before Su Li could come up with a solution, news arrived from the Song Mansion. Our young master told Madame Su not to worry and just wait at home. He has already taken people to Qinghe County and will bring all of Madame Su's relatives back safely. These words were like a reassurance, instantly calming Su Li. It was at that moment that she realized that in her time, security and war could occur at any moment, and accidents were even more likely to strike. She had previously believed that money was all she needed, but when the moment came, even if she had spent it hiring help, no one was willing to help. That's good now, thanks to young Master Song. Yes. Su Tao and Fang Chao rejoiced, and Su Li also thought to herself, yes, thanks to him, otherwise I really wouldn't know what to do this time. Over there, Song Ling led his men to Qinghe County, and the Wen Mansion also sent someone to fetch Su Li. Upon seeing Su Li, Madame Lin reached out and took her hand, comforting her. Are you scared? Don't worry, Uncle Meng has already taken his men. Don't worry, everything will be fine. After that, Madame Lin began to talk about Song Ling's youth, describing his martial arts prowess and how he had never lost a fight. It was only then that Su Li learned that the seemingly frail young man had such a past. What she heard from Lin seemed like another person's life, a completely different person from the present Song Ling. Thank you, madam. Su Li knew that she was saying this to reassure her, and she thanked him gratefully. Seeing that she understood, Lin felt relieved. From now on, don't call me madam anymore. Call me Aunt Lin. Su Li hesitated, but soon understood. Aunt Lin. Oh! Lin smiled with satisfaction. Then Lin invited Su Li to dinner before sending her back. After Su Li left, Lin looked worried. I wonder if Uncle Ming's health can handle it now. Ever since Song Ling's near-death experience, he's been seriously injured. It's unclear whether he's recovered these past few years, which is truly worrying. Young master, you're blessed by fate. You be fine, the old woman comforted Lin. Lin said, I hope so. On the other hand, as Lin had predicted, Song Ling's old injuries recurred during a fight with refugees after arriving in Qinghe County, and he nearly died. Fortunately, Mrs. Wu acted decisively. Let's go back to the village first. There's a cellar there with medicine in it. Qin then remembered the cellar her father-in-law and son had dug. That's right, there's medicine in the cellar. So, the group helped Song Ling back to Siosi village. Chapter 165. Su Li met Mrs. Qin, Mrs. Wu, and her eldest sister again in early summer, just 5 days before her fifth sister, Su Tao's wedding. When they returned, they had all lost considerable weight, and were wearing linen clothes they hadn't worn in ages. They looked like refugees, though they were in good spirits and had no injuries. Mrs. Chen recounted the events of the past few days, still feeling a lingering sense of fear. The victims had surrounded the county town, then stormed in, looting every restaurant and food shop like a swarm of locusts. The county government was understaffed, and the magistrate had fled early, leaving the entire county in dire straits. The victims initially stole food, but later turned to banditry, committing murder, arson, and other atrocities. They even ate those they captured alive. Qin had never witnessed such horror. Trapped in the house, they lived in constant fear. Luckily, they were numerous, and the Wang family and eldest brother had plenty of strength, so they managed to survive. But soon, the house ran out of food and drink. That night, hearing the commotion outside, Qin almost thought she'd never return. We're able to return safely this time thanks to Erlang, Qin said, recalling that day. If Song Ling hadn't brought his men, they might have become the victim's prey. Hearing Qin's words, Su Hong echoed, yes, it's all thanks to young Master Song. If Song Ling hadn't blocked Lian Gu's attack, Lian Gu might not be alive. But young Master Song was also seriously injured because of it. The thought of this made Su Hong feel extremely guilty. After hearing that Song Ling was injured, Su Li immediately handed over the responsibility of arranging the arrangements for his 2 uncles and aunts to An and Au, and went to the Song residence herself. At that moment, at the Song residence, Song Ling lay pale on the bed, while Li Heng sat beside him, shelling peanuts. You're just going to pick up a few people. Why did you have to go in person? You had to get yourself into this state? Song Ling sat up and applied medicine to the wound on his chest, his expression unchanged. You came here just to laugh at me? Li Heng said helplessly. I didn't. He simply didn't understand why they were acting this way, and he was just expressing his confusion, and taking the opportunity to see the joke. But when the servants announced that Madame Su had arrived, Li Heng was stunned. Wow, it was a self-torture tactic. The look he gave Song Ling instantly changed. Before he could say anything, Su Li entered. Then, Li Heng saw Song Ling suddenly begin coughing. So hard it felt like he was coughing up all his internal organs, and even the wound on his chest was compressed and bleeding. Young Master Song, are you alright? Su Li entered and saw this, and hurried forward to ask with concern. Unexpectedly, when Su Li was silent, Song Ling's coughing intensified. After a long pause, he raised his pale, fragile, yet exceptionally handsome face. It's nothing, sisterly, don't worry. Su Li saw him like this, and it didn't look like he was alright. Just then, Shu Jiao arrived with a bowl of medicine and interrupted. Madame Su, you don't know. The young master's injuries are very serious this time. The doctor said he's almost beyond saving. Su Li felt even more guilty. If it weren't for her, the young master wouldn't have been so seriously injured. Song Ling stopped talking. Shu Jiao, master, why didn't you let me speak? It was originally. Shu Jiao. Master. The two of them sang in unison, almost clapping their hands at Li Heng beside them. It was still a master-servant double act. Brilliant. Su Li, unaware of all this, felt guilty and wanted to do something to make amends. She took the medicine from Shu Jiao. No need to bother. I can drink it myself. Song Ling finished, and then began coughing again. Su Li's hesitation was instantly resolute. I feed you. Song Ling's cough finally stopped, and she let out a fragile smile. Did I trouble you, Sister Ailey? Then Su Li began to feed Song Ling the medicine, spoonful by spoonful. Li Heng, watching this, silently and consciously withdrew. Su Li and Song Ling were the only ones left in the room. After administering the medicine, Su Li recalled the purpose of her visit. Mr. Song, thank you so much for this. If you need anything in the future, just let us know. Our Su family will do our utmost to help. Song Ling was silent for a moment. I don't need you to do your utmost. Su Li lowered her head, unsure what to say. Song Ling, can I know the reason? The reason she rejected him. Su Li thought for a moment, and then said, I don't want to argue. You think I argue with you? Song Ling frowned. He had thought of many reasons, but not this one, a somewhat inexplicable one. Su Li shook her head. She knew he wasn't that kind of person, but she didn't know how to put it. She was just a little afraid. Yes, she had always refused to admit it. She was afraid of marriage. She didn't want to be like her parents, arguing and blaming each other all day long. She didn't want that kind of life, and as a result, she didn't want to date or enter into an intimate relationship. Perhaps she herself found this reason ridiculous, so Su Li thought for a moment and offered a few other reasons. However, given Song Ling's personality, he knew immediately that those were merely superficial reasons. The real reason was probably the seemingly absurd yet true one. Could it be that Madame Su's parents used to argue constantly at home, making her fearful of relationships? Logically, that shouldn't be the case. Song Ling had known the Su family before, and they were all kind, not the kind who relished blaming each other. It had to be said that Song Ling was quite clever. He guessed half right. The other half, of course, was that Su Li had more than one set of parents. But he might never know the reason. Meanwhile, Su Li fled the Song residence as if escaping. Then, after leaving, she felt a sense of loss. For some reason, she suddenly remembered what her former best friend had said. Su Li, you're an avoidant personality. People like you and are pursuing you, so why are you running? Yes, why was she running? She didn't know. She just felt terrified, but she didn't know what she was afraid of. This wasn't the first time she rejected someone who liked her. When she was in school, someone had pursued her before, but every time they confessed their feelings, she ran as far as she could, as if they were a monstrous beast. But when they were just friends, she felt completely at ease. This was why Su Li wanted to find someone with decent character who wouldn't restrict her too much. She truly had an avoidant personality. Even with her grandparents, Su's father, and Chen, it took Su Li a long time to truly let down her guard. Just as Su Li was lost in thought, a male voice suddenly rang out, Madame Su. Su Li turned and saw it was Zhao Fu. She was quite surprised to see him here. Mr. Zhao? Su Li was curious as to why he had called her. Zhao Fu, I just heard about what happened at Madame Su's house. I wonder how Aunt and the others are doing. Are they all right? They're all right now. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for your concern. Zhao Fu smiled. I'm glad they're all right. By the way, I wonder if Madame Su likes apricots. I got a basket the other day. Can I send it to you tomorrow? No, Mr. Zhao, keep it for yourself. Su Li declined without a second thought. Then Zhao Fu said something that completely stunned Su Li. In that case, I have to give it to my fiancé. After hearing this, Su Li finally understood why he had called her so suddenly. He was trying to show off his fiancé. No way, just because I rejected him? He's like this? How petty. Zhao Fu, however, acted as if he didn't notice Su Li's expression and continued muttering to himself that Lady Wei Chu is the youngest daughter of the rice shop. 100 words of Zhao Fu's praise for that lady are omitted here. Su Li, and then? What does it have to do with me? Su Li was genuinely confused. Did he think she regret telling her all this? Very good. Congratulations, Mr. Zhao. Su Li smiled, said, and prepared to leave. Zhao Fu, seeing this, quickly said, if Lady Su is willing to be with me, I can go and break off the engagement. He then looked at Su Li with those self-proclaimed charming eyes. Su Li felt like she'd just eaten a fly. She couldn't help but feel a little sorry for Lady Chu. How could she have been so blind as to meet such a person? Without even turning her head, Su Li continued walking. And Zhao Fu followed behind her, saying, Do you really think Song Ling will marry you? He's just playing with you. She really thinks she's a rich lady. Bah. Zhao Fu looked at the girl walking away with disdain. Didn't she reject him just because she found a better wife? You're pretending to be a chaste woman, but don't you consider the status of the person who would be interested in you? You're back? Chen rested for a while, but couldn't sleep, so she went to the yard to help Wang pick vegetables. How's it going? Is Erlang okay? Chen asked with concern. Su Li recalled the young man's condition just now, and she knew it wasn't exactly okay, so she told him the truth. Chen, upon hearing this, became worried and immediately said she would make chicken soup the next day for Su Li to bring. Su Li naturally agreed, as the man's injuries were for their family's sake. Okay. Chen glanced at Su Li, her thoughts etched in her mind, and said happily. Su Li feigned ignorance, saying she was going to the shop and leaving. In the days that followed, Su Li brought nourishing soup to the Song residence every day for Song Ling to drink, and Song Ling's injuries gradually healed. During this time, Song Ling never mentioned the incident that day again, as if nothing had happened. Su Li sighed with shameful relief at this. Madame Su, can we be friends from now on? Song Ling suddenly asked. Su Li paused as she put the bowl away. Of course. Song Ling gave a bitter smile. That's good. Su Li didn't know why she felt a pang of guilt upon seeing the other woman's smile. Mr. Song, you're so kind. You definitely meet someone who likes you back. Su Li said sincerely. As for her, she better not hurt anyone else. Song Ling lowered his head and chuckled self-deprecatingly. But what if I like you? Su Li's heart skipped a beat. Unsure how to respond, she pretended she hadn't heard and walked out. Song Ling looked at Su Li's back and sighed, how heartless. Is this retribution? It must be because he had rejected so many young ladies in the past that he was rejected when he was truly attracted to her. It was then that Song Ling realized how heartless he had been in his youth, how he had hurt others. If he could go back in time, he would definitely. Well, he would still reject her, because he didn't like her. If he didn't like her, he had to reject her. So did Madame Su not like him either? Confusion flashed in Song Ling's eyes. He walked over to the bronze mirror, staring at the face reflected in it, silently observing it for a long moment. Only when she realized what she was doing did she turn and leave. This sister, what are you doing? Why aren't you sleeping yet? Su Hong looked at Su Li sitting at the dressing table, doing nothing, and spoke. Su Li came to her senses and shook her head. No, nothing. She remembered Song Ling's words of love that day. For some reason, she still couldn't calm down, her heart pounding. This sister, come to bed. The three sisters finally got to see each other again, so naturally they wanted to sleep and chat together. Su Hong, what's wrong with you? Why have you been so absent-minded since you came back this afternoon? Su Li said, no. Su Hong smiled, that means nothing, right? By the way, how are things going between you and young Master Song? Su Hong had naturally known about young Master Song's interest in her younger sister recently. It should be said that everyone in the family, save Yuan Bao and Heihu, even Aunt Lien, knew about it. But Su Li acted as if nothing had happened, and Su Hong was a little unsure of her younger sister's intentions. Su Li, nothing. However, Su Hong sensed something different in Su Li's words than before. It's not easy to meet someone you like, and who likes you back in your life. I hope you can think it through carefully, and avoid regrets later. Su Hong had married without thinking twice, and she didn't really care about whether she liked him or not. At the time, she thought life was just like that. But it wasn't until she got together with Wang Ergu that she realized that being with someone you truly love is something completely different. It's hard to describe, but it's a sense of purpose and hope in life. Seeing him every day brings a sense of peace and joy. Having experienced this, she also hopes her two younger sisters can find someone they truly love, someone who loves them in return. At first, Su Hong didn't say anything, seeing that Su Li didn't seem to like young Master Song. But after observing her for a while, Su Hong felt that her younger sister, Su Li, might not truly dislike him. Perhaps she simply wasn't clear about her own feelings. At least, in all these years, Su Hong had never seen Su Li hesitate or struggle with other men. I understand, big sister. I think it over carefully, Su Li replied. Su Hong, you're the smartest of us sisters. Whatever you decide, big sister will support you. What are you talking about? Who's the smartest? Su Tao came in from outside. Su Hong, nothing. You're the smartest. Su Tao snorted. She was being whispered to. Sister, what else do we need to prepare for the wedding? As a bride getting married next month, Su Tao felt overwhelmed. She felt there were so many things to prepare, and even embroidering her own wedding dress was too much trouble. As someone who had been married twice before, Su Hong naturally knew what to prepare, but she knew too well that Su Tao was just trying to be lazy. Is your veil embroidered? Su Hong asked. Forget about the wedding dress. Even this embroidery alone would probably take her years to complete. Besides, she didn't really have to embroider the wedding dress herself. She could just leave it to an embroiderer. But she could still embroider the veil herself for good luck. Su Tao nodded after hearing Su Hong's words. It's embroidered indeed. Show it to me. Su Tao hesitated for a moment, then fumbled to retrieve the veil from the box and handed it to Su Hong. Su Hong took it and was stunned. Are these embroidered with mandarin ducks? Why does it look so much like mice? Su Li looked over and was also stunned. This? Puff. Su Li couldn't help but turn away and laugh. Su Tao, seeing their reactions, curled her lips, took the veil back, and folded it up, shielding them from view. Yes, it's mandarin ducks. It was neither justified nor convincing. Su Hong. To prevent her fourth sister from being laughed at her wedding, Su Hong immediately decided she had time to help with some revisions. Su Tao felt a little depressed upon hearing this. Was it really that bad? She took a quick look and realized it certainly didn't look very good. How could this be? She even asked her third sister-in-law for advice. Su Tao was a little frustrated. So, under the candlelight, Su Hong changed Su Tao's veil while Su Li lay in bed, thinking about what her elder sister had just said. She couldn't help but wonder if she would regret it if she truly missed out. Would she? The next day, after seeing Song Ling, Su Li finally understood the answer. Yes, she would. If she truly missed out, she would regret it. If it was because of the other person's character or other reasons, she wouldn't regret it. But if it was simply because of her own cowardice, Su Li felt she would definitely regret it. After thinking it through, Su Li felt everything suddenly became clear. She decided to be brave for herself once, just once. Maybe the outcome still wouldn't be great, but at least she had tried. Let's give it a try. That day, Su Li looked at Song Ling and said. Song Ling didn't know what Su Li meant by try, but his first reaction was to agree. However, after he agreed, Su Li turned and ran away without saying anything. It wasn't until a year later that Song Ling understood what Su Li meant by try. A year later, Lin Yang, how long are we going to have to do this? Song Ling felt a little aggrieved. He held Su Li's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Why did he feel like someone he couldn't stand in the spotlight? Su Li felt a little guilty, but quickly regained her composure. Hadn't he agreed when she asked to give it a try? And wasn't trying just like dating? Could they just get married without dating? Su Li felt her thinking was sound, right? Well, wait until the restaurant opens. Su Li asked uncertainly. Perhaps she could wait a little longer? She felt that being in a relationship was pretty good right now. When they were free, they could see each other and hold hands. When they weren't, they could just do their own things without disturbing each other. It was so nice, so perfect. For a moment, Su Li didn't want to change. Okay, then wait until the restaurant opens. Song Ling silently noted the date. You're not lying to me, are you? Song Ling glared at Su Li dangerously, his eyes half closed. Su Li nodded, took a sip of water, and said soothingly, "No, don't worry. I definitely take responsibility for you." Song Ling, Okay, remember what you said? Yes. Su Li, then I go first. I take you home. No, I can go home on my own. Although they were currently in a relationship, a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, others might not necessarily see it that way. So, Su Li refused his request, and quietly left as Song Ling watched. Song Ling. Why did he always feel like he was having an affair with the woman he loved? It must be an illusion.